months ago, so they've had 2 months of scrims and practice to get their stuff together. We'll see whether or not that has panned out, but I want to see improvements even from that, because if they're going to need them going up against a roster like Kingsland, even with the roster change in hand, we've been told that Drari is an amazing player. I'm really excited to see what he can do, and right off the start, we're seeing snipes coming out from Inferno. It's a bit of an unconventional play, but Inferno coming out right from the rip and already taking heads off.
It's a nice way to start a game, isn't it? Snipers in hand. You don't see this often in Call of Duty, but when you talk about mobile, you see it very often. Nice to see coming up from Kings to get a little bit of control. P2 control is going to be there for Omniscient, no, but a lot of time to go over towards P1, 30 seconds and counting. Both two teams just jostling over position, over anything else at this stage on Hacienda. We've seen it last time around, though, if we want to talk about the previous game, in terms of rotations, in terms of how things are locking down as Inferno just continues to go crazy with the sniper to kick things off, making it third in a row. You kind of don't want to talk about it too much, but oh my goodness me, it is 4 for King Marvel. Incredible players coming out for Inferno as well. Fantastic work, 6 kills underneath his belt, and I think the only thing that Kings will look at on this one, though, is that they don't have complete control. Rasmo is here.
Yeah, one
side of Omniscient.
Yeah, one player to deal with there, and going to deal with him pretty well. And this is a good opportunity here for Kings. If you remember back in the Black Ops 4 days, this is one of the hard points that could well be a money kill. Good opportunity for Kings to get an early lead, but they have to be careful about players coming potentially on the flank through the stairs of that middle building, and already players trying to make their way through. Drari, though, double over by that side, will at least find one. Inferno now facing players from both sides, not going to get it done with a pistol and overwhelm this he, but the backup not that far away from Grizz, who also finds two of his own, sneaks out straight through the smoke. That's an egregious play from Grizz, and well, obviously it doesn't work, but regardless, kills going down here. Kings just trying to hold on. They've still got those back spawns.
Yeah, that was maybe potentially a little bit overzealous with the push up through the smoke, and well, I don't want to say it's ultimately cost his team some points, but it hasn't helped. Lucky and Rasmo find a couple of kills, but says he'll find his way through, doesn't find the third. But his team will be there to clean things up. But very contested over towards P2, and what was looking like a decent rotation from Kings. They had to deal with one player over on the Omniscient side. Ultimately, it is going to be Omniscient who come out the better side of it. Heading over towards P3, though, Kings are going to be the first ones there. But where are the kills going to land? Omniscient trying to find a way through down the P3 side of the map, but kills falling their way now. Mid control is still there for Kings, as is the back, but they need to make sure they lock down these kills.
Yeah, as long as the communication is good here, they should recognize that Narcs and Saturns are trying to make a flank occur. And, well, Narcs, I mean, it doesn't really matter if he's known or not. He's going to find the double that will allow them to get in from behind. Now they need another wave of gunfights to get themselves in towards the hill. Drari has a lot of help here. Got players at all sides to contest with, though. Right in front of him, it's going to be Narcs with the equalizer now. This is one of the more powerful operators we have here in COD Mobile, trying to do some serious damage. Kills being provided in and around the hard point as well. This is a very early break coming through from Omniscient.
And I think one thing we spoke about in the previous game was teams not making sure they do the best they can with their operators. And this time around, it has worked out well for Omniscient, but can't quite find the last kill was Narcs. And here now come the operators out from Kings. They start to find some kills in 15 seconds. Is out there mercy here. P3, the final time will go over towards Kings. It will be an ever so slight lead as we head over towards the water. Sans and Co are starting to find a couple of kills, though. Marvel could do with well on the rest of his teammates. Taking his time, has been spotted out, and will be Omniscient. First one here, but their numbers are dwindling.
Capture the objective.
Yeah, immediately going to go down here. Lucky's going to be the first player on the hill. Shouldn't be able to turn in time for Grizz, and indeed they won't be, but Kafilia is there to deal with it. Han has the Annihilator to work with. Could be able to do a lot of damage here, and indeed he will be. Smoke going down, though. This is going to make it difficult for him to actually get any kills through. Annihilator on the other side. Marvel going to get shut down again. That's Kafilia to get that kill. Now more damage to be done, and look at the kill feed. It is all lighting up blue here. Omniscient doing a stellar job, and Kafilia is pressing the issue, moving forward to make Kings Clan feel uncomfortable, but they're still in with a shot.
And it almost feels like they find a flurry of kills, but can they find that next amount to then finally get some control of this hard point? And well, they can. This time around, they would find a couple more. The flurry that, I want to say the efficiency of use of the operators has been so good from Omniscient so far, but contested hill will continue to be so. With a couple of kills coming through from Kings, they clear them out. And for all that good work that Omniscient have done, Kings come back out of absolutely nowhere and offer up some easy points for themselves here. We're going to be heading into the next rotation, all but tied up. Kings with an ever so slight lead. Thoughts on the first rotation, though, because for me, Omniscient have done, when they've found themselves in a good position, they've done well with it, but it feels like Kings have been in that position maybe just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, what the difference between these two teams is nothing really. Yeah, I mean, it's a 7-point differential if my maths doesn't fail me, which hopefully it doesn't at this stage. But yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the big reason why Kings have been in this game so far is Inferno, right? I mean, I know it's low hanging fruit, but 21 kills is nothing to scoff at, and he did a lot of damage on the first kill, the first go around. Unfortunately, he's been muted somewhat in this go of things. Omniscient bringing him every single gunfight, but are they going to be aware of this rogue spawn coming through from Inferno? The answer, at least for the first gunfight, will be no. Inferno's able to convert for the first. Now players on the other side from Kings. An opportunity here potentially to collapse. With 25 seconds left on this hill, Kings now have to start thinking about the rotation. Grizz, though, his thoughts are much more pertinently on the hill as it currently stands. That triple give Kings an entry, and once again, Kings now looking to tie the game up.
I think it might have been 4 coming in from Grizz that just completely opens things up. And I was thinking to myself when you were talking about Omniscient, I'm finding some good time over towards P1. Yeah, you're never going to scoff at that. Kings come through, and it's all down to Grizz. That's 3 of 4 from him to lock down kills, and not just that, to lock down P1 and the rotation over towards P2, which now belongs to the side of Kings. War Machine out from Says as well, just to try and rebuff what is inevitably going to be a big push coming in from Satins, who will find 3 of his own, completely shutting everything down. The War Machine is out, and the War Machine's causing absolute havoc. Big break from Omniscient.
Yeah, the backspawns are still good here for Kings. Still an opportunity to break through. Drari wants to give it a peek and have to go to the double channel alongside Inferno, and that works out. They both find kills. Now Marvel the next one through, but the kills are all looking pretty good from Omniscient. And look at the back spawns now. They're no longer really there as much. They're spawning over by the fence's side. Omniscient have pushed the issue. Satins towards the backline does get shut down. This is a massive decision now ahead of Omniscient. Do they want to push this? Kings, they still need to go for this. Scrap time, they cannot get through though. The Lambo Heady, or rather McLaren Heady at this point, to be honest, kind of looks like that in COD Mobile, is so strong. That is a big chunk of time for Omniscient.
And it's just worked out so well for them. And it's a War Machine for War Machine, and on one side for Kings, it doesn't work. But Omniscient, you love to see it from them. Fantastic work from Satins, who found nearly everybody on Kings, and then found his team in a lead of about 30 points or so. Heading over towards P3 now, as P2 will leave us, if only momentarily. We'll get to see that one again shortly. P3, Omniscient, first one's here. Can they do something with this rotation? Last time around, they got beaten out of it pretty much initially and struggled to find anything off the back of it. But Rasmuth gets through there, finding kills left, right, and center, and all of a sudden, the Annihilator is out. Can he continue to do good work with it? Because continue to lock down some good time here. 15 seconds gone. Kings have not been in a position to answer Omniscient's dominance so far.
Yeah, Kafila now isolated as well. I think he might have a player on the other side of the wall, but regardless, he's still got to do a bit of effort. And yeah, one of those players is going to be Drari.
Oh, damn.
For Kings. Nice kills coming through from Drari. Marvel now using his Annihilator as well. Once again, these operate utilizations from these teams have been stellar. And now Grizz deciding this is the time to pull the equalizers out. And it's probably the right decision, to be honest. You know these players are spawning over by the fence's side. That's 3 there for Grizz. An incredible play call to bring that operator out the right time, because Kings need every single second here over by the fences. Omniscient are still going to give this one more look. They're going to send a couple of players here for scrap time at this point in the game. That is a valuable 10 seconds to grab. The lead's still about 30 points or so as we go into new.
And they're going to be the ones with numbers heading over towards that next hill. So you get that little bit of scrap. You take it away from Kings. You have the rotation as well, but you haven't been able to find the kill feed. That's all in your favor. Lucky is the only one who can answer back Satins alongside of him, but King, Grizz, and co just getting the job done, find these initial kills. Control was momentarily there, but the spawn's coming on through. Satins can't find much more. Big kill coming in from Drari, and it's a momentary respite for Kings. Very close game. We've got a long way to go, but Omniscient are showing the potential we talked about, and so far so good. But Kings currently in control of this hardpoint.
Yeah, War Machine in hands for Says at the moment. Kings now, this is a really good opportunity for them. You're going to see it. Says going to bring the War Machine out. I thought he would just spam down. You know where Omniscient is spawning. Drari decides it's now time to use his as well. Lucky for the double. Drari's actually not going to find anything, to be honest. One kill with the Sparrow is not good enough, and now Omniscient have broken through for a double usage of operators. Kings didn't actually get as much as they would have wanted, but the kills will do it instead. They had to go to the Predator missile to clear the point, because once again, Kings have been trying to play catch up here, and they will indeed do so. About even or so going to new.
And I think the thing is for Omniscient that even though you lose that hill eventually, the fact that you get the missile out of Kings, it's not a bad thing to kind of take. You take that one on the chin. And now we're starting to look towards some control around the outside of the map. Grizz has been just relentless for this King side, sitting at 34 kills already in this game. A couple of players on the Omni side are sitting there nicely as well, but the P2 rotation is what we're concentrating on here. So we head into a third rotation of hills, a momentary respite for both these two teams. Kings now in the lead, and it's really felt like Omniscient have been the ones leading the charge, but now all of a sudden find themselves 15 points behind us. So Brody, this P2 rotation will be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, look at these smokes going down as well. It's so frustrating. I'm not even sure who's throwing them, to be honest, but it's just obscuring the vision for pretty much everybody around this P1 hill. And I will say one thing, a player like Grizz, who at the moment is on 38 kills, he has stepped things up on a hell of a way for the second set. He's been getting 2-piece after 2-piece after 2-piece. He's been helping Kings out every single hill. It's the reason they have the 20-point advantage at this moment. But now with 15 seconds left, big time for Omniscient to grab. A moment to breathe for these two teams. Kings have gone for a very early rotation over towards Nick.
They went for the early rotation and have given up that scrap time, which will make this game just that little bit closer. P3 is the next one we're going to have to worry about, because now we're at P2, but look at this positioning coming in from Jarari. His teammate who was on Overwatch is going to die, but he will be able to find one. Look, he can find one on the outside. The pinch is potentially being set up as well. Look at the positioning coming in from Rasmo. He'll find one inside the hill. Does it allow his team to get through, though? Does it? Absolutely not. Says now will find 2 kills. We'll pop the War Machine and say, see you later, boys. There's 4 big plays at the right time coming out from Kings. They could still win it here at P2.
Yeah, but look at the back spawns down. Omniscient, what a read coming through from Says. I think at the very least some communication. Says is piecing with the War Machine. There was like 7 kills he managed to get with it there, with the players coming off the respawn, but the job is not done. Players still in the driveway. Predator missile coming down. Superbly done from Kings to clear the point, and they can still finish it here.
It was a really good move from Omniscient. I love the pinch that was starting to get set up. It just wasn't executed because Kings said absolutely not. It says that pretty much closes the game for them. Or can they close it? That's the question. The kills are going to start coming on through. Omni, you have to throw absolutely everything at this one now. P2 control is still there. 5 seconds to go on this one. But look at the rotation over towards P3. It belongs to Kings. Omniscient, you've got to throw absolutely everything you have at this one. It's not looking likely. 7 seconds to go. Kings should close this one out.
Yeah, they just lost the spawns as well. Omniscient now going to have to... Actually, they flipped the spawns right there and then. Didn't see it from the left side since we're in the third-person camera view, and they get the kill as well. So Omniscient still in with a chance here. I don't think they can finish it regardless of what happens, but they can at least stop Kings, who just need 7. Marvel finds 3, though. That's so unfortunate from Omniscient, but those back spawns will continue to allow them shot after shot at this hill. Gafila going to find one. Omniscient still hanging on. They are keeping Kings at bay, but look at where Grizz has just spawned. The spawns flip again.
Inferno spawning towards the back as well. Questionable, to say the least. But what has not been questionable is the ice from Kings. And in the end, it was close, but in the end, not close enough. Kings still very much at the top of the table here in Europe with a map #1 win. But not one that wasn't without some competition. That was definitely, like, I want to say, until we headed into the third rotation, it really felt like Omniscient were the ones leading the way. They were the ones dealing that first blow, but how hard the counter was from Kings nearly every single time, it got a little bit more efficient as the game went on.
Yeah, I gotta say, it is wild how much utilization of the War Machine we saw in that game. Every time we saw it, it was pretty much well used. I don't think we saw a single wastage of a War Machine, maybe besides, I think, one on the second set for P4. I think that was from Kings, who failed to stop Omniscient breaking through. But regardless, it was that big play towards the end, and I'm sure we'll see it in a second here, where Says came out and he got like 6 or 7 kills, and it was such good communication as well, not just from Says, but from the rest of the team to notify, right, you know, you've got the 4 kills around the front of the hill. He turns and recognizes these spawns have flipped. I'm going to go and get the kills, these players coming off the rip. Really well done from Kings, but also, to be fair, really well done from Omniscient. I mean, they were fighting so hard.
I mean, this was the difference. This is the play you're talking about, isn't it? He finds the first 2 kills. Saturn's then walks in. Cathelia then literally dead to rights on top of that. As soon as he finds this one in the side, Kobe just turns. There you go. Have another one down your throat. Nicely done coming through from the side of Kings. And I think, you know, I want to say that the difference was that play obviously as well, but then we also seen from Grizz that the operator play from himself over towards P3 made a huge difference. That was a really big swing for Kings. And I don't want to say that Omniscient didn't use their operator as well. We've seen some good play from them, but just not quite to that level. Grizz with 47 kills. I mean, it's a hell of a lot of interactions as well, with 42 deaths underneath his belt.
Yeah.
But hey, look, he's getting in amongst it, and that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, I gotta say, Says though, shout out to him. I mean, not only does he get the 30 bomb plus, he gets like 2 minutes 30 inside the hill. So, yeah, Says had a hell of a game, and it is going to be Kings taking map #1. I think we knew it would be this close, though. Again, I think, if anything, Omniscient, they have lived up to the hype. We wanted them to play well against a roster like Kings, and that is exactly what they did. And it is worth saying as well, something we didn't really get a chance to mention in the pre-show is the fact that when it comes down to hardpoint and search and destroy, that is what Kings live and breathe. It's control where, if anything, they're going to take a map in the series, right? You know, and if anything, again, we talked about the fire range search and destroy. If they can push it there, they will be comfortable on it. So just need to try and get to that point, you know, win the control out, steal a map elsewhere, get to a game number 5. It's a big ask from Initiant, but they've proven themselves strong so far. In towards the Tunisia we go.
It all sounds very easy when you say it like that, but it never is.
Nope.
I mean, for a start, Kings could probably do with the bomb. And kick things off here with a minute and a half left to go, looking for some picks. Tunisia, not a map I have ever casted over here, Brody, so you might have to fill in.
It's all right, mate. The first time I casted this one was like a month ago. So
it's the only map that wasn't in a traditional Call of Duty game that is in COD Mobile. So interesting to see a new map, but I've been told very, very good things. The bomb has now been picked up by Kings, but it's a 2 versus 4 for them. Marvel with the sniper. Inferno looking like he has one as well. So some difficulty already on Kings' hands, but well, if Marvel's going to hit shots like that on the Satins, things may get a little bit easier. Yeah. Lucky is there to trade things out. 1 versus 3 now for Marvel. Unlikely, but doable.
Yeah, you know where he is, though. You've already made a bit of noise if you're Marvel in the situation. At the very least, he does have the bomb in his back pocket, so he can choose to get that down. The problem is, as soon as he does, you should see a swarm from Initiant onto the site, and that's why Marvel is being so hesitant about this. Just, he really wants to get at least 1 pick before getting this bomb down, and Omniscient, at the moment, aren't giving anything away.
They've seen him. I want to say it was maybe Lucky who had a little peek. Backs on down, smart play to make. Marvel here with 30 seconds to go is probably going to have to press the issue. Lucky. Oh, a shot missed. Marvel can get out, and, well, with the switchblade in hand, gets the shots hit, but is he being collapsed on? Yes, he is. If he hits that shot, then maybe something could be done, but in the end, it is Guthila who finally puts the nail in the coffin of that round, but for Kings, I think the damage was done early. Omniscient very much in a commanding position there. Marvel made a good go of it, but not quite good enough to find the round. Omniscient wanted the good.
Yeah, nicely played from Omniscient. Not much you could do in that 1 versus 3. Now Kings making a very unified push over towards B here. Only even 1 player in the spawn, that's going to be Marvel just watching the middle of the map. This is so well done. Grizz going to be the first player to fall though. Lucky actually finding 2 with a sniper rifle, and this is kind of the risk you take when you push the bomb site so aggressively. You haven't managed to clear the corner, and Lucky with the sniper rifle is super deadly. But trades have gone down now. It is now a 3 versus 3, and Marvel is now joining on the fun.
Oh, Satins, unfortunately, gets into the iron sights of Drari. Shots coming on through Drari, just living very vicariously here. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Not quite. Takes a couple of bullets, but does actually get out. So Drari surviving. 2 versus 2.
And I don't think they know where Marvel is. There's a lot of concentration at the moment on Drari, and yes, they take him down, but I don't think they know exactly where Marvel is positioned around this bomb site. Certainly the way that Nox is positioned. He's not ready for this one. There's the first. Now the 1v1. Now Nox does know. And Marvel should know where Nox is in the situation. Gets the look, but not the kill just yet. Now, does he go for the bomb plant, or does he try to escape? It's got a big risk to try and escape here. Nox has the sniper rifle. Sniper versus sniper. Pre-shots going out. Marvel not able to connect with either of them. On the other side, Nox can't connect either. And Marvel decides to go for it.
40 seconds. Still a lot of time, and I don't know if he heard him. Did he see him? Yes, he did. He turns around, Nox at the wrong time. It's Marvel to close out the round with the 1 versus 2. Kings on the board in dramatic fashion. Marvel gets the job done. 4 kills to his name in 2 rounds. And Kings find themselves tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I had a feeling they didn't know where he was. Marvel, the playmaker in the situation, came in late to save the round, and save the round he did. So now 1-1. Same situation once again here. Marvel through the middle of the map is going to be sniped off this time around. Rasmo going to win the 1, and Lucky, of course, just like last round, is finding value at the very beginning of this offensive effort towards B. Things are very different, though, this time around. There hasn't been a trade, and Kings are now in a 3 versus 5.
It's feeling like Omniscient are the ones finding these initial breaks just that little bit easier. Kings really having to work hard for the round that they have. Gonna have to work very hard for this one as well. 3 versus 5. B-side completely covered in Omniscient players. But is that maybe just something that can be offered up for somebody like Inferno? The trophy system will get taken down. And I think if you're Kings here, you just got to play for a pick to maybe just make this a little bit easier. And there's one of them. Lucky will fall. Can't find a second though, gets caught in no man's land all of a sudden. Make it now a 1 versus 4, as Says left all alone for Kings.
It's really difficult here for Says to do anything. Maybe hoping for somebody from Omniscient to get hyper-aggressive and attempt to push through to what would be presumably a player chilling in the spawn, but that is not the case. So now just going to be sitting patiently. He's playing like a Warzone player at the moment, just picking a corner.
Oh. You said it. You said it. I think there's very little that he can do here, and I think he knows it. But even if he finds one with a slow play, you've still got 3 more to go, and Omniscient should make light work of this. Guthila come through with another kill and another round for Omniscient. And those opening breaks are really hurting Kings here. It feels like they're fighting off the back foot nearly every single round, and will have done.
Yeah.
Getting themselves 2-1 down, and I mean, they only have a round because of a 1v2 coming in from Inferno.
Yeah.
Or from Marvel, I should say.
Yeah, Kings, I mean, you're right. At the end of the day, they're struggling to enter onto these bomb sites, and Lucky has been a big reason as to why. 6 kills so far in this search and destroy. This time around, Kings are like, nah, we don't want to deal with that. Instead, I'll tell you what I'll do, guys. We'll go over towards the A site, and Marvel's already opened things up with the first blood. Isolated is Saturn's, and if they can take him down, this might well just be King's round.
Saturn's has pushed himself up, though, with the grenade kill. Coming through onto Marvel as well. Saturn's gets out, but only momentarily, and will continue to survive because Guthila and Nox over on the other side of the map have dropped now.
I love this.
I love this play. Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Saturn's was the one who was locking it down. They find kills in the middle of the map, and it's automatically a rotation. Saturn's automatically left all alone. That's a bit more like it from Kings. They find that first blood, and then they manipulate the map as best as they possibly can with that information that they have. They see Saturn's on the site. They lose a player to a grenade, but when you find 2 players coming on the crossing back over towards the site, you can then switch it up very, very quickly. Kings find a way back into this one, 2 apiece now. Living, I want to say, dangerously, though. There has been a couple of rounds that have not looked good from them. Omniscient will probably feel a little bit hard done by to be leveled up here.
Yeah, I love the adaptations now starting to come through from Kings. They're starting to learn that they can't just brute force their way through these rounds. 2-2. Omniscient, once again, going for a 3-2 split here, but actually a little bit more weighted towards A. Nobody watching B. Usually they've had Lucky kind of just pre-aiming that door, and now he's back in that position. So as soon as Kings peek this, Lucky should get at least 1 frag. That's been the problem for them. Do they smoke it off? Do they do something? Nope, just going to slide out and hope for the best. And Lucky's like, oh, take it for free. Gets a snap on the leg for the second. That's not a kill, but Guthila is there to finish things off. The trade is good for Says, but these trades ultimately going in favor of Mission. Grizz can't find that kill, and Lucky's going to finish things off. Ton, so many of these rounds for Kings where they're trying to get on that B-bomb site. Lucky is the only reason that they cannot do it. He is so, so good with this sniper.
It feels like they're headbutting a little bit too much, to be honest with you. It feels like it is just trying to use brute force to get through onto sites, rather than maybe trying to play it, I don't want to say a little bit more passively, but maybe a little bit smarter. This time around, though, it's brute force once again. Kings are saying, we've had enough of this. Let's just unleash Grizz. They do so, but he gets taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 4 versus 4 between these two, these next couple of kills. Crucial. Omniscient have done well, though, to get out after what was a very, very fast push from Kings. All of a sudden, it's potential fish in a barrel for Omniscient now as they got eyes on the site. The grenade is there. Marvel will find 1, but they haven't seen Saturn's.
Oh, what a play. Saturn's in from behind for 2. Saturn's, that is a massive play. And now isolated is a player sitting inside. Drari's going to find 1. The 1 versus 2 is still possible, but the heady is tough to deal with. So Drari decides to back away. But Saturn's has turned what is a dreadful situation into a relatively hopeful one. And now about to butt heads here. Saturn's going to take a route behind, though. He's not going to find him just yet. Going to back all the way around here. And now it's the mental game. How do you play this 1v1?
Information out of the window for both these players. Oh, but they have spotted each other. Drari. Shots are coming through, but it is Drari, the one that has to actually make the move. 50 seconds to go. Fakes the plant. Saturn's doesn't re-peek, and now he wishes that he just stuck it. And for Drari now, very little information. But for Saturn's, it was a while ago since he's seen him, so this bomb will now start to go down. Saturn's on his way over. This bomb will get planted. But can Drari defend it successfully?
We'll see. Drari's got the right idea. There's a lot of different lanes he could come from. He's away at the wrong time. Has Saturn's got the timing? Yes, he has, but not the weapon necessarily. The switchblade is not the weapon you want from this situation. Does he hop the bomb? Yes, he does. Drari has to make the call. Saturn's gets the kill anyway. Hops off the bomb. What a play call. You might have heard him, some audio cue. But again, Saturn's is an incredible playmaker. Makes that entire round possible for a mission.
It's a 1 versus 3, I believe. Technically.
Insane.
Left on his own in the corner, makes the play on the bomb site, and then finishes it off as well. Omniscient clutching up in their own round. Kings have had one so over Omniscient, but ultimately the important score, or numbers I should say, is the score at the top of the leaderboard. Grenades now being flew out from both two teams. Inferno finds one, two. Drari finds another, and this is a bit more like it from Kings. Very aggressive on the defensive side. Omniscient yet to deal with it. 4-2. May well be 4-3 after this one.
Enemy down.
They are going to make it a 2 versus 4 at least, but now they've got to deal what was a problem for them for the longest time. A sniper rifle chilling on the B site. It's Inferno for Kings, and he's going to open things up here in this occasion with the first kill. Narc's now having to face down a very aggressive Kings roster who are just going to fly right at him. And you said it, mate, we switched sides. Kings now going to do exactly what Omniscient did to them.
3 kills for Inferno. That made a big difference in that round. Those first blood picks have been absolutely huge for both these two teams. Kings making sure they made them count. Smoke's coming up from Satins over towards the middle of the map, and now what is the play from Omniscient? Is it a bit of an awkward play call for Kings to deal with? Not this time around, it's another kill for Inferno. Having a whale of a time here on the defensive side. Kings looking to even things up. They have the numbers advantage, and look at this aggression coming through from Kings on the other side. Guathila's the only one who can answer, but 3 players from Kings on the flank is going to cause absolute havoc for Omniscient if they aren't able to answer.
Did they know? That was the question for me. Did they know that it was more than one player? It doesn't really matter anyway. They're going to get the kills. Nicely done from Omniscient. Good reaction. And now for Inferno, you've got the sniper rifle. Omniscient know that. They know what they're dealing with here in this 2 versus 1 scenario. And of course, Inferno's picked up another weapon. That is not the case. Still chilling like a villain. With the sniper rifle running down with the deagle. I don't think Inferno quite expected them to be there. He was looking down low for the longest time. Just bad COD timing.
And I want to say for Kings there, and you know, you were talking about maybe they knew about it, but you've got 3 players on the flank. Like, why are all 3 of those players dying so fast in that situation? Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say without actually seeing a couple of the gunfights here and there, but surely just play a little bit more passive. Just sit there. You don't need to force the issue. You're the team defending. And defending they still are. Omniscient making a push over towards the A side now, but once again, it is Kings with the first blood. Important round here for Kings. 6-3 is not a scoreline that you want to try and attack back on. But 5-4, very, very different.
And now this is tough for Omniscient here on the offense because they had their eyes set on getting the bomb down on A, and that still seems to be the case, but it is extremely difficult when you've already lost 2 players in the round and you're kind of butting the heads against the wall. Narc's already down now. The players just chilling up top in barrels. And even soon, the route to escape will disappear if they do choose to push it, which, to be fair, they haven't. So Omniscient still have a path back into this round. A nice snipe from Satins. That'll do nicely. Oh, we get it for free. Grizz is like, hey, peekaboo. Satins is going to take that one.
Jump scare. Oh, and the hit marker from Satins as well. That all of a sudden makes it, well, maybe a little bit more doable, but it isn't a little bit more doable with the kill onto Inferno. 2 versus 3 now. Sands is just slowly making his way through the team here. Another kill over towards Satins. In over aggression from Kings, Brody. You're not happy about it.
Yeah, why? I don't understand. Look, it's not over yet, but you are pushing them 1 by 1, and there is absolutely no reason to do that, and we are not surely seeing this again. They have to time this correctly, Marvel and Drari. That smoke will actually end up helping Marvel in the situation, yet Satins doesn't know it's happening. Marvel's just trying to line up the shot, though. Indeed, he does. Gafila, though, in doing so, has picked up the kill versus Drari, but Marvel gets the 1 versus 2. I'll tell you what, Kings are very, very lucky they got that round because there was a couple of individual slip-ups which might well have cost them it.
Yeah, we're seeing them. Honestly, we really are. Kings with the new recruit coming on through. Yet to really, I want to say, look, I mean, they made some good plays in map number 1. Map number 2, though, I mean, it hasn't necessarily been the best so far, and you got to give a lot of credit over to Omniscient, though. They've made every single situation that has been presented to them. They made it count. This time around, they are going to find the first blood as well. Marvel will fall, as will Grizz. This is looking better for Omniscient now. 5 versus 3 in their favor. Kings could really do with this round, and Drari's not in a bad spot to do something about it.
Yeah, it's kind of Satins-esque play here, right? All sneaky, like, do they check it? Yes, they do, and Razmo gets the better of him with a pistol, mind you. Sniper player, by the way. And now Omniscient in a very good spot. Lucky once again, proving his worth to this squad. Lucky and Razmo have been integral to this round, and now saves for what could be a phenomenal Call of Duty mobile play. Player of the week. 1v5 on the cards.
Player of the week? I'd maybe go a little bit more above and beyond in this situation if he manages to do this one. 30 seconds to go, 5 players to deal with, a bomb to defuse. I'd like to say no hope in hell. Omni get the job done, 6-4. 1 round away from themselves. Kings have got a long road back here, a long, long road.
And I love what Omniscient are bringing to the table at the moment. That double sniper setup from Lucky and Razmo is just superb. It really is making the difference in the moment. Certainly was earlier on when they were on the defense. Now they're using it to their advantage on the offense as well. And the question now becomes, what do Kings do? They've done for a 4-stack on A. Very unfortunately for them now. All on Inferno. He has to produce something with his sniper rifle by B.
But they haven't made the push here on this shit. Inferno is the one that playing that angle where you can watch this push through the arches over towards the B side, and all of a sudden if he doesn't see anybody, okay, well they're not pushing B unless they come through the middle of the map. No, okay, we got that covered as well. Inferno playing information. You'd like to think if he doesn't find a pick, he just backs on down. The rest of the team come over to help. Omniscient yet to really make their move here, Brody.
And again, the problem is still Inferno, right? As soon as they peek that corner, they know that someone's going to be there at the end of the day.
Numbers advantage, though.
Yeah, the situation doesn't really remain that unchanged, though, in terms of map control, right? That's the biggest issue. They're still trying to figure out how do we actually get past Kings, because as soon as they turn that corner, they know that Inferno is probably going to take one of them down. I kind of query whether or not they've got any utility, maybe some smokes to kind of cut his line of sight off, maybe to entry onto the site. If they do get rid of him, the B side is theirs. So here we go. This is exactly what I was going to say. Smoke's going to go over now. That should obscure the line of sight. Here we go.
Can Kings get themselves over in time to help Inferno? Can Inferno slow down the inevitable?
Oh, I love this.
This bomb will go down, but Says is in a good position to do something about it. But Satins is watching over him, but Says, it's all going to be about the timing. This first kill for Kings has to be there. Satins is firing shots out, but they're not good enough. Says will find one, Grizz will find another. It's a 4 versus 3 now. Gothila lucky and Nox, you got to hold this one down, but they're starting to drop like flies. Says, aggression about to come on through, but it starts to slow down, but only momentarily. And the retake from Kings is somewhat perfect. Every single member of Omni that is there chilling, guns up, gets gunned out of their socks, and Kings find a round out of nothing.
But it's not over yet.
That double SMG duo from Says and Grizz there, just phenomenal to enter onto the site, and the way they were playing off back of one another, right? Just peeking out, a little bit of bait and switch to get the second kill as well, just constantly chaining off one another to get their way back on towards their site. I mean, I thought honestly the playmaker would win him in Inferno. He kept his life perfectly on the site, but no. Aggression from Kings to retake. 1 round away now to forcing us into our first overtime here of the European Challenge season. Kings, again, 4 stacking on A, the exact same setup from the last round.
It kind of worked last round, I suppose. But it didn't really. I mean, I suppose, you know, Inferno gets pushed away, but the retake is ultimately what's important for Kings that last round. And they find a beautiful one. I think they'd rather not have to try and retake this time around. You can see 2 players over towards the A side, over towards B. 1 player over towards the A side gets taken down, so Grizz dealt with. 4 kills for Grizz on Tunisia. He really has struggled on something with a bit more of a longer sight line, and search and destroy is not being the easiest of times. And Omniscient have ticked off the first thing they need to do here to find the search and destroy with their 7th round, and it's slowly a movement over towards it.
Player number 5, Drari, that I'd be concerned about if Omniscient hit. I think they're actually going to wrap, maybe
Go through mid?
B? They were thinking about it for a second, but the 50-50 choice has been made here. And look at Drari. Could well go for a flank right behind him if he gets some good timing, but on site, Narx and Saturn's going to win the 2 versus 1 challenge. Says is going to find one. Now Drari shooting a little bit too early there, but regardless, is going to find some value at the very least, but not much to talk of. And again, you know where Inferno is here on the defense. You know where he's been every single round.
Kings have been this, I want to say, indomitable beast of a team here in Europe, but they lose a map on their first game of the season. A wonderful, wonderful performance from Omniscient, and really those first bloods were so crucial for them throughout the entire map, and they made them work in their favor nearly every single time. There will be plenty of rounds that Kings will look at and that and think we could have done a lot better, but that will matter very, very little to Omni. A very, very good map win for themselves. A newer team coming into this. The top dogs have just been taken down and search and destroy.
Adaptations were just superb, honestly, and I think it was very much par for the course for the first defensive effort from Omniscient, you know, where they, I think, were 4-2 at the half up, and a lot of that was down to Lucky, you know, his sniper presence over by B. I will say, I think Kings probably should have changed their strategy just a tad earlier. They adapted towards the end of their offense, but by that point, you'd already given a lot of rounds away by just running straight at Lucky round after round after round. And then came the switch, where Omniscient, you know, just really started to force the issue. They started to learn what Kings were doing. And I don't really blame Kings for not changing their strategy. I mean, certainly it worked on the penultimate round, but ultimately, Omniscient coming out on top. Phenomenal play from the likes of Lucky and Razmo. That dual sniper setup was great. Just big, big plays coming out from them.
Yeah, and I want to say, you know, we had a couple of clutch runs on both these two teams. This from Marvel was great. The one that we just seen previously from Saturn's was probably the pick of the bunch, and then the retake from Kings that we're seeing here was wonderful as well. Some really good search and destroy between these two teams. But ultimately, what counts is Omniscient are the ones who come up with the 7 rounds first. I think for me, you know, I absolutely agree with you in terms of, you know, Kings not adapting the strategy on the attack, being very gung-ho, being very aggressive. And I wonder if that's maybe coming from a place of arrogance of who they are. You know, they're that team and they're going up against this newish team in Omniscient and sort of saying to themselves, you know, okay, we are the big dogs in this pool. They started to get too aggressive, and as you said, it didn't work, but they kept at it. So maybe that's that sort of game plan where, you know, we've talked about coaches, that kind of thing can sort of say, right, okay, well, if something's not working, let's change it up. Let's not just beat our heads against the wall here, trying to get a round forced out of nothing, and ultimately it will cost them the map. We've got a series on our hands here as we head over towards standoff. Blessed be COD Mobile as we go into control. Kings looking for a bounce back here. Omniscient, maybe on the rise.
Yeah, I love that you're experiencing the exact same euphoria that I've experienced in combat. It's like, oh, it's a standoff, it's raid, it's so fun. Regardless, yeah, big map. This is a pivotal one in the series of Omniscient. Want to take it home. We already talked about it very briefly. Kings, search and destroy and hardpoint. Well, it's the bread and it's the butter. Well, Control, not so much. This is a big one. Omniscient need to take it, and it's been a good start so far. They've won the vast majority of the trades. Kings, though, still pushed pretty far forward, and the objective for Omniscient really is to try and get a spawn trap going. They haven't been able to do that so far.
I mean, if we go down to some of these really close situations in 2v2s or something, then, I mean, we still might beating hard from what we've seen in the previous series. If we get it here in this one, I don't know if I'll make it the 4 games tonight, Brody. I don't know if I'll get there. I'm getting on, you know. I really am. Anyway, a lot of good objective play, I want to say, being made by Kings over towards the A side. That gets shut down immediately by Satins and Nox, who will find a couple of kills, but, well, may not be able to prevent the inevitable here. Over towards A, the lives may well be with the side of Kings, as is now A. Dravi will try to lock this one in, or has he? Gatila and Cove actually managed to clutch this one back. It was looking like it was done and dusted. Oh, and that is a gunfight. You can't lose if you're Grizz. And all of a sudden, Kings are being wiped off the map.
And to be frank, I don't think Omniscient even expected to be able to save the point. They were fully prepped here to just make their way back over towards B, just hold on to that one to make sure that Kings couldn't collapse from one point to another. And now we're in that situation I talked about, right? We're off the back of it now, Omniscient. They get the space they wanted to try and enact a spawn trap. This is so annoying because you can literally look at people spawning in from these positions. But a couple of kills do come through from Marvel. They're broken out of the spawn trap. It lasted not that long at all, but 25 seconds or so now left on the clock. It's going to freeze at 28 because I believe a player has managed to get their way over towards B. Omniscient, they were so focused on the spawn trap, they hadn't actually got any players on B.
Yeah, that was the problem. I think, you know, you put all your eggs in one basket of this spawn trap, and all of a sudden you've got B to try and defend. Satins, though, he was the one that broke it open last time around. We'll find one kill, but that will be it. B now looking like it is going to go over towards Kings. Really big adaptation coming up from them. One more segment. They can have a little stab at it here. Once again, Satins is trying to try and find the kill and does so. And is it clutch again from Omniscient? It's looking like Kings have got it signed, sealed, and delivered. They can't quite finish it off. 6 versus 3 now in favor of Omniscient. This should be a 1-0 lead, but look how quickly these objectives can change if the landscape changes once more. But all of a sudden, Inferno left on his own over towards B. The rest of the Omniscient team are on their way. Inferno is Operation Impossible. And Omniscient get round number 1 somehow, someway. Kings was so close to closing both of those points on multiple occasions.
Yeah, they will have kicked themselves that they didn't manage to grab A, but at the end of the day, the end result is still somewhat the same. They walk around with, I think, 5 ticks of progression in total, and again, remind a few folks at home, that is going to decide the more ticks you get in a round number 5, that decides who gets the defense, and that's very important here on standoff Control especially. Omniscient, though, change of tactics into this round. Saturn's getting hyper-aggressive, and he's going to go for a flank here. I don't know if anybody's seen him. I think number 2 on the minimap might well be going up there to deal with him. Doesn't matter. Saturn's is going to win the 1 versus 1 anyway. Kills on the other side going in favor, and now we're starting to see some of these operators come out to play. I think Inferno's used the claw.
And it was one of those moments where Satins has really got 2 kills dead to rights there. He found a really good flank, and after the first kill, just cannot make it count, cannot find that little bit extra. Then he needs to get on a killer drone coming out from Lucky here, though, as Omni looking to put the pressure on as quickly as they can. Rasmo and Lucky combining well on the kill front. Kings are starting to find themselves in a tough position here in round number 2. Omniscient are getting some work done, and Gatila here with the Annihilator. First one, second one.
Oh boy.
Looking to go for all 6 if he possibly can. Get shut down by Inferno. The sniper is good.
I like that even here in control, Inferno has whipped out the sniper rifle. Just such an audacious play. But Omniscient here in a really good spot. This is pretty deadly for Kings. They've got players on B. Narc's now trying to cause issues, trying to stop the players get anywhere close to the point. And he might well have done it. Yeah, even one kill. He didn't need to do anything too snazzy there. He just needed to stop the players from getting onto the contention. Omniscient make the capture happen. A phenomenal round from them. Great usage of the operators. And off the back of it as well, they've got quite a lot of utility in their back pocket. Razmo has a Predator missile and a 100-killer drone. And I think there's an EMP for Narcs as well. So when the operators come out from Kings, well, they've got a solution.
Kings are going to find something here, though. I think, you know, they'll look at their previous attacking round and say to themselves, okay, we should have had the one in the bag. They can do that again here in this round. All of a sudden, you're on the defensive side. Maybe you can get something going. Grizz is just getting everybody killed from Omniscient as quickly as he possibly can. The operator usage, once again, ever so efficient. But looking over towards the lights, I want to say it's one of the first times I've seen Kings in the lead on this one. I'm not saying it's the only reason is they're 2-0 down, but it feels like very haphazard with their life. Once again, that one is brought back very, very quickly. And all of a sudden, the spawn trap becomes something potentially they have to worry about, but not quite. Inferno does clean up unlucky.
Yeah, they have got 2 ticks of progression on A, and that's nice, but it was a big investment coming out right from the start of the round from Saze and Grizz to use both of their operators to garner some map control to begin with. But when this is the end result, when 30 seconds later we're in a 19 versus 16 situation in terms of lives in favor of Omniscient and they're pushing players up, continuing to force the issue here against Kings, it does make you wonder, was it really worth it? That's the question. Well, regardless, Kings now, off the back of some well-earned gunfights in their favor, now starting to make some serious progression on A. Just a moment away here from capturing. Gafil is still going to go for it, gets the first kill, and now you should feel he's going to be able to get the kill. This is Draru, but no, Draru wins out regardless. A is gone, and now on towards B. Once again, nobody from Initiative there just yet.
Lucky trying to come through the middle of the map here, but I actually think he's escaped the player over towards Butch. Can't quite get it done. Nox is able to find the kill, so is it going to be Nox through the middle of the map to maybe do something here? Razmo is here alongside of him. And every single player from Kings is cleared out. 10v6, nearly 10 versus 5. And now for Omniscient. I think the big problem around B sometimes can be if you lose A, you start to lose a little bit of control around the map. They've got complete control here. 100-killer drone has already been taken down. Marvel with the first one to find a kill on the Cathedral, though. And is that going to open up the floodgates here for Kings? But they do not have any lives to play with.
Yeah, Kings, it's a 4 versus 8 situation. The only player I feel like can do anything in this situation is number 2. That's going to be Saze, who has now revealed his position. Maybe a bit more trigger discipline. Probably would have been pertinent in the situation. Lucky decides, hey, well, I've got a Sparrow. Might as well use it to close out the round.
Closing out the round. And, well, closing out the game. Omniscient about to find themselves in a 2-1 lead, unless Saze and Drari can come up with something impossible, you would like to think. If they can find one kill. The thing is here, if they can find the kills quickly, get on the point, all of a sudden Omniscient are the ones with potential backs against the wall. Still so difficult. Omniscient are not giving them an inch. Drari will find one. Saze will find a second. Is this maybe going to open up something? But Drari surely is in trouble. Razmo coming on through with the kill. Saze left all on his own in a 1 versus 4. And Brody, I'm not going to lie though, he does have time.
Switchblade. He's got to take these gunfights up close and personal. And he might well get some 1v1s here, to be fair. Worth saying, Saturns does have an operator in the back pocket, so maybe holding that one off just in case, but he could use it to close out the round. Regardless, 20 seconds. Saze doesn't really have any much choice anymore to try and hunt down for these kills. He's actually got to go straight towards the point to stop the clock. There's the first versus Razmo. Yep, trade looking pretty good for Nuts, and Omniscient 3-0 in the control. We went into that saying, hey, you've got to win this control. I didn't say you got a 3-0 at Omniscient. What are you doing?
I know, very, very good performance from them. And I honestly want to say that Kings, I don't think they threw any rounds away. And I don't know if I'm just coming in with the mindset that I'm expecting perfection, but there's a few moments here and there that are being very overzealous. Like they get, it almost feels like they see an opportunity and they're grabbing it a little bit too, I want to say fast. They may be trying to get themselves in a position too quickly, trying to take too much of an advantage, trying to bite off more they can chew is kind of what I was aiming for with that whole spiel there. But it just feels like Omniscient are really capitalizing on every single time they get an opportunity to put their foot down, they do so. And just really good operator efficiency, I want to say, coming out from them as well. And just a really, really good game of control from Omniscient. Really never let Kings sleep, or they never let them really have a moment of rest at all, and played that final few moments very, very well. Things got a little bit scary with a couple of kills coming on through, and they didn't press the issue. They didn't sort of go chasing these kills unnecessarily, and they are rewarded with a 3-0 win in the control up against Kings. 21-10 from Razmo as your MVP in that one. But I mean, look, there's not much more to say than that. That was pretty dominant from Omniscient.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Omniscient. Again, we're just going to keep on saying this because this is one of our stories, right? And I think it's even more impressive or more a pressing issue for these guys because we've only got one spot to give away at Masters for Europe, right? Yeah. And the conversation would naturally be, oh, well, it's going to be exclusive versus Kings Clan, right? Surely for
That's
that
what
spot.
you've been telling me, man.
I mean, that feels like it's been the narrative for the last few months in COD Mobile, certainly as we went into Champs, certainly as we went into the Season 3 playoffs. And that narrative has happened twice now. We've seen them play each other twice, and we've had different results. But now we've got Omniscient throwing their hat in the mix. And this series isn't over. I don't want to say it's over just yet, but certainly Omniscient, they're making a good argument here, mate. They're looking pretty good. Can they close the series out on Apocalypse? Mate, this is another one I get excited to see every time I see it.
Yeah, we're really throwing back now. I mean, hey, this is back to when my hairline was very, very strong, actually. It's getting a little bit weaker, okay? I'm not going to say it's ever been fantastic, but hey, I wonder if it'll help my hair grow back. Who knows? It might well fall out of the stress of some of these games so far, though, from Omniscient and Kings. It's been a hell of a series so far. Omniscient, the ones with the lead. And what a story this would be to kick things off. There's somewhat new kids on the block, dethroning, well, literally the Kings. I mean, I was about to try and come up with some sort of royal pun there. We'll leave that for maybe somewhere later in the season. But Omniscient, a hell of a way to kick things off here on Apocalypse, 23-0.
Yeah, might be lending the throne out to somebody at this point, to be honest. Kings
didn't need to do it.
Not having a good start. You got to do it somewhere, man. It's the start of the season. We're just having a bit of fun here. Omniscient, they're having a lot of fun, though. Look at the way they're playing this one. Razmo has the turn of the boxing glove. That's 4 in a row, by the way, for Razmo. And Omniscient now starting to force the issue. The big thing here with Apocalypse is you want to try and flip the spawns if you can for the all-important rotation from P1 to P2. Look how aggressively Kings are defending this spawn with 2 players from Omniscient trying to press the issue. That is good for Kings.
Very good for Kings. It got nearly a little bit scary. It's not the way you want to kick off Apocalypse by any stretch of the imagination, and you definitely don't want to be losing these spawns this time around. Good shots coming in from Stays, but he does get traded. Nox will be there to find one. They can't quite clean up. Kings have the numbers. But now all of a sudden don't have control of P2 either. Kathila tried to go through the front door. Statins is there alongside of him, and it's just brute force from Omniscient this time around. Can they get through the front? Statins is there spearheading this push. And Kathila in the middle of the map as well, trying to deal with everything he can. It's a really nice push from Omniscient. But I think for Kings, you're trying to lock down the initial place where you don't want to lose the spawns. You don't think about the front. Omniscient walking away with this one at this moment in time.
Mate, they're sprinting. It's incredible what we're seeing from Omniscient at the moment. They're watching every single angle. Look at the kills coming out from players like Lucky and Razmo at 7 and 6 apiece. I mean, Omniscient are playing out of their minds at the moment. Kings, though, going to give this one last shot. Players in for the last 15 seconds. It's so wayward, though. Gafila, I mean, in all the carnage, the mayhem, is able to get away with a kill with the boxing gloves. Inferno finally can grab one for what is, at this point, I would say, a pretty valuable 5 seconds with Kings only having 9 on the board. Omniscient, though, what a start this is. Again, goes to show how important that rotation from P1 to P2 is.
And looking over towards the kills, you know, Kings have been there. They really have. Yeah, I mean, looking across from left to right here, I'm not seeing too much of a difference. But I look up towards the top middle of my screen, and that is a big difference. Kings now, for the first time, really in some sort of control of a hard point. But what can Omniscient do? They just continue to put the pressure on. But this time around, Kings are just about refuting that. But Kathila and Nox just completely make me eat my words. Grizz is there to change it. Nobody really in control here, but eventually Kings will clear house. Razmo's still here, causing issue. And for Kings, I'm saying they've got control, but it's not absolute control. They haven't been able to get rid of Omniscient at any stage throughout this hard point, but they are taking up time, and it's valuable time in that.
I will say this much. We're now starting to approach the point in the game where we're going to see operators sooner rather than later. You can see 5 in the back pocket here for Kings. And honestly, I think now might be the time to start using them. You've got 15 seconds left. You are going to have to give up that time regardless of whether or not you like it. You have to get a full 60 over towards New. You can't let Razmo make his way in just like that. Finds one, no more than that. Big shutdown coming through from Kings, but instead it's Gafila utilizing his Annihilator to try and control these back spawns. Massive kills from Gafila.
Big kills coming on through, and I think if you're Omniscient, you have to look at what those operators are able to do for Kings. Can they find something to bounce back here? As very well played to find the breakthrough, but now can Kings be efficient with their own? We've seen it good so far from Omniscient. Marvel's going to be the one who whips out the Annihilator. We'll find one. Grizz, is he going to be there using his? No, he is not, but it says and Marvel and Drari already wasted from Kings. They find absolutely nothing with their operators coming on through. 40 seconds here to play with over towards B4. Omniscient are laughing their heads off. They're locking it down. but not quite. Kings still there, fighting. 60 seconds ahead for Omniscient, though, and very, very little to nothing found from Kings with their operators.
Yeah, here's the thing, mate, right? I mean, look, generally speaking, you never want to say it's over before the fat lady sings, right? But at the end of the day, we know how Apocalypse Hardpoint works. If you get a lead like this early on, it's very hard to claw back. Kings have to be perfect. They really do from here on out. They have to have a good start to the next set of hills, and it has to start right here, right now. We go over towards the next one. Kings, they are going to be the first team to touch in P1. And they've got control of the right side of the map for that inevitable rotation towards P2 as well, but they have to start getting some kills. Can they get it done? First kill starting to come through now from Marvel and Grizz as well. Omniscient, though, they're on the way.
Kings in the better position for P2, and they will have to start stringing some things together, and while kills are one of those things they managed to make do with here in the middle of the map, but Nox. Equalizer out, and this will be used to try and get a hold of some spawns. Really doesn't want to die with this in his hands. It's such an efficient tool that can well be very, very deadly in the right hands. Make it 2 for him now. Players coming off the respawn on his right-hand side. Gets taken down, though. Inferno and Co. investing a lot to make sure they control these spawns, but they've now completely lost them. Kings, a bit of a misstep with 25 seconds to go left here on P1. Omniscient, we're momentarily controlling it, but the spawns are what they wanted. The spawns are what they get.
Yeah, and if that doesn't go to show you how dire of a situation this is, I don't know what will. Utilizing a Predator missile to take time away on P1 as opposed to not making sure you get the spawns for P2. Oh boy, Kings, they are in trouble. 60 points down, though. They are going to grab the scrap time. This needs to be a quick break towards new. Already players in the back line here from Nishan, and one player has got a rogue spawn out. I don't think they'll ever expect Satins in this position.
And that's going to be a big problem. Sometimes when you spawn out, you think, oh, hell no, why have I not been blessed by the card? It's just not worked out. And then the one that's coming in over towards that side as well from yourself, well spotted. Inferno will deal with Nox. Another spawn out coming here for Omniscient. They could really do with the bodies over towards the point. Now completely cleared out and now spawned out. Omniscient in a really bad spot. And I want to say we've seen this to a certain extent from Kings the last time around we were over towards P2. Kings in control of P2, and all of a sudden, this game is very much not over. Is everything starting to light up and go the right direction for Kings? 30 seconds to go here over towards P2. Dare I say it, could they even potentially be within touching distance of Omniscient if they can lock down every single second?
A huge moment in this game coming out from Kings now. Might well be level with Omniscient. We've been saying it was really looking unlikely, given how we know Apocalypse Hardpoint works, that they'd be able to bring it back, but indeed they have. Inferno now, a hell of a game at 27 kills. Had a Predator missile. He's going to use it right here, right now. Satins is going to find the double for Omniscient to grab through for 10 seconds. I'm not a fan of that Predator missile, to be honest. Maybe they wanted to use it to break spawns for new already, but this is a hill that's undercover. Either way, Kings now within touching distance.
Managed to find a way through. Over towards P4 and starting to find the kills. They may be just starting to warm up in this series. Grizz now just causing absolute havoc in the spawn. He will get traded away. It is Omniscient with control of the hill. And they're ticking up some steady time here. But Kings very much in a position to do something about it. 2 kills apiece coming in from Inferno and Says. And are they able to break it open? Yes, they are. And now all of a sudden, Inferno in this kind of position. Good luck getting across. They do find the gunfights, though. Omniscient. For all they started with a healthy lead, for all that things were looking very, very good for them. Backs against the wall a little bit now, but still showing some fight.
Yeah, what a last 3 hills this has been from Kings. It's not over just yet. They've still got a ways before we can say this is officially a comeback. But regardless, Kings, they are fighting tooth and nail to prove that they are still in the conversation here on Apocalypse. Big 15 seconds to grab, if they can grab it. But now, more importantly, I think it's about the rotation. Big kill happening from Drari there. Not able to do anything more than that. But it should be Omniscient touching first. Reads Marvel there at the back, but not going to get that kill is Razmo. Omniscient still with the back spawn, though. This is the Predator missile coming down that you want to see. Say's going to utilize it here, and now Kings in with a chance as one player goes down to break.
Spawn out here coming in through from Satins. Needs to find his way over very, very quickly. Marvel will deal with him on the flank. Athela's going to be there to spawn with him as well. And look at this spawn out from Omniscient. They're all going to be fighting it in and around P2. Full control, well, of P5. Here we go. These fights are going to be absolutely massive. Grizz and Kodo are starting to win them. The operator's used just so beautifully again, and Says will find the kills. And Kings will somehow, someway find their way into a lead here on Apocalypse. Never, ever count them out. They were looking dead and buried at the start of the game, but Says is just predicting absolutely everything. He's on his own, to be honest with you. And the investment, the kills don't really count for a great deal.
Omniscient now back in. Big 25 seconds. Going to see utilization of the operators now on Omniscient's side. The equalizer's coming up from Narcs. That's 3 for Kim. Now looking for more. They know where Kings are spawning off the back of that information at the very least. Hunter Killer Drone is going to remove Kafila from a kill. Again, at this point in the game, 151 and 153. That is a valuable 10 seconds to grab if you're Kings. Wow, what a hard point this has been thus far. One final set of rotations coming up here, Tyne, and now Kings are in the lead.
P2 control is there for Omniscient as we do head into another rotation, Brody. Looking at the lay of the land. Saturn's already here. Oh, sorry, Razmo out with the claw. Already running it away. Lucky and Saturn's there with their operators potentially available, but Dry will be there to find a couple of kills. Looking to try and rebuttal what is a really good position for Omniscient to be in, but all this time it's just been soaked up by Kings. It's slipping under the radar. Omniscient are in a good spot to maybe do something about it, but they haven't done anything about it yet.
Yeah, they are so focused on making sure that Kings just don't get past the 50-yard line that they're giving
Pass, they got it.
Here we go. Saturn's is going to go down, and absolutely you're correct, mate. Kings managing to push through. This is worst case scenario here for Omniscient. This is DEFCON 5. You got to now start to make sure not only do you get this time off P1, you got to push through. Go for step 1 though. Start to get these kills. Lucky going to kick things off with the first kill. Grizz, nice trade out. This is so problematic as Grizz finds the double, but that's a big kill from Razmo now. Now needs to do more damage around the flank and he gets cut short.
Found a second and maybe just didn't expect the third so quickly. If he finds his way towards the back, over towards the tomb side, then maybe he gets something, but a couple of kills through the front door, and that is where Omniscient really started to run away with this game. It was kills from the front, it was pure aggression. Spawn's now there for them. Looking over towards it, Inferno was the only one left, and Omniscient will find a breakthrough as the hill will now start to take. Hunter Killer Drone out, but you've got to make sure you're watching the right way. It's going to be everybody through the front for Kings. Can they find a way through? Marvel, Drury starting to come by and starting to find some kills. If you're Omniscient, you need to find something. Katila's going to find himself going down to his own blade. Razmo, though, can only find 2. Needs the rest of his team to be there, but the break came through from Kings.
Yeah, temporarily opening the door there was Razmo to his teammates, maybe coming through post. Not going to happen though. Omniscient, this is a big amount of time to give away. Kings can't finish it here regardless, but Marvel has now got a little bit of utility. Predator Missile coming down to ensure they do get the time. That will keep one player away, but again, this is the bit that's the problem, right? You've got this little nasty heady that a player can just peek through and get the rest of that time. Now Kings starting to hold a commanding advantage, despite the fact that Omniscient are getting a few kills here. All of it is in preservation of the rotation rather than that all-important scrap time.
As we head over towards the next hill, Kings will be merely 13 seconds or so away. Make it 15. Let's round it up. Kills starting to flow through for them though. And I wonder if the resolution, I wonder if the fight from Omniscient that we have seen throughout this series so far is just starting to ever so slightly waver. Saturn's and Cathila are starting to find a couple of kills and important ones for them. Omniscient needs to be somewhat perfect. Grizz from behind, not going to find anything, so Omniscient starting to get a steady foothold here. Over towards P3. Can they continue to rack up these points? They're starting to find kills, but looking over towards Kings, 2 operators slowly going to be available. Saturn's has pretty much wasted his, but still locking it down. Time is still here for Omniscient, but Kings in a good spot to maybe do something about it.
Yeah, all we need is one break from Kings, and this should be their game. There we go, good effort there from Says, but he gets cut short now. Razmo going to use the claw. This thing, it bounces off walls. It's such a big problem here in such a close space. Close quarters, Razmo's going to find yet another one. Drari will respond though. Still the 15 seconds are on the board here for Kings to close out the game. You've just got to survive a little longer, but they're in now. From the side comes Lucky, looking for the double, only finds one. This can still be done here.
8 seconds to go. Omniscient, you've got to throw absolutely everything at it. You've got to get a touch, you've got to get somebody in. Kings were so far behind in map number 4. But they say absolutely not like this. Map 5 is where we are heading. Kings bring that one back. Omniscient will be kicking themselves. Will be massively kicking themselves. They played that first rotation so well, and then everything that they did well just disappeared from their brains. It just felt like maybe they started to panic a little bit. Maybe they started to think, bloody hell, we're going to do this. And then all of a sudden, it's like, it's the composure there. They were in such a good spot there, Brody, but Kings sent us through on map number 5.
Yeah, just insane. Honestly, Omniscient, I mean, look, I'll be honest. If I was a teacher of hardpoint, you know, I wanted to show my students, what does perfect hardpoint look like? I'd show them the first 4 hills from Omniscient. It was just insane control, perfect flipping of all those all-important P1 and P2 rotations. And then it just started to slip away. I think as we got into the second set, it was the P1 and P2 rotation. It felt like Omniscient, it should have been theirs by right. And then massive plays come through. Kings really start to pick up the pace. And I've got to say, a lot of it came from Inferno, who right now, as we can see at the moment, is on 28 kills. That number just skyrockets as we get through the rest of the hard point. An insane individual performance from him.
I mean, sitting at 41 at this stage, surely you broke the 50. I honestly didn't really pay attention. It must have been a lot.
It was a lot across the board.
There was a lot going on, mate. I'll not lie to you. We'll have a look at the scoreboard. Did he close it with it?
One off. Inferno, you had one job. 50 bomb. Either way, though.
Gotta do better.
49 is insane. 1 minute 17 inside the hill as well. And I think this is a really important point, right? Is you can very much tell, even beyond the individual performance of Inferno, it is a team effort. You look at 2 minutes in hill for Says, 1 minute 17 for Inferno, 1 minute 26 for Drari. And you can tell that these kills, I mean, they're not just, you know, looking for kills, pointless kills across the map. They are very much inside the hill, defending it towards the back half of that game. Man, what a performance coming out there from Kings to clutch up a game which Omniscient, that should have been theirs.
That's going to sting.
It is.
That potentially is going to sting, considering we're heading into a map number 5 now. If Omniscient don't come out as victors in this one, hey, I mean, if you want to maybe take a step back, and the game's not even over, like, yeah, to sort of say that this performance from Omniscient, though, has been so good. And we've really started to see maybe a team that is going to be part of the conversation here in Europe for being one of the top dogs. We've got a contender, whatever happens here in map number 5. First Blood has already went over towards Kings, and that's something that we didn't see too often, though, in the Search and Destroy of previous. Second kill falls their way here on firearm range, but on Tunisia for Omniscient, a lot of their success was on the back of those First Bloods. They haven't found one here in round number 1.
Yeah, this is the problem for a lot of teams on the offense. Once you've lost the First Blood and you haven't really garnered any map control whatsoever, you might find yourselves stuck, spinning your wheels, and that seems to be the case here for Omniscience, as they're looking for anything, any kind of shoulder they can get from any of these players. But Kings, they're deeply pushed into these bomb sites. Player number 2, Says, pushed all the way up through A alley. And if they do try to rotate, well, they'll be walking straight into the unwelcoming arms of Drari.
Inferno, Drari, finding the kills, and Omni are surely going to lose this round. It's another kill coming through from Drari, and I just wonder, you know, I'm sort of thinking to myself throughout that first round, after those first few kills go through, it's pretty much done, but where are the heads at for both these two teams? If you're Kings, it's a game that you would have come into expecting the same old 3 or 3-1, very dominant performances. Omniscient have come out. Have they potentially let it slip? Are they feeling maybe a little bit nervous here in map number 5? A lot of questions to be answered, which will hopefully be answered over the next few rounds of Search and Destroy between these two teams. Hey, throw me to overtime. I'm not used to that either. Honestly, I'm used to just sending it in round 11 for a Search and Destroy, but we got a long way to go here. No First Bloods picked up from either two teams. 5 bodies on the map from both squads, I say that, as Grizz now falls. Omni will find one. It's on the back of Rasmo, who was influential for them in the Tunisia Search and Destroy. Can he be as influential here on Firing Range?
Yeah, and the thing is, Omniscient in this round here on the offense, they've got a lot of information to work with, right? They know where players were positioned in the last round, and the look is really not all that different, perhaps being a little bit more passive, especially from the likes of Drari. Back alley, Satins has seen him now, and now you have to double chow this. If you individually chow this Satins, I swear to Jesus.
He's just going to lose the gunfight. I mean, the position that he's in with the Switchblade, he's managed to get himself over towards the top tin window. Lucky will find one, and he just catches Drari on his way over. No Saz, no Says. He's now finding himself in the caravan, and he's just trying to stay alive. He knows the push is going to be coming through. Rasmo dead to right. Well played from Says. 2 versus 4. Not impossible here for Kings. Oh, very much not impossible. No, and he finds the hit marker there onto Lucky as well, but the kills fly on through. Scary for a second, but ultimately the round will go over towards Omniscient.
Yeah, and so many rounds here in Search and Destroy against some of the top teams in Europe and the top teams in North America. You'll see kind of these, I don't want to call Omniscient a lower level team, because that's not the case, but maybe outside of the expectations of the top 2, the top 3, right, will kind of just falter once they lose a round like round number 1. But no, adaptations made from Omniscient, that is what you want to see out of a team that is contesting to be considered one of the top teams here in European Challenge season. However, the start for Kings, a little bit different, but the result is still the same. The first blood will be theirs from Drari, followed up with a snipe from Marvel as well. Now Omniscient, once again, in that same position from round number 1. They haven't made any move. They are stuck around wood.
Grenade to maybe just help Drari out, and well, Inferno finds the pick on Rasmo. Oh, doesn't find the next. Nox will be there to find the shots, and good play coming in from Gathila, expecting the aggression to come through. And the problem he has for Omniscient is that they have kind of been pinned back into their spawn. Next gunfight crucial. Gathila, not even part of it. Grizz already over towards Wood and just deals with them. Nox and Gathila then dropping Kings now. 2-1 to the good. The aggression seems to be working out a lot better for Kings here. Omniscient seem a little bit haphazard. They seem a little bit passive. And is it just not working in their favor right now? A lot of search and destroy to be played, but Kings with the advantage.
And it is a concern I do have about top teams sometimes, right, with how aggressive they can be. For Kings, though, it feels like it's working out pretty well. Now, very similar look here. Aggression coming out from Omniscient. Utility being thrown from afar. Inferno, can he find any looks here? Helping out teammates over by Trailer Park. Well, Inferno gets one for free. Rasmo's just going to give too much of his body away. And now Kings looking pretty good on the defense, I was going to say, but Sands comes through with a double, and now they have to adapt. Inferno looking for an exit frag. Kafila, if you peek, mate, your head will be gone.
Inferno waiting ever so patiently on as soon as he comes away from it. Gathila is there, peeking his head up, trying to help his teammates out. 3 versus 4 now, make it 3 versus 3, I should say, sorry. Satins is the one to fall. Next kill would be big. Gathila is the one to find out Marvel, and he's just been sat behind this bomb, causing Inferno all kinds of problems. Shots ringing out. Are they going to be good enough? Not quite. So we'll find one on the Lucky. Nox will find one back, but now it says left in 1 versus 2, and just not enough time in the world to find this one going his way. The shots are clean, but not clean enough.
Oh boy, Omniscient, aggressive, and again, the change of tact is exactly what you want to see out of Omniscient. They recognize what happened in the last round didn't work for them. Let's just try and hit A as fast as humanly possible, because they know, again, where Kings are going to be positioned. It's not that difficult to find the power positions here on Fire Range, Search and Destroy. Trust me, we see a lot of it here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But now Omniscient, once again, back to square one. They've got to find a way to try and break what Kings are bringing to the table. I will say it's a little bit of a different look on the defense. I think they're anticipating that aggression once again. Look where number 5 Drari is positioned.
Expecting maybe a big hit come over towards the back alley side, over towards B. And, well, if you're on your own, you don't want to be caught kind of in the doorway or in top tin. You will be dead quick. Drari in a position where he can back up, where he can potentially just slow down a push. That push hasn't come, though, yet. Omniscient, maybe thinking about it. And just both these two teams kind of playing the pick game. Oh, there's nearly one there from Grizz, but Rasmo not able to hit this shot. So still, the pick game is not quite there. Marvel will be able to find one. Lucky does answer back with a kill into Inferno, though. So 4 versus 4. Looks like Omniscient are eventually concentrating their efforts over towards this A side.
Do they check Sage, though? That's the question. Sage is just going to chill there. Wait, shots through the wall. Yeah, nice check coming through. You know somebody's going to be there at the very least. Sage does get one before falling. Still, though, 3 versus 3. Oh, nice snipe coming through from Marvel, and this offense is completely falling apart. Omniscient look like they might be able to put something together there for a moment, but Kings, quick adaptation, making their way back over towards the site. Now Lucky, 35 seconds. He's going to have the bomb at the very least, but straight into the line of sight of Marvel, who closes out that round and any opportunity for that offensive victory.
It feels like Kings are the ones maybe just being a little bit more proactive here. They're very much not giving Omniscient anything to work with, especially when they're on this defensive side. They are sitting tight. But this time around, Omniscient have, well, maybe throwing a Hail Mary here. Big push coming in over towards the B side, and it's got to be something from Drari. The nade was there to slow it down. The gunfights just all going his way. The ace for Drari's on the cards, runs out of bullets, falls down, but the damage is done. Drari, you absolute beast.
And what a change. I mean, I was going to say the change of tack there, you know, bringing 2 players on the defense over towards B. They did not need 2 players. Drari goes absolutely huge. Maybe Marvel provided some kind of distraction, but getting 4 players on your own, I'll tell you what, mate, pretty darn good play. Kings now, as we switch sides, going to be 4-2 up here. Now we see what their offense looks like, and it seems to be just as passive. Grizz giving a look over towards B, but will get shut down. And now at least they know that there's 2 players over by B.
Information gained, but a player lost. Drari in that round, absolutely insane players. Marvel is able to answer this one back with a kill onto Rasmo. 4 versus 4. And actually a position that Marvel has found himself in. Not a bad spot. Still a little bit of player going on over towards that side of the map as Drari will have a look. But Kuthila does find a kill onto Inferno. And now it is a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Omniscient.
Yeah, I will say they've got nobody inside American here, so they had no idea that they've made the push. They have to just try and react to it a little bit late because number 2 is still just chilling over by B. And yeah, good play call to be fair. Kuthila going to take down 1. Marvel, the last one left alive and not able to do anything despite the self-kill there in the closing moments of the round. Omniscient, their defense looks pretty strong here in round number 1.
sometimes, like, there's a couple of players come out from some of the Kings players where, I mean, we just see Drari walking through the middle of the map, and as you said, there's no control of American. He's just like, ah, well, you know, we'll see what happens. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. More often than not, it really doesn't. Inferno, first blood again. Rasmo now will fall. Having a look over towards the kills. Rasmo really struggling here. As is Grizz, who's somebody who just looked absolutely phenomenal in that first hardpoint map, and really has slowed down since then. Is that a reason as to why Omniscient have been able to bring this one back? Looking over towards it though. Nice setup here for Omniscient. Kings looking to try and find a pick. Of course, they are in a 5v4 situation, but what do they do with that advantage is the main thing.
I think they're still looking for another frag at this point to ascertain some kind of control over the bomb site before they actually get the bomb down. Again, unlike last round, somebody in American this time. Snarks towards the back, going to move away. I think he's been spotted now. The bomb's going to go down. It's a stretch part coming through. So now player inside the trailer park. It's going to be number 3, Gafila. What can they produce? Grizz wants to go with it. Nark's actually going to take him down there on the attempt, but at the very least, Says now is going to be able to grab control of trailer as Gafila falls.
That's a wild child, but Says manages to get away with it, but Inferno up towards top 10. This is just such a difficult position for Omni to try and have to deal with. Inferno just needs to play his life here. Does it for maybe long enough. Satans and Nox, though, starting to combine 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. Says has been spotted out. Satans, it's an ego child. If I've ever seen one, Says will deal with him in Oz. Nox will fall to Marvel. 5-3 now to Kings. Things getting a little bit of tense there for the Kings side, who are in a really dominant position. Omniscient nearly bring it back, but not quite. 5-3 now. Kings looking to try and close this one out. 2 more rounds. Or can Omniscient bring this one back?
Smoke in the middle map to prevent that first snipe from happening again. Lucky going to take down Grizz. But look at this from Kings. They don't care that they've lost a player because they've got the full control of B to themselves, as Omniscient have pretty much given it away for free. And now what does the reaction look like from Omniscient? Because you're going to have to waste about 10 seconds before you even get there.
This first pick from Omniscient is going to be crucial. A 5 versus 3 feels a lot better attacking this site than a 5 versus 4 will do. Drari being stunned out, but he just goes and retakes that position. They just completely allowed them to go in towards the site, and Kings are just picking them off like fish in a barrel. Phenomenal from Kings. They allow the push to come through. Omniscient are maybe just a little bit too stubborn to let them in over towards the B side, and Kings say thank you very much. Let them push in, then they engage. 6-3 Kings, dominant position, 1 round away from closing this one out 3-2. Or can Omniscient bring it back?
There we go. Omniscient now needs 3 rounds on the bounce to force overtime. It's daunting, especially against a roster of Kings caliber. Drari looking for the first blood, not going to find it. Kafida's going to be responsible for that. Grizz with the response, though. All things will calm down for a second at 4v4.
What is the play for Kings? Oh, well, no more playing for Grizz in this round. It's a Hail Mary from Gathila, who's found his 2nd kill of the round. Oh, Marvel with some great shots, and now behind the bomb, Gathila is probably going to have to give that one up. 3 versus 3. Kings thinking about a plan here. Do they have the information? Do they have the utility to actually go for it? It's actually given Omniscient a really good amount of time to find themselves over, and the net is closing around this Kings attack. Bomb eventually will go down. Satans, Gathila are lucky. Have to do something about this.
It's the big 1v1 around the flank. Satans is slowly inching his way forward. Somebody has to make the move. There it is. Satans for the first kill. Gonna find another one as well. Satans goes huge! 3 in a row! And that's another round. First of 3 to survive.
The first one was the crucial one. And after that, you don't have enough bodies on the King's side to look in, well, 15 different directions. You had those 3 players who could lock down each angle. But as soon as Satans finds one, the round's done. He cleans it up in a nice way, though. 6-4 now, still a mountain to climb. Maybe not quite a mountain anymore, it's a small hill, but Omniscient still on the back foot. Kings now on this attacking side. Omniscient looking for this first blood, will not find it. That was very aggressive from Satans in the middle of the map, and are they going to be able to be punished for that? Gathila finds one at the Drari. He's been so good inside of American from the Omniscient side. 10 kills to his name, but needs a little bit of help from the rest of the squad. 4 versus 4.
King's just looking for something. Omniscient have to hold steadfast. There's the first look, but Rasmo gets the better of him. Better weapon for the situation, frankly enough. Marvel, though, lovely nade prediction. Gafila had nowhere to go. No escape from that nade. So a very quick response. Now 3v3. Kings still haven't quite committed to a site just yet, but they are edging towards A.
I think when you get rid of Gathila in that position, he's the one that's been playing American. He's been somewhat on his own. This time around, though, he does have a bit of backup. Nox is inside of American, but he's going to have to be the one to deal with it. First line of contact is dealt with. Marvel takes down Nox, and now that should be remotely free plant for Kings. Over towards the site, the bomb goes down. They've got the sight lines, they've got the pressure. Lucky and Rasmo need to find somewhat of a miracle to get themselves back into this one. And maybe it was a fairy tale that we wanted to happen. Maybe it was something that we wanted to see in the first game. Omniscient have been somewhat brilliant. Oh, have they been brilliant enough, though, to maybe continue this one? Lucky will find the shot onto Marvel. Now a 1 versus 2, 25 seconds to go.
It's still doable. Has to get lucky, though. Not going to peek the middle of the map, will Inferno. So now needs to do it, get his hands dirty to make this happen. Stays on the other side of the wall. He's got a lot to do. The pre-fire from Lucky's not good enough. Inferno the shot, but Lucky will connect for the second. Goes straight onto the fuse. It's a bait play. Says is not going to move until a second later. Says doesn't actually get the kill. How does that happen? Does he have time under the fuse? That's the question from me. Yes, he does just about. The 1v3.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over yet? How? I fully expected it to be over. Says didn't even respond to the bait. He delays it, and yet still Lucky wins the fight.
My hands were just basically on my head. I actually no clue who was going to win that one. Ultimately, though, Kings have absolutely thrown around away, and now has that just raised the sails for Omniscient?
It feels like it, doesn't it? I mean, look at the start of this round, Tunt. Every single kill, pretty much. Yeah, you've lost the bomb over down A lane, and players, I mean, they're not really even in a position to retrieve it.
I was pretty much writing the obituary for Omniscient that it was done. It was over. But Lucky only had 6 kills to his name of the previous 10 rounds, I want to say. Sorry, Matt. But somehow pulls a absolutely crazy 1 versus 3 out of absolutely nothing, but this time around he's been dealt with. Marvel will find the kill. And it's still around that. If Kings win, they win the series.
Yep.
But Omniscient are looking like they're going to force overtime in map number 5 unless Marvel can just pull something out the fire once more. Difficult position to be in, but he has the bomb. 1 versus 2, but they know exactly where he is. Overtime we go somehow. Somehow.
Ready up.
I mean, when you say these things, right, you know, you put it into the atmosphere, they've got to win 3 rounds in a row to survive this matchup with Kings. You don't think it's going to happen. In a way, you try to be positive, but even then, you
got to win 3 rounds and find that 1 versus 3 to stay alive.
Insane.
If they go on to win this, I don't know what Lucky gets for playing for Omniscient, but double whatever it is. Because that is absolutely insane. Crazy players coming out for Omniscient to stay alive. Now King's over towards the defensive side. And you've got a question, whilst we have a slight bit of respite. Where are the heads at for Kings? Where are the heads at for Omniscient? Because it felt like the momentum was fully with Kings. It felt like they were running away with it. They came back in map number 4. They found themselves in a commanding position. They're in a 3 versus 1 to close the series and further cement themselves as at the tippity top of the mountain here in Europe. They lose the 1 versus 3, and all of a sudden we're at an overtime, and all of a sudden Omniscient are very much in this game. But this first gunfight is going to be important. Satins has been insane with the Switchblade. Drari gets dealt with. And he's been such a linchpin, I want to say, for the Kings side, because he's been locking down that side of the map. Now, all of a sudden, Kings have to rotate, and Omniscient say, yeah, bet. We're making our move over towards it.
Another kill as well. Prasmo going to find Says. Doesn't that just apply the pressure tenfold to get Inferno over here? Has to do so much. At least 1 kill. No, not even that. Say Omniscient, you wanted 3 rounds in a row, we'll give you 4. Now, a 5 versus 2 scenario. Marvel and Grizz have no choice but to separate and make individual plays the way to win out this round. First look, good for Grizz. Not good enough for Marvel, though, and now they know where Grizz is. It's done. What a round.
Dead to rights from Omniscient. 7 to 6. Oh, which way? Which way does this one go?
Defend the objective.
Kings now. What can you find on the attacking side of things? You weren't able to hold down the defense, so you've got to go on. Well, I mean, it's typically the least favored, but it's a big hit over towards this B side, and it's a big shot onto Lucky. Complete control is given up, and all of a sudden, that's a big kill. The fact that they can find Inferno without losing anybody, well, I'll say that momentarily, as Nox will then fall as well. Marvel in a really good position. King's now in a good spot to maybe tie things up at 7-7, but can Omniscient find another round out of absolutely nothing? It's a huge gunfight from Satins, finds Grizz.
Doesn't get hyper-aggressive as well off the back of that. Waits to Rasmo to deal with it. Yeah, nicely done on the backside now. Gafila's not going to get that gunfight. Now Satins, 1v1 to close out the search and destroy. He's looking for him. He's also got to define the defuse, though, so you've got to reserve 4 to 5 seconds for that. And patient as you like. Around the back, he's checking every single corner possible. Now coming to a head here in the closing moments. Does he check right? No! Says is going to hold his nerve. Little pre-fire for the bomb, and we're going to another round.
You never know which way this one's going to twist and turn. Next to get to is obviously the number 9. Both these two teams do need to find that 2-round deficit.
Defend the objective.
I have no idea. Honestly, Brody, I haven't got a clue. No idea which way this one's going to go. Satins nearly coming up with the play. It's now the attacking round. Coming out for our Omniscient. Is it going to be the push over towards B? I think they just had such a bad experience with Drory over there that they think, well, maybe we'll just try and pick them off over towards A. Both these two teams playing very passively, find themselves in a situation where any misstep may well just cost your team the game. Hey, it's the first game of the season for these players. There's a long way to go. There's a lot of time to repair any mistakes, but this is a series you don't want to lose at this stage. We're into overtime on map number 5. Nobody likes to lose these.
And it's the exact same situation from what feels like an eternity ago now, right? The very beginning of this search and destroy, where Omniscient on the offense, just trying to feel out Kings, get an idea for where they are, and the look on the defense is still relatively different here. Haven't got a player pushed all the way up, but there's the first blood coming through from Rasmo, and that's going to force Says to move position here to try and back up Drari over towards B.
What's the play call? You got a bit more of an advantage now. That's 5 versus 3. This is to put yourself up and then going over towards the defensive side. You've got to be feeling good if you're Omniscient. If you're Kings, you've got to maybe try and pull something out here. Kings really, I mean, they've read it. They've read it perfectly. Marvel will be the only one to fall over towards the A side, but if you're Omniscient, do you have time to rotate this one round? The answer is yes, you do. But the player that's potentially going to be a problem is going to be Says. Not close enough. And Drari is there on his way over as well, but not close enough to maybe stop this bomb going down. It's halfway there. It's 3/4. It's down.
Bomb has been planted.
It's a 1 versus 4 now for Says. That doesn't feel likely.
It would be sensational, wouldn't it? Says manages to pull this one off. Look, still within the realms of possibility. Probability, well, no, but still difficult. Says gets some shots into one. No more than that. Nox with the coverage. Well done for Omniscient. Peeking their nose out in the lead once again. And now we reset ourselves, switching sides once more. Kings, last round hunt. It was that strategy that helped them previously. Straight towards B they went. Now straight towards A.
It might be heavy A. It might be heavy A. This might well be on Gathila to maybe find something. He hasn't even checked it. All the utility being flown out towards him has just backed him on down. These next couple of gunfights are so important, but Kings have completely taken control of the site and absolutely scot-free. Nox is going to fall as well. And every single time you think they're down and out, well, they might be. Gathila, Rasmo find a couple of kills. It's a 4 versus 3.
Numbers in favor of Omniscient here for the retake. Drari going to bring this to 3 versus 3. Gathila, though, fearless as ever. Spots out one inside the trailer. Now notice there's 2 in. Has to wait for the teammate. Doesn't even have the choice anymore. Drari gets yet another kill. Now 25 seconds here. Another kill coming through from Marvel. Lucky for yet another 1 versus 3. Surely not again from behind. Grizz with the denial. And Kings send us to yet another round.
These attacking rounds are somewhat feeling easy. These two teams just, I want to say it's really brave player from Kings as well. You lose this round, you lose this series, and you just send it towards A. No, Omniscient, what's the plan here for you? I mean, you've lost a couple of kills already, Says and Kriggs. Starting to find their flow, and Grizz has found a second. He's been really quiet in the back end of this series, but quiet no longer. Satins on this attacking round, we've seen 4 attacking rounds in a row won by either one of these two teams. It's about to flip. Unless Satins finds the 1 versus 5, I mean...
Possibly. Look, Crazier things, right?
Doesn't have the bomb. Has no positioning. Has 5 players to deal with.
You're telling me you wouldn't pull this off?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no. To be fair, you couldn't pull a 1v1 off, so understandable. But
Relax.
Satins, what do you do in this situation? Just like get something, right? Try and take some players down for some kind of value in this round. Drari going to finish it off in what is ultimately a flawless round from Kings. And that is important because for the last 4 rounds straight, I believe it's the offensive side that have won out. Kings on the defense here. They changed tact completely by getting hyper-aggressive through mid. Now, Kings, a chance to close it.
On the attacking side, the aggression has worked so many times.
It's the strat.
Yeah,
towards B.
They've hit over towards B. They have lost a player though. Satins has managed to find a kill, which I believe over towards another map, and this is just going to be such an important gunfight. Grizz has got to find something, and it's only shots in the bodies. And all of a sudden, the reach-out can actually come through there from Satins. No gunfight is won, and Kings are backing up.
I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of glad they did this. If I'm a Kings fan, you were just going to lose that, right? I mean, Omniscient, they made the play call. They read it completely well, adapted. And now,
big gunfight.
1v1 event. Yeah, Satins going to lose that one. Now an opportunity here for Kings to perhaps rotate over towards A. I do wonder, though, is this actually a double blind? Do they instead go back towards B, knowing that now A is completely open?
Got to be considering it. I think the problem here for Kings is the bomb carrier in, I believe, Says. It's the one furthest back. He's wanting to be the one that makes the move, and he may well make the move based off that kill from Drari. But what is it? Do you stick or you twist? Do you go over towards A, or do you go back over towards B? Oh, if Inferno hits that, it may well be the round. 52 seconds left. It's still plenty of time. Kings have still got a decision to make. The decision is back over towards A, back over towards the bomb site where Omniscient somehow extended this series into what has now become. But could this be the end once more? Nox, oh, he's got to hit the shot, and he does. Inferno gets dealt with. It's a great snap. Now a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Omni.
Stuck inside the trailer. Omni looking to overwhelm. Here we go. First gunfight for Grizz, though. He wins it. Second for Grizz as well. Now a 2v1, and oh my god, it's over. If you come for the Kings, you better not miss. It takes us 18 rounds, excuse me, but it is over. Ton, first overtime, mate. 18 rounds.
Yeah, it's a big, big game coming in from Kings to finally seal that win. And I mean, just an incredible, incredible game from these two. We'll speak about their Search and Destroy specifically. For me, you know, Kings would have been kicking themselves because Omniscient should have never, ever, ever been in that. The 1 versus whatever it was from Lucky was absolutely absurd. And to force the overtime, Kings still having the, I want to say, the resoluteness to continue and play the way that they were, even after the setback, and to find themselves then winning this series, they will be absolutely ecstatic about. But Omniscient are here to play. They are very much here to play. I'll tell you that. Wow, what a game.
I feel like Bobby has a lot to say about this match. First of all, you were technically correct. Okay, it was Kings that came out on top. We did somehow go the full 5 into an OT. You were also incorrect for your prediction. You said Omniscient correctly the entire time.
How?
And Bobby said that I'm the curse because before the show even started, Brody, I had said we've seen these types of crazy OTs in EU before. This is exactly what we got.
Yeah, it's just insane. I mean, like, when we were going to get our first OT, that was the question for us here, casting Snapdragon Pro Series for the first time. Pretty good first one, I think it's fair to say, right? Going all the distance, and it's just insane. The little adaptations that they were making against one another, pretty much constantly recognizing, hey, look, you know, this is what's worked in previous rounds. I think King tried that B hit 3 different times, and it worked 2. And then Omniscient were like, hey, all right, we know we're going to try it. We read it perfectly, made a differential, but it just... insane. That is an insane Search and Destroy for us to cast.
Bobby, summarize your thoughts.
Like I expected, it was an easy 3-0 win for Kings. Like, no surprises. I underestimated Omniscient 100%. That was a certified banger of a series. Both teams made a decent amount of mistakes on pretty much every map, so there's definitely something to learn from. But that was about all you can ask for from a first day in the EU.
I mean, we knew that that was going to be one of our closest matches here today, but that really illustrated just how potentially hard it's going to be, not only to be in the top 4 overall to get through to the Challenge Finals, but specifically to get that spot all the way through to Mobile Masters, if this is what our top teams are going to be playing like, and if this is how close these series will be. You just did 2 in a row, Ton. How you feeling?
Tired after that one. Honestly, I think for me though, it was such a back and forth as well. Like the way that the game played out, especially like for me, I was watching Kings, and you were definitely seeing flurries of that team that you expect to be that #1 team. You were seeing different moments here and there. You're like, oh yeah, you can see the pedigree. But then for Omniscient, it just felt like they were getting something out of nothing. That lucky 1 versus 3, I don't even know how to begin to explain that. And then that forces the overtime. And there was, for me, in this series, there was just so many mindset changes between the two teams. There has to have been, because at one stage, Kings would have been absolutely laughing, and then Omniscient bring it back, and they're like, holy hell, we could possibly win. So many back and forth moments. It's a very memorable one to kick off the first day, I'd say. But for me, I just, the question remains to me, is that a poor performance from Kings or Omniscient the real deal? That's what we just don't know from that performance so far, is all I'm going to say.
And Bobby, that's something we were talking about when we were watching the match too. You brought up Lucky Ton. Lucky, somebody we've seen do that type of a pop-off performance last season as well. The question is he going to be able to now carry that through the entire season?
Yeah, we saw that from both the 117 players and the Animus players last season, because obviously they finished top 2 teams through the regular season of the challenge season, but then totally fell apart in the playoffs. So it is amazing to see them doing that early on, and obviously in a matchup of this much importance makes it that much more special. But it once again begs the question, can they carry that momentum through and continue to execute in the playoffs? Obviously, it's not guaranteed yet, but based on the way Omniscient played, it's tough to imagine a scenario where they're not at least in contention for it.
Yeah, it's potentially a preview of what we might see towards the end of the season. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the teams do, but that was literally just the second match of the day. We're only at the halfway point. We still have 2 more matches in store, which means on our side of things, it's time for another short break. Let our casters catch their breath, let our players get ready for match number 3, and when we return, it will be K23 versus Team Ricey. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are looking towards our third match of the day, and let me correct myself from before the break. It is Xantium versus Team Ricey for match number 3. Apologies on that, but we are ready to start getting into more action after what was a very exciting match number 2. If you missed it, go back and check out the VOD if you can. Okay, all the way, the first full 5 that we've had in any of our Call of Duty Mobile season so far into an OT for that final S&D. Fantastic matchup. Very, very strong performance there from some of our potentially top teams in the region. And now we get to see what some of these newer squads can do. Like I said, it is Xantium versus Team Ricey. Brody, tell me what we can expect out of this matchup.
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I feel like this is going to be the biggest question mark of all of the matches we've got today, just because there are very little we know about these teams. I think there's maybe a couple of players on Xantium that we know of. We've heard of the organization before. For Ricey, it was kind of peculiar to watch them in the open finals because I think they played exclusive, if I remember correctly, and it was not great. And then I think in their qualification matchup, they just looked significantly better. Like their fundamentals were there. Everything was on point. So it's going to be a weird one for me. I think this is going to be a really important one for both of these teams, though, because if you lose to these guys, I don't know what's going to happen against like your exclusives and your Kings Clan and now your Omniscient.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something we talk about a lot here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is one of those opportunities for some of these newer teams to make their way through in the open finals, have an opportunity to compete up against the best of the best in the region and see what they can kind of bring to the table. And if they realize that they're not up to snuff yet, then maybe they've got some stuff to work on. But like you said, a lot unknown for both of these squads. We'll take a look at Xantium's roster and I mean, we're going to see some names here that we probably don't know that well, Bobby, so I don't know if anyone's going to jump out at you, but...
Bouchon is the one player on this roster that's somewhat notable. I believe he was at the bare minimum on one of the stage 4 rosters. I think he actually got subbed out at some point, but watching this squad during the opens, they definitely look significantly better than some of the other squads that we saw, and I feel like are at least a step above Ricey. That being said, I'm not giving that like a ton of confidence, so
Sure.
I'm not making like any type of prediction on this one because, like Brody said, it's pretty much a coin flip.
Well, we'll hop on over to Ricey's roster as well, and I don't think there were any changes made from open finals to here, but this is one of those times, Ton, where even if we don't know a lot about them, this is an opportunity for those players to tell us what we want to know about them.
Yeah, you know, it's all about setting your own story, and I think, you know, for a team like Ricey, you've got to kind of look at what just happened in that previous series. Are things maybe a little bit more competitive at the top than we possibly thought? I know they may be a little bit further back than the squads that we've just seen, but is there a potential opportunity for teams like this to cause some upsets? They need to set their stall out here, though, with a decent enough win. You know, they're going up against some unknowns. They want to come into this with, I don't want to say commanding win, but something comfortable would be nice for them. So heading into this one, it's their game to lose. Are they going to be able to make it count, though, and try to get a win on something that could be a bit more difficult and set themselves away on a good amount of momentum? Is kind of what you want to do.
Exactly. Definitely an opportunity to get some momentum heading into tomorrow, because if you guys at home don't know, this is just day 1. We've got 2 days of EU Call of Duty Mobile action, so this is an opportunity for teams to start to get to know each other a little bit better. We go again tomorrow with 4 more matches, and then they have to wait a week in between before we do it all over again. So this should be a pretty interesting matchup. We'll get those picks and bans up on the screen so we can start talking about those and see how we're feeling about it. I don't think we'll get anything too wild on here, though, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm kind of looking for, again, because we've got so little information on these teams, did we see any of these guys play these maps during the open finals, during those qualifier matches? The answer to that is yes. We saw a takeoff hardpoint from Xantium. It was a 250-51 over the ALB Eagles. Now, granted, it was the ALB Eagles. I think it was kind of a very easy match for them. That's no slight to ALB. It's just the way that they played. They played it really, really well, but still showing some confidence. I remember it pretty well that, you know, the key rotations, they got control of them. Looking throughout the rest of the series here, the Fire Range Search and Destroy, that could be a good one for Ricey. And then we get down to that raid control. Both of these two teams played it in their qualifier matchup. So, and both of them, I believe, for 3-0. So that bodes well for both teams.
Bobby, I see you thinking over there.
Oh, I'm not really thinking a whole lot.
Are you laughing at the firing range?
I was laughing at the thought of ALB Eagles. You know, they were fun to watch. I missed them.
Well, that and now that we do see firing range up there, though, that was something that we saw literally every single series when it came to those open finals. We're getting a little bit more variety out of our squads now, so it's back now in our map pool. How are you feeling about it?
I've had some refreshers through stage 5 and what we've seen over the past couple of days. So I'm ready for more firing range search and destroy. That being said, we did just see it, but that's the nature of the map pool as it is. So it's definitely always going to be one of the go-to favorites for these guys just because it's a phenomenal search and destroy map. So I like the look of the map pool, and I think it should be a competitive one with how common all the maps that they picked are, especially as far as what's normal for COD Mobile competitive.
All right, well, I'm going to get you two headed on over to the other half of the studio as we prepare to get into match number 3. And while they walk over, Ton, I'm going to get your thoughts on the map pool as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see something other than Hacienda to kick things off as well. I always like to, maybe mix it up in that sense. I'm interested to see how the first map goes, though, between these two teams. I think, we're seeing something a little bit different coming out. If we can maybe see somebody come out the gates nice and hot, then we'll see how things go from there. But yeah, map number 1, I think, will be important.
I mean, even that last series was a really good indication of just how much the mode can determine your fate as well, because obviously Kings were super strong on those hard points. Those were the opportunities to bounce back when Omniscient was really shutting down every other mode. It could be see something similar here.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase is always kind of being coined in Call of Duty that S&D wins championships. Statistically, it's actually hardpoint. So I think hardpoint is probably the more important. So you really do want to make sure you lock those in. If you can get them in, you're more than likely going to win the series. So if they can get map number 1, they should be feeling good, whoever it is.
Sure. All right. Well, we're going to see who it is to take home map number 1 because match number 3 is ready to go. So Brody, Bobby, let's dive into it.
All right. Definitely lots of question marks heading into this one. No expectations for realistically anybody. So it should be a fun viewing experience for us and for the people at home. Brody, any notes of significant players on either of the squads from the opens?
Yeah, you know what, actually, it's kind of funny, right? Because I know that you like your nukes when we do get to see him. It's worth saying that Aspect almost did drop one in their qualification match against ALB. Now, I know ALB. But still, it's notable, again, Aspect didn't just do that, but he also played pretty well throughout the entirety of that series, so maybe a player to watch as we get into it. But for the other side as well, I'm looking at players like Kalo and Turtle, Carlo and Turtle, I don't know, someone on Twitter will angrily tweet me or zeet me or whatever the phrase is these days if I get the pronunciation incorrect. Regardless, in towards this one with this we go. It feels kind of like a Dropbox in a way, right? We're going to be treated as something we don't know what it is.
Yeah. I believe we actually do have Sushi subbing in for Turtle in this one. Definitely was one of the notable players in the earlier rounds for Ricey, so we'll see what he can bring to the table. But it is going to be Ricey hopping on the hard point early on right here. Trades back and forth. Xantium, not Zidium, for those of you at home who did watch our challenge season 3. It does look very similar, but I promise you it is a different team. They're able to lock in some big hard point time right here, and any big chunk you can ever get on P1, always going to be a great sign as they seem to be locking in some map control, able to cut off those rotations. We'll see what they can do toward P2.
Yeah, I really like this from Xantium so far. They seem to have a really good knowledge of exactly where Ricey are going to be spawning from, and again, just locking down all those different lanes to garner quite a lot of time on P1. This is something that you don't, generally speaking, see on Call of Duty, is seeing a lot of time going to either side on P1. It's generally very contested. Now we go to P2 though. Xantium did have one player over there, that was Zukers, who does end up falling. Now they're gonna have to rely on a player like Bouchon to try and make some kind of moves forward. At the very least, a contest would be nice before the kill pops. And a killer drone in the air could potentially do some damage. Sushi on the other side, you're gonna find 2 kills. This is kind of the problem, right? Is you can just like pre-fire against the stairs and get kills like that, but Xantium's not going down easy.
Yup. Nice setup in the top side. Trophies get put down. Nades across as Ricey trying to find their first big chunk of hard point time. Big damage right there, but unfortunately trades do go through for Xantium. Getting back onto the hard point, they continue to move upward, and obviously some struggles for Ricey really controlling the map. They've been spawning in that one set point for the entirety of the time, which is what seems to be exactly what Xantium are looking for. They're able to lock down the top side and keep that crossfire from outside of P2, and For the time being, they can pretty much continue to rack up the time, or at the bare minimum keep things contested as they look to maintain that setup toward P3.
Yeah, Ryu picks up a double there for Zantium to grab the time. If it's your Ricey, you're really upset with how that one goes, especially considering now, by the way, you're spawning over by P2, not a spawn you want, as Zantium should be the first team to touch over by P3. As long as all goes well, they are actually picking up a couple of kills here, Ricey, on the rotation. Aspect's going to have to do a little bit of work to keep them clear away from the hard point. He's already got one. For the second, Carlo, though, going to deny with the double. Now here come Ricey, outside the hill. Time for the Gravity Vortex gun. This thing is so good for clearance. It's not going to grab anything just yet, but it will keep them away. There you go. Finally does get the kill against Brinks. It's so good to keep these guys away from the hill. And for the moment, Zantium, they hold.
Yep. Perfect hard point out of them so far on takeoff. Bad timing for Bouchon as he does get traded, so Ricey find their first break on in. Ryu's got some streaks to work with as he has been cooking so far in this one. Has an operator if he wants it as well, and right now Zantium trying to find a break back on into the hard point, but it looks like they will be able to find it right there. Trades go back and forth. Looks like it's going to be a back and forth affair, but fortunately for Zantium, Aspect ready to go on P4.
A big rotation coming out here from Zantium. Got a couple of players in. Want to get a little bit of help coming out from number 3 on the mini-map. That's going to be Ryu, who does actually lose the gunfight. So one player does get past behind enemy lines and rushes. Not only picks up one, picks up a second as well. Still hanging about here. And Aspect just going to chill in a rather weird spot. He's actually going to win the gunfight. Nice kill from Rushes, who picks up 3 separate gunfights there to give Ricey temporary control. And I say temporary because Zantium are right back snapping at the heels once again. It only takes 10 seconds for the hill to flip back in their control.
Yeah, outside of P2, neither team's control of any of the hard points has looked super convincing. So we'll see if Zantium can lock back in and get a big chunk right here. Pred's gonna drop. That should be able to do a nice amount of damage. And there it is, the Claw doing the rest. Zakur's able to find 2 right there, and we do see some more of the operators starting to come out. You talked about Aspect not having his best game right now, only 5 kills on the board, but Ryu's going to be able to stack up a few more, and it looked like Aspect was popping the operator, but not a ton of value to be found for him, unfortunately. Ricey will be able to break back on in and should be able to at least get the scrap time right here and set up some of that high ground control as they head toward P1.
And Ricey will at least dent the lead that Zantium had built up over the first 3 kills as we go into the second set. Some resistance to be found, it would seem, on P4. Now, though, into the second, when you see a better look coming out from the squad here on P1, already starting to get control of the top stadium side. Forget, on the hunt for some of these kills. Try and garner some control around P1. Gonna outplay Rushes. Didn't quite expect them to go through the bottom of construction. Forget with the route. We'll be looking pretty good here. Zantium, within 15 seconds, remove Ricey from the hill.
Kahlo's trying to hold down that stairway so they can maintain that building control, but it looks like it's not meant to be. Bouchon looking to clear. Zakur's is actually going to be the one to take down the final kill. And as expected, back and forth over on P1. Ricey will lock in some more time right here. But obviously, all eyes on P2 as both these teams get ready for this setup, and that's going to be Kahlo up there early. Not only able to keep the contest right here, but setting themselves up well for a hard point that they did not look strong on the first time around.
Yeah, they got like 5-6 points on the last go around. Zantium are doing such a stellar job at just keeping them out of the hill. This time they should be the first team to touch. I believe there's 2 players currently situated inside. A long wraparound coming through from Zukers that could be super effective. At least gets 1 from the middle of the map. That'll alleviate some pressure on that lane. Elsewhere inside the hill, Ryu doing some damage as well. So Zantium starting to poke holes in the defense here of this hard point. Ricey having none of it though. Etudes trying to find their way through. Carlo as well, but both of them do end up falling. Again, Zantium, they are just poking and prodding at this hill. Aspect just going to wait here for a second for a little bit of help, and now it's time to start seeing some of these specialists. Forget, going to bring out that war machine, firing it from afar, and it's super duper effective.
This is a very, very different hard point when you add operators into the equation, and it's given Ricey a little bit more punch to be able to fight back, despite the fact that they have not been able to get those spawns go the way they wanted to. Grav Vortex doesn't find a ton of value for Bouchon right there, but able to find 1. And it looks like for the time being, Zantium are very happy to keep things contested. This is going to be overall a very long game of hardpoint with the amount of contest time we've seen between these 2 teams. Ricey doing a good job of making sure it doesn't get too out of control too quickly. They're able to bring things back just a little bit right here as they only sit down 40 heading back to P2.
Yeah, well, last time around it was the Gravity Vortex gun that helped out Zantium quite a fair bit. This time it's going to have to be the equalizers in the hands of Ryu. who's currently chilling inside. Sushi trying to find a route up top. Etudes looking to find his way through, but Zukers is going to shut them down. Great positioning coming out from Zantium across the map at the moment. Look at Forget over by P4 already. It's annoyance that you just simply have to deal with. Despite these close spawns from Ricey, they cannot find their way through. Every single gunfight being won where required by Zantium. And you just can't afford to chow Ryu. Well, Sushi's going to do so and actually wins the gunfight. So a good look at the last 30 here for Ricey.
Big opportunity, but Aspect's got to lock things in below, and that's a Sparrow gone. What more damage can he do? Deagle comes out, and he's able to find one before the Gravity Vortex hits. This is a big investment for Ricey, especially with how late this is in the hardpoint. They're going to need to find maximum time here if it's going to be worth their while, and Zakur's up top has still got to be dealt with. Could potentially clear things off, and he does just that. So no scrap time to be found for Ricey. Zantium continue to build on that lead, and unfortunately for Ricey, they have not been able to make much of a dent in it, as Bouchon's going to be able to lock down the top side, and once again in a good position to chain P3 and P4 together right here.
And well, the one thing I will say, Ricey only 60 points behind at the moment. What is that? One whole hard point. If Ricey can break and hold for a good hill, they'll be right back into this game, but they've got to break right about now, otherwise this lead will worsen. Zantium in control. They know where Ricey is spawning as well. Just got to pre-fire down the doorway. Bouchon, Aspect looking for the kills. Carlo and Sushi, though, will deny. Ricey forcing their way through as Carlo finds the double. Now Zantium coming through with those P3 spawns. They're going to get this another look. Aspect the next one through. Bouchon as well. Everybody falling out the windows and the doors. Ricey, this is a huge time for them.
They can get back into this one if they can continue to hold right here. Rush going to be able to hold the front side. Purifier pops. Nobody's coming through that one anytime soon. They seem to have the backside locked down as well. Zantium farming some kills right here, but it's not going to be enough to make any type of an impact on the hard point as that one final push gets shut down. And that 60-70 point lead is dwindling quickly, now closer to the 30-point mark. An opportunity for them to get their first win here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see what they can do. Kahlo, 33 on the board, is doing big time damage for this squad.
Big hill here for Ricey. If they can get away with this hill of 20 to 25 seconds, I think you'd be happy. And of course, taking the rest of the time away from Zantium, keeping it contested at least. Ricey doing a pretty good job at the moment. Kills all happening around the board here for Ricey. They've got players in a variety of different positions, and all of them are picking up something of value for the squad. Finally, somebody from Zantium manages to make their way through. Make that 3 different players from Zantium looking to contest on the time. A double from Forget, but I love this play from Ricey. Yes, there's still 25 seconds on the hill, but they know how important the PT rotation is. They really lost it at the last 2 sets of rotations. This time, they really want it, and they're in control.
I've not seen many Zantium players win any gunfights in the past minute and a half. It has been all blue in the feed. Rush does some damage there, not enough to get the kill, but it'll force them back and prevent any type of push right here. Sushi, a quick 3-piece, making it look like nothing. And with Rush in the top side, it's not going to be easy for Zantium to capitalize on the fact that they're still in that position where they felt so comfortable. Pred Missile has been earned. Aspect's going to be able to find one, but the Gravity Vortex could not be any more perfect. Sushi will find 2 there.
Yeah, and that Gravity Vortex gun is so good for this hardpoint in particular because it's such a narrow hallway, right? The zoning is even more pertinent. But look at the operators across the board here for Zantium. 4 coming out simultaneously. This needs to work. Bouchon, his Gravity Vortex gun is going to combine 3. Exactly what I just said. It's so difficult to even slightly avoid it. It will pull you in. And now Ricey have to get past the Annihilator of Aspect 2. Zantium looking so good at the moment. This is a huge investment for them. It has to work.
Yeah, they've got to look to grow this lead, especially with the amount of investment they put in, and they're just not managing to clear around the corners. Ricey can very easily just continue to rush up, hide behind the trash can there, but it looks like they're going to opt to rotate early. We'll see what happens with that Pred Missile in the hands of Aspect. Does not look to cut off rotations and loses that gunfight as well. So even with the lead that they built, good positioning for Ricey right here to be able to set up in the top side, cut off those rotations, and get a big chunk here on P3.
You know what, actually, I feel like it might have been over-rotation here or over-investment from Zantium in towards P2 because Ricey got the spawns off the back of that. Now, it's about holding. Zantium just 24 points away from victory here. And they're sitting inside. Big Sparrow utilization coming out from Rushes. Picks up 2. Last time around, that was where he got cut short. The Purifier from Etudes coming out with water. Not that helpful to burning people, but it will drown them. And Etudes drowns 3 in a row. Ricey looking good at the moment here on the initial hold.
Only 10 points separating these two teams. Zakurs tries to push on in, not able to find the progress, but reinforcements are there. Operators invested once again. Kalo's got an Annihilator to work with. Hunter Killer has been earned for Rush as well. Not a whole lot of value for Kalo as he does get taken down right there, and Xantium find their way back into the hard point. If they play it perfectly, can win it here, but it looks like it's probably going to go to a P4. Little bit of contest time right here, and I don't think it's enough for the Ghost Tick. We head on over to P4, and who's there? It's Xantium ready to lock in this win.
Yeah, Ricey did not have control of the spawn. Xantium, 3 seconds though. There's a little bit of a grace period before the kill hops. Is it enough here for Ricey to find their way through? The kill feed doesn't look like that's the case whatsoever. A little bit of help from the middle of the map for Forget as well. And Xantium, really, if anything, off the early game lead that they built up, able to win map number 1. Really good map control out of them, and I think I really want to specifically call out P2. Just Xantium, I think for all 3 times it popped up, they had total control of it, and I think that was a really good exemplification of just how much control they had over that game.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a more 2- or 3-dimensional push on both teams out of P2. It felt like very much it was just send everybody up the stairs and hope you win the gunfights rather than sending pinches, rather than hitting some flanks to try to suppress those spawns and keep players pushed back. But absolutely no question, those teams went at it on every single hard point. Ricey very nearly made the comeback right there, but Xantium just built a little bit too much of a lead and were able to capitalize there in the late games.
Yeah, I got to say as well, you know, props to Ricey, because as you say, they almost did bring it back. And again, I'm going to bring it back to the P2 on the final set. I think really was the difference maker in the situation, right? Because Ricey made the right decision. And I think you're going to see it here in just a second. They made the right decision that we're within 10 points. Let's just rotate over towards P2. Unfortunately, I don't think they quite accounted for the fact that Xantium hadn't utilized any of their operators up to this point on that 3rd set. They had 5 ready to go. And I mean, you could have anything at this point, to be honest, but going up against 5 operators is so difficult, and I think it just proved to be so as Xantium, again, just took that time away, stole it, as a matter of fact, and yeah, come out on top of game number 1. Big performances out of the likes of Rio and Forget there.
I mean, honestly, ridiculously impressive that Ricey were able to keep that close, having, what, 1 person go positive right there. Just phenomenal teamwork, constantly reinforcing the hard point. Players playing those cheeky angles, and definitely were a thorn in the side of Xantium there. So heading into the search and destroy, the two teams, at least in the hard point, seem to be evenly matched, and hopefully can give us the same show here.
Yeah, for sure. Again, when we go down to the search and destroy, it's going to be interesting to see kind of what we're expecting from these teams. If I remember correctly, I mean, I say if I remember correctly, I've got the scores here. It was pretty close search and destroys for these guys in their qualification matchups. It was, I think even some of the rounds were super duper close. Slums, though, it's a different setting for both of these two teams again, so we don't really have too much to go off in terms of what to expect, but we'll see. Who will come out on top? Can Xantium extend their series advantage here to 2-0, or Ricey fight back? Well, it's been a good start for Ricey, been a good start for Carlo more specifically. He finds a double right off the start.
Had a huge hard point for his squad and has brought that momentum here as well. Sushi's going to be able to pick up 1 onto Zakurs. Bushan finally finds 1, but it does not last long. That was a speed run of a round there for Ricey, as we'll definitely need to see some adjustments out of Xantium. Obviously, maybe over-aggressive on some of those early sniper angles and feeding a bit too much to Kalo. We'll see what they can do, as this is a map that can snowball very quickly.
Yeah. So many of these rounds here on Slums Search and Destroy do just come down to butting heads in the middle of the map, and that's why that one was so fast. This time, Xantium are in mid. First blood, not quite drawn just yet. Oh, sorry, it's previously drawn on towards Ryu. Trade's going down though now. Now it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Ricey. They still haven't made much in the way of a movement towards either of these two sites though, but as more kills do start to come through, now a 3 versus 2, they'll start to make a choice as to which bomb they want.
Ryu had actually taken himself out, which you see sometimes with the operators in hardpoint, but it's not quite as common when it comes to the search and destroy. Looks like we will have Ricey making their way up onto the hard point, or the bomb site.
Fine, we all do it, man.
Little retake attempt right here for Xantium, as The snipers try to look for a pick, not going to be able to connect over top of the bomb heady. Forget, nice flank setup right here, but has been spotted, and the quickscope is not going to connect, so now a 1v3. Only 20 seconds and not much real estate to work with. Aspect that information given, and an unfortunate hit marker should spark the end of the round. Does try to make a quick wrap back, but unless they set up for the triple collat right here, probably not meant to be, and that's Ricey taking the second round.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, and that was just kind of a classic search and destroy situation of Ricey just kind of dialing the numbers down, trade after trade from the initial, and numbers in their favor. The 3 versus 2 decide this is the time to get the bomb down. As soon as that happens, it becomes a highly improbable situation for Zantium, short of some crazy situation to retake. Not going to happen. Now Zantium defense once again, this time 2 players in the middle of the map. A third, not that far behind, but it is somewhat passive. Bomb is chilling over by Skips. So they're still playing this one themselves pretty passively.
Snipers doing their best to find an angle, find some visuals, find some information, and it will be Kalo finding first blood once again. Huge impact for him. And a couple of rounds for this squad does get traded out. Forget's going to be able to drop him, so into a 4v4. And nobody wants to overpeak over here on the B site. Sushi able to pick up Zakurs right there. 1 player spotted out, but too tough of a heady to take him off of right there. More kills come through, trades to both sides. Still man advantage for Ricey right here, but Ryu's got something to say. 1 player over top of the bomb heady, about to get chowed right there by Brinks as well, and now all down to Forget. Right over top of the statue right there, gets the damage, but the sniper was not out, and with that information, should be able to set up the pinch as Ricey take the 3-0 lead.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie there. In the end, I feel like if you're in a 1 versus 2, you should have a little bit more trigger discipline. Just wait. You've not really got the weapon for the situation. Could well have just made a flank right behind him, and they probably never would have expected it. But Ricey going to go 3-0 up there, mostly off the heroics of Sushi, to be honest, being super aggressive towards the site. It's been a phenomenal start to the search and destroy for Ricey. And Zantium, their defense has just been picked apart round after round. This time, a different look. Look how aggressive Bouchon's getting through Graveyard. Wants a go of it. Has to be careful, though, he doesn't run right into play number 5. As a matter of fact, he does. Aspect rushes down.
Trigger discipline is one thing I will say has been lacking in a few of the matches we've seen today. A lot of situations that could have turned out very, very differently, just with slightly different decision-making. Kalo's going to be able to trade back, and Sushi finds another one. Ricey have had the bulk of the man advantage in just about every round that we've seen so far. Naturally converted into the rounds that they've found, and with Kalo still alive, going to be difficult for the Zantium squad to deal with. Dude's so patient, but it's just not paying off at all. Ryu doing a phenomenal job of keeping off guard, but a little aggression over toward Bricks right here. Will Forget be able to find an angle? He does, but the shot does not connect.
Yeah, and that aggression from Forget, well, might be unforgivable. Now 2 versus 2, though. Bouchon completely flips the situation on its head. Don't have to worry about what Forget did before now, as the numbers are even once again. Ricey going to peek out towards the middle of the map and going to grab the bomb.
That nade is not going to connect right there, and once again, bit of a waiting game between the two. Neither team really wanting to commit right here. Etude's still bomb in hand, and he's all the way back in garage. Only 20 seconds to go. What are we doing right here? You got to make a move. He's forced to wrap back toward A, but you got to think with 2 players over on the B site, that gives the necessary information to this squad, and he's going to be forced to plant right there, and now no time to get the plant down. And that should be the round locked in here. Finally, Zantium taking 1.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a bit of miscommunication there from Etudes and Kalo or Carlo. You know, I think Etudes had some ideas, some designs of going over towards B with a wrap, and Kalo just didn't move with him. Forced to wrap back round towards blue.
The enemy has the bomb.
Zantium, off the back of it, find a round. Bouchon also should be probably credited for that round after a double that even the odds at 2 for 2. Regardless now, Zantium on the board. What do they do in the follow-up round? Trades galore to kick things off. That bomb now down in an awkward spot. Bouchon once again producing a double. Zakir is going to follow up with yet another one. Carlo, ideally you want to find something. Etudes though going to find a double of his own, and now the 1v2 after all of that nonsense.
Sushi's done a shockingly good job of controlling the mid-map with an AR. Typically, it's the snipers that you see finding those first bloods, but a little smoke and a pre-fire with that Kilo has worked absolute wonders for him. Hasn't been enough to give their team the man advantage right here. Kalo's going to try to clutch up in a 1v2. And the bomb is yet to be retrieved all the way over at B. So he's going to look to play for the picks instead, but these two players playing hand in hand shouldn't provide any type of an avenue for him to sneak through unseen right here. That's Aspect reading the play, and that's Xantium taking their second straight round.
Yeah, again, early trades going in their favor. Bichon should be credited for the double that he picked early on. Noraisi just could not recover. Unfortunate 1 versus 2 situation for Carlo that he's not able to convert. So 2 rounds back-to-back here for Xantium. They're starting to build some momentum. Last offensive effort from Ricey, and it doesn't look that dissimilar to what we've seen before. Unfortunately, Rushes finds himself out of the round via his own means.
I like almost never see that happen at all in Search and Destroy. For it to happen 2 times in the same Search and Destroy is somewhat mind-boggling. Great attempt right there for Kalo, but the shot will not connect. Sushi's got the heady to work with, but Ryu too quick with the movement right there. Slides back, but Kalo's there for the trade. Now Aspect going to be forced back as he moves into the 1v2. Bomb finally going to go down for Ricey. Haven't been able to make that happen too many times over the past few rounds. It's actually a 1v3 right here, and once again, shots across, really just trying to scare him at this point, and he's going to be forced to find a god shot right here. We've seen a 1v3 with a sniper already today, and actually this is a perfect read. He's really hoping you can shoot him in the hand. That'll kill him.
Oh no! Aspect. Oh man. I mean, he saw it at the very least, but
it looks like something I would do. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not going to disagree with that, Bobby. That said, you are a significantly better player than I am, for sure. So after seeing on the iPad earlier on,
yeah, you know.
I know what to expect.
Grinding, you know.
Regardless, we switch sides now. Xantium got to claw back some rounds here, as they are now on the offense. And once again, a very similar situation. This time, I will say, Ricey, for their first defensive look, have sent 2 players very, very far towards that defensive wall, right on the other side of it. So Xantium have to go for kind of an egotistical chow to make it happen.
Yeah, phenomenal map control for them to start the round and really put Xantium in a difficult position. Once again, really just banking on your sniper finding an opening pick, but with that many players pushed that far forward, there's only so much you can do. They are going to be able to find one. Somehow the trade does not go through as Rush able to wrap back around the corner with the R9 in hand. Aspect trying to find an angle, but once again, they're tucked toward that front wall. And in the positions that they're in, they've got to find perfect timing, and they finally found the timing, but couldn't find the shot. Once again, players have been seen, but not an easy head glitch to try to take somebody off of. Xantium still left trying to find a god shot.
And the thing is, I will say, Ricey are giving them way too many looks. Like, why? Why do that? Kalo still walks away with the kill, but they're getting really close to chuckling something here. Ricey now needs to defend the A site. It looks like Xantium have chosen that as their desirable target. B is still a plausible option, though, and Xantium's still juggling those options. I'm not too sure whether Carlo did just connect there with a potential hit marker, but either way, a warning shot to send away. Certainly did the second time, and Etudes is going to be the player to capitalize on it. There's 2, looking for number 3, runs out of bullets in the magazine. It's okay, though. Carlo is there to finish things off. And yeah, I mean, if Ricey didn't win that round, I'd have been concerned.
Yep, that would have been rough. We definitely got to see a very different look at Xantium, because you can't allow that much map control to be taken without some type of idea of how to counter it. The utility usage has got to be cleaner. We'll see what they can do right here, as naturally Kalo's going to make his way back on over to the A bomb site, and it is a full send on to B. Not a whole lot of value found out of that one, but they do get the better of the trades, at least initially, but there's Etudes trading the rest of them out, and now all down to Forget right here, 1v2 for him. And with the bomb down over on that B site, not much reason for Ricey to leave the area.
Yeah. Carlo says, how does it feel now to be the 1 versus 2? With no map control whatsoever, and you've got to go get the bomb. Forget. Could actually isolate these players, I'll say that much. There is real opportunity here, considering these players are both assigned to different bomb sites. He's just got to check the corner as he flies by, and nope, doesn't do so. Etudes gets the 6th round here for Ricey. Very close to closing out this S&D now.
Looking very likely that we will head to a 1-1. despite a slow game for Rush, only 2 kills on the board. Rest of the squad bringing their A game. Xantium have got to find a different approach here on the offensive side, finding no success, back-to-back round losses. And once again, Ricey, phenomenal discipline to sit back. Maybe a couple overchalls in a few situations, but for the most part, staying at home and capitalizing on the positions that they've had. There has been pretty much no utility value for Xantium, but finally we do see one of their snipers aspect find a first blood right there and potentially an opening for them to find some momentum here on the offense.
And that first blood at the very least gives them a chance. But again, the problem here on Slums on offense for any offensive team is the fact that you have to find a follow-up. You have to get the map control. And there are just so many places in which you have to be the aggressor. Like, for example, in towards Rushes with the R9. It's very difficult. Rushes, how you doing, mate? Have an R9 shot to the chest, have one to the legs. Not going to be able to take the second one off, but now that Rushes is out of position, there is now a real shot to get this bomb down over by B.
And it absolutely should happen right here. I'm not sure why it's completely isolated over on the A side, but it looks like he's finally going to make that wrap back. Question is, can Brinks hit the snipe on the cross? And he cannot. So the bomb absolutely should go down if the kill's not found first, but Bouchon's there to finish the deed. And just like that, Xantium find their first offensive round, definitely benefiting greatly from that opening first blood for the snipe. It's a question of whether or not they can do it again here heading into round 10.
The enemy has the bomb.
Xantium hanging on by a thread. But we've seen crazy search and destroy comebacks happen today, or almost happen, we'll say. You're going to kick this first round off with the first blood and a second as well. This is pattern aggression coming out from Xantium. You have to convert though, and oh, it was going so well. It's all fallen apart. Let's forget an aspect, all of the aggression that we saw from Xantium right at the start of the round, the progress they made towards the middle of the map, it's all for naught, because now they're stuck in garage side and the bomb is very far away from them.
Yep, that's one of the worst spots it could possibly be. Kahlo's going to be able to pick another. That leaves Aspect once again in a 1v whatever situation. We've seen this many times before, and we have not seen any different results. He's going to look to force his way up toward that B side, but greeted by a pre-fire from Sushi, and he should be able to get the information at the bare minimum. Kahlo says, I'll go ahead, make the wrap, and get this finished up nice and quick. Ricey take map number 2, which means we're guaranteed a map number 4 here in EU, the second map 4 and 2 more than we had in all of NA.
Crazy, isn't it? It took us, what, like cumulatively 5 games to get a map number 4. Feeling pretty good about it now. We're starting to get some real competitive matches, and I think we kind of knew, we had an instinct that this would be a competitive match, just given the nature of kind of how little there is to go off from these two teams. And sometimes that can equate to, well, we don't have any VOD to review on these guys. You know, they had as much on these teams as we did. We saw the one match in which they played to qualify. I think 2 if you're Ricey, but then what do you take away from their match versus exclusive? Regardless, is leading to a situation like this where Ricey and the Search and Destroy are able to outplay Xantium in a number of different situations. I will say, it wasn't perfect. There were moments where maybe Ricey gave away a little bit too much and Xantium were not able to capitalize. But overall, Ricey coming out looking better.
Yeah, no question about it, and definitely giving me some faith that both of these teams can potentially compete against the best of EU. Both of them looking very solid at different points in both the maps that we've seen so far, and the region looking competitive, absolutely. So we'll see what they can bring heading into the Control. Kahlo, huge impact on the map, 11 and 4. So many first bloods for him, few double kills as well, and his team can definitely thank him for a number of those rounds. Xantium, I'm going to say that probably a million times this season. Xantium definitely have some work to do, I'd say, especially on the offensive side. Did not look very decisive, and I would say just uber dependent on your snipers to find first bloods. If that's not happening, then you've got to find a different way to adapt.
Yeah, I think it's just so difficult because I will say Slums is a very challenging map on offense, right? I mean, it's so difficult to get past what is 3 different points in which you have to run out into the open. You've got to kind of look left, right, down the middle as to where these players could possibly be sitting. I mean, we saw that from Rushes, right? Where he was just chilling in the corner by the B bomb site, just like, hey, I'm sitting in this corner. I've got the better weapon situation. You have to challenge me to make some progression forward. forward, and fortunately enough, Zantium did for that round. But, I mean, that was one round. It is so difficult to get past the middle of the map, and I think that just showed exactly why. So 1-1 now in the series. Next up, we go to Control, and again, I mentioned it in the pre-show here, Raid Control. It's something that we've seen from both of these two teams. I'm expecting big things from these rosters.
Yeah, it's one that they obviously feel comfortable on, so not really too surprising to see it out of either of these guys. Went on it against very different levels of opponents, so not sure necessarily how that's going to translate for the two of them, but I mean, based on how close the hard point was, and I would say even though the S&D wasn't necessarily close, it was at the bare minimum competitive. I'm expecting the same heading here into the Control. So not really any one pop-off player for either team that I feel like is an absolute must perform, and not really anybody in particular that I feel like has been lagging really far behind. It feels like a pretty even contribution in both maps.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's a totally fair assessment, right? Because again, if we only had so much tape to go off for these two teams to identify, right, who are the players that we think are going to pop off? To be fair, I think Carlo has been pretty consistent. You know, we mentioned him in map number 1 where he had a pretty good map. And then obviously in map number 2, part of the 30 kills between 3 players. So solid performance coming out from him. But really, as you say, mate, it's been a team performance from both of these squads. They've all got to be firing on all cylinders here coming into the swing game in the series. It's Raid Control, and Ricey start off on the preferred side on the offense.
Well, forget gonna be able to find 2 opening kills right there before the trade. Both teams hopped on the objective right here. Crucial gunfights as they try to prevent any early progress, and they're able to do exactly that. So now Ricey forced to reset. They full send it over the A side, and there's nobody there to counter. They get 3 players hopped on the objective, so they're stacking and getting time quickly. Ryu's going to be able to read 1 right here, so they keep the B side clean, but nobody's going to have the read onto Brinks right there. Sushi shots across to do damage and force the players back. And once again, Zantium not really doing anything to prevent this A cap, and not really doing a phenomenal job of dictating the pace of this game to open it up.
Yeah, it's just not great positioning, I think, on the whole there from Zantium to not have anybody inside basketball court to deal with what could have been a very quick bait and switch from Ricey, and it was a very quick bait and switch from Ricey. Not great. But Ricey, regardless, making the correct decisions there. Nice little stack to get A done quickly, and now they've got a wealth of time with a 5-life advantage to make B happen. The 2s, that would have been a nice gunfight to win around A, but not able to convert it just yet. So Ricey's still looking to poke some holes here. They've got players all over the map, so could potentially try and go for a little pinch movement, get 2 players on each side, and make a capture happen pretty quickly.
Well, right now, the map control looking sizably better for Zantium. They're able to find a few of those cutoff kills, and they keep the B site clear for right now. Obviously, Kitchen control still there for Ricey. And Kahlo's going to be able to do some damage, able to find 1 kill and back up with his life. So Kitchen remains in their control, but they've got to advance forward at some point. Fortunately, Live's still going their way as well. And with that clearance, they should be able to make some progress right there. Another kill goes through, up 9 lives. They hop on the objective right here. They do get shut down. But right now, Ricey in prime position to take this round.
Yeah, that life advantage, it feels insurmountable at this point, right? With 60 seconds left on the clock, it feels as if it's very likely that you're going to burn through 8 lives, unless Zantium are super patient with it. But hey, when there's a will, there's a way. Zantium going to make this possible at the very least. They don't have to deal anybody on the flank. Sushi going to fall. Now burn 15 seconds off that 60 that we were talking about. Zantium holding steadfast. Ricey looking to try and find their way through. They just cannot get it done. And hold on for a second here, Bobby. Zantium, they're looking likely to do this. Every single kill is going their way.
It looked like Ricey had found the clearance that they needed, but the trades were there, and once it hit the reset, Ricey have not been able to make an inch over on this B zone. Finally, a couple trades go through. Rush not going to be able to win that one, though. Sushi has got to clear things out, and time starting to become a factor right here. Only 5 lives, so you know that there's no respawns right here. Everything counts. Ryu's going to be able to find 1 for Zantium. Forget hops on the objective, but Etudes goes big. Those 2 could be enough to clutch the round. 1 more for Sushi, and in a 1v8 aspect with a sniper in hand, not going to be be able to make anything of it as Ricey close out the round.
Yeah, and again, that just goes to show how important it is on the offense to make sure you take a point right off the rip. The manner in which Ricey did it, yeah, probably helped with the life advantage, but certainly just it was the time, really, right? I mean, 2 whole minutes of just battering Xantium over and over and over again. Really well played from Ricey, and they come out looking pretty good as well because they've got 4 operators in their back pocket. 3 to speak of for Xantium, so a fair bit of utility on both sides. Got to imagine that'll come to a head pretty soon. Xantium now on the offense, trying to make a quick cap on B happen. Got to be careful about 2 potential flanking players, number 1 and number 4. Are they going to be able to do anything? It's going to be operators galore now. 3 coming out from Ricey, and I think at least one of them has fallen. Carlo with the Annihilator in hand. He's not able to connect to any of these shots where he's just keeping his head down. And while that's going on, Xantium, they're capping this point.
I mean, he's just playing peekaboo, and it is working perfectly. Kahlo, absolutely 0 value out of that Annihilator aspect. Sniper in hand, going to be able to find one, and now Kahlo all alone tries to push up. He can't find anything there, and Xantium, perfect offense right there as they take B easily. They give themselves 2 minutes to work with. They've given themselves a nice chunk of lives. Unfortunately, trying to make this push on over to A, typically going to be significantly more difficult than finding your way onto B. Sushi should be able to lock down this rock, and he's going to be forced to an entry by Kitchen right here, and actually makes his way on in. They give it up for free right here, and this could be the avenue that Xantium need to get onto the objective.
Yeah, I've got to say, this is not all that dissimilar from the last round, right, where Xantium, or rather Ricey, did have a 5-life advantage. They managed to capture a point with 2 minutes on the clock to capture the second one. Xantium, now a good shot at this. Players already down. Ricey on the flank. Still trying to make this one happen. Brink's going to pick up one at the very least. Azuka is going to be down for the count. Xantium being uber cautious about this one. As they start to make these kills happen, they start to make the capture happen. And look at this very late flank coming through from Ricey. This is a big investment for really not that much time. You don't have any control over the point.
And literally one gunfight doesn't go your way and the round's over. They don't have a whole lot of time to get clearance right here. Sushi's going to be able to take one down, but still other players left to be dealt with. They do find the kills right there, but you got to keep an eye on those lives. Still down 5. Etudes is going to opt to go ahead and pop the Purifier right there. We'll see what type of damage he can do, but in a little bit of an awkward position, not really an angle for him to work with as he looks to make his way up mid-step. Sushi's going to opt to pop the Gravity Vortex. 4 lives separating the 2, make it 5 as Ryu wins a big one. And he's trying to find an angle, able to do the damage with 1, but still with a minute remaining. You've got to be careful. Fortunately for him, the Pred has been earned. That's going to be information and will be a kill there as well.
Well, they've made this manageable now. 9 versus 6, now down to just 0 respawns remaining. It's a search and destroy scenario. Brink's down permanently for the round. Rasher's looking to find some more kills here. Ricey just trying to puncture some holes in the defense around the backline. The Hunter Killerdrone might well find one, but actually no, just barely misses Zukurs by the Tiki. Ricey now need to do a really difficult thing to do. Not going to be able to get it done. Players on the point there and just playing too cautiously in the moment. Xantium, again, I mean, it felt like for what was a solid, 50 seconds there, they managed to have full control over the A zone. And it did take a while to get it done, but indeed they do.
And the good thing for Xantium is not only do you get the round, but you do it without using a single operator. You force multiple operators out of Ricey. So now you can get aggressive off the start of this one and look to spawn trap early if at all possible. They haven't even invested yet, but still winning all the gunfights. 3-0 up until Sushi finds that one right there. And he's going to look to apply pressure from pillars, but Etudes is going to be able to do the damage. They get onto that B objective, and a little bit surprised we have not seen any of these operators come out yet for Xantium.
Yeah, I think they're just being kind of cautious with it, right? I mean, why would you give it away for free at this point? Maybe use 1, right? You know, kind of minimize the investment. Regardless, Kylo's going to pick up a couple of kills here. B hasn't fallen just yet. Sushi now trying to help out over by Art's side. You've got to imagine with the amount of space being created by Callow over by Laundry, this should be the B capture done. And I think Xantium know that. They've resigned it. They're like, look, we've lost it. It's okay. Let's not lose the back control as well.
All right. Gets locked in right there. Only 1 life separating the 2 teams right here. And we'll see what type of investment we have out of Xantium as they have all the utility in the world to try to ward off this push. They've allowed that capture to happen with still 100 seconds remaining in the round. Kahlo trying his best to earn some streaks right here, so don't expect him to over-aggress. He's actually going to go ahead and back up. Don't know why Bouchon felt the need to push that far forward. Not a whole lot to be gained from that position, but the trades do go back the way of Xantium, and they will remain even right here as they're very content to play the time game.
And they absolutely are. 16 versus 16, very different look to what we had in the first couple of rounds where the life disparity was a problem for both teams on the defense. Xantium do have something in their favor though, and it's Ryu sitting down bottom in bedroom. That's forcing Ricey to spawn a little bit further out than they would like. Finally though, they do go down. So now the close spawn should be good here for Ricey. They've just got to collapse at the right time. Rushes, goes a little bit prematurely. Now needs a little bit of help from the player around the back line. That flank doesn't actually work. Brinks falls, but around the front it does. Ricey now starting to build the pressure.
Two operators immediately go to waste for Ricey. Brinks and Kahlo both popped theirs, both immediately died. So Xantium doing a phenomenal job, but they find themselves at a life disadvantage and with still 30 seconds to work with. Surprising we haven't seen more operators come out. Finally, Zakur's gonna pop the claw right here to see if he can clear off that A objective, but there's a gravity vortex. Stushi goes big. 3 kills for him right there, and that may be enough to get some clearance as he clears off the top of stairs there as well, earns himself a hunter killer, and not too far off of a pred. Xantium have been sitting on these operators for the entirety of the round and watching it slip out of their hands. Only a second more needed, progress being wiped away, and a big war machine right there. More operators, all the operators get called out for Xantium right here, and they still have a chance in this round, but they gotta make something out of it.
This is a massive investment, huge. In a 3 versus 5, they bring out the operators and it works. Now a 3 versus 3, 10 seconds. It's gonna force Ricey out of position as long as Aspect doesn't give anything away for free. Now the operators have been burned, wasted. Rushes, picks up the first kill. Aspect out of position. It's now all down to Bouchon, and the 1 versus 3 finds the first 2 kills. Huge 1v1. Hunter killer drone to take the player down. Mind you, A pretty close to being captured, so a dude can just sit here and watch the window, play his life and force Bouchon to chow, and that is exactly what happens. Ricey win the round. And you called it, right from the very beginning of the round, right to the end. The investment of the operators is everything in that situation. And it was honestly, you made the call to use it fine, but it doesn't work. And for that reason, it's the worst possible time to get those out. It should have been way earlier.
That they 100% should have gotten aggressive with the operators off the start of the round, try to force them back towards spawn and see if they can set up a spawn trap off of it. They sit on those operators for the entirety of the round, and then they panic use them and get minimal value at best. That so many mistakes being made by Xantium right here. That 2 players that didn't even pull out the operators because they died before they were able to. They do find an opening start to this round where they're able to capture B early and they get the life advantage as well. But they've got to bring this one back, because this is one that if they do end up losing, they will end up looking back and seeing, man, there's so much we could have done better.
Yeah, for sure. Well, already B has fallen by the wayside. How many times are we going to say that early on in an offensive round? To be fair, it is pretty close to the defensive spawn, or the offensive spawn, excuse me, and that's pretty par for the course. But regardless, what isn't is Sushi doing this. 3 kills in the middle of the map. Goodness gracious me. These people are real. They've got lives. They've got families. Stop doing these kind of things. Ricey, off the back of that heroic 3-piece, now able to get some map control, so they don't fall foul like we've seen teams do so in the past. Etude with a really important position, but doesn't manage to get another kill there. And honestly, I get it, you've got an operator. I would much prefer a player play their life and get that really important power position of bedroom and hold it to make sure Xantium spawn very far back.
It's just not a great position to have a purifier in general. So many open angles to be spotted from. And right now, it's not going to find much value. Kahlo finds one before getting traded out. You know, once again, the battle for A continues. This is the one that we've been seeing all game long, pretty much every time we've watched Raid for the past year and a half, if I'm being completely honest. Rush going to be able to clear through to money. Big time kill right there. Prevents Xantium from getting their way onto the objective. And trades do go their way. So now up in lives, they've got the control they need. Sushi's able to find another. He's sitting on 36 right now. And Rush going to pull out the Sparrow right here. I don't know what Bouchon and Ryu are waiting for with these operators. They've been sitting on them for 2.5 rounds at this point. I don't know what we're looking for, but you're down 7 lives to 11. Yep. You need to get onto that objective. You got to make a move, and there it is. Ryu finally calls out the equalizer. By the way, best operator in the game, and he's been sitting on it for 2 rounds.
Yeah, well, finally, he does get a couple of kills, but can't get much more than that. Flurry of kills come through for Ricey, and Bouchon's out of the round now, I believe, permanently, as is Forget. Down to Secures, Ryu and Aspect. Aspect going to find the double by the elbow. So a good look here. 15 seconds, though. Xantium have no choice but to get hyper-aggressive, and again, because of the fact that Ricey have control of the power positions, it's not looking great. Brinks can just fire this claw around the map. The bullets will probably bounce into Aspect one way or another. 2 seconds, Aspect, no choice but to fly towards the point, and surely no way does he touch that yet. No way, Jose. Xantium needs some hopium now as they go down 2-1 in the series after a 3-1 control. And honestly, I think I'm totally with you. I think to a certain extent, obviously, we've got to give Ricey some credit for what they managed to do. But to a certain extent, Xantium have nobody to blame but themselves, because there are, again, you know, operators are ultimately in COD Mobile, and as they have been every time the specialists appear in Call of Duty, a get-out-of-jail-free card. They are a savior, and to not use them, I think, was just a bit of a misplay.
Oh yeah, 100%, and it was happening not just in that round. I assume that them saving for after the round they had won was calculated, because that's a perfect setup. It's something that we saw all the time in Stage 5. Like, you save your operators whenever you're on that defensive side, and you go for that garage spawn trap, which can be so lethal, especially with the way that it sets up in COD Mobile, and they just kind of sat on them and watched the round fall away. So once again, 100% credit to Ricey, especially to Sushi, because he was on demon time for that entire game. Ridiculous plays out of him. Not a type of aggression that you're going to see too very often out of an AR, but he made it look seamless all the way through and was just tearing up the map. The number of 6-7 sprees that he had was absurd.
You know, I've just realized, Sushi and Ricey, you know, kind of related names. It would be pretty cool if these guys all had names that were related to, like, dishes that included rice. So it could have, like, curry, burrito on the team. That'd be pretty cool. I'd love that. Regardless, great performance coming out from Ricey, and again, we've kind of gone over already kind of how it was also partly not them, but we can credit Sushi. 36 kills at the end of the game. Phenomenal performance from him. The rest of the squad also all pulling their weight. To be honest, I don't think anyone individually is playing badly on Xantium. No one's that negative. It just is great performances coming out of Ricey. Now, putting their noses out in the lead, we go to a map number 4.
Well, heading into the hardpoint, obviously, hardpoint number 1 looks strong for Xantium, but not strong enough for me to give them a definitive, like, yeah, they're going to win this, especially given what we just saw there in the control. I think absolutely Ricey have some momentum heading into this one as well, and I fully anticipate they're going to carry it in. I'm not going to make any type of prediction off of that one, but I definitely feel like Ricey are starting to hit their rhythm right now, and they're looking good.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It is just looking like we're seeing Ricey really start to come in their own. And again, we saw this during the qualifiers. Now, granted, very different situation, but the first time we saw them, it wasn't that great. We saw them play exclusive. It was obviously going to be a pretty quick 3-0, and it was, right? But then their second matchup versus Revenge, they finally found their grooves. We were seeing a lot more out of them. We were seeing the fundamentals that we need to see for you to be in the Snapdragon Pro Series. If you want to be in the challenge season, if you want to be challenging these top European squads, you have to have these fundamentals. And we're now starting to see that come out from Ricey. It's not to say they're perfect, and nobody is at this stage of the competition. This is day number 1 for Europe, but nonetheless, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Ricey. Now we go back towards hardpoint, though, and this is where they didn't win that first map.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, first map, I was very concerned because with the way that things opened up both through P1 and P2, it looked like it was going to be kind of a steamroll. So the fact that they were able to bring it back as close as they were makes me feel like it was probably, to a degree, some nerves as well. Yeah. Which for players on both teams, these are not guys that have seen a major tournament before, at least this far into the competition. So I think that they have a lot going for them right now, and obviously eyes on Sushi with the way that he played in the control, but once again, it's the same as what we saw, or what we said heading into map number 3. There's no one player that's really lagging behind. It's really just a question of execution for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And we go back to that hard point in map number 1, and really, as you say, I mean, it is about the execution, because we saw Xantium, the only reason they won that hard point, to be frank, was literally one hard point. Every single rotation, they locked it down, whereas all the other hard points, pretty heavily contested for the most part. I mean, it was a pretty competitive game between the two. It was just that one hardpoint, every single rotation, we're like, well, we know we can win them out. We can use our operators correctly, and that's exactly what happened. So we'll see whether or not we get the same kind of thing here on map number 4. But regardless, very excited to see this series go down. Honestly, we've been pretty well treated today. We had a relatively close 3-0 to kick off the day. Then we had a game 5 that went to 18 rounds of search and destroy, which it shouldn't have done. It was all down to a snowball off Lucky's 1 versus 3. And then obviously now this, where we're going into a map number 4, folks. Should we have a game number 5?
I'm all right with 4 games. We'll see, though. We'll see. I feel like Ricey have the momentum to be able to close it out right here. We do see Kahlo looking to lock things down. Sushi on outskirts trying to find some angles, but it's Zantium able to get that first time on the objective. Ricey immediately trading out and Rush. Just going to wait for the contest right there, wait for the reinforcements on the top side. Zantium hop back on in. Bad timing for Brinks. Unfortunately, he's shut down, and that should be an opening for Zantium to continue to pick up this time.
Yeah, for sure. Zantium looking for a wealth of time with the back of P1. Nice flank coming out from Etudes, though, to take some of that time away. Again, Zantium technically right now spawning on the better side of the map for the rotation towards P2. They will bear that in mind. Couple of kills now potentially coming through from Brinks. That player just barely gets away, but runs right into, I believe it was Etudes, who manages to pick up that gunfight. So now Ricey with an opportunity here as the spawns slightly flip out to potentially make a breakout towards Nu. If anybody's going to do it, especially with that wave of gunfights coming through, it would be player number 5. That's Rushes, excuse me, who does actually manage to influence the spawns enough that he has some teammates now to work with.
Sushi's going to sit back. A little bit of a slower start for him. Maybe an opportunity for a pinch right here for Ricey as they do have Sushi on the flank. He's going to make his way over from Statue, but hasn't been able to spot anybody out, and that's all Zantium in the feed. He finally able to pick up 2 right there, and that's fully toward Ricey, so at the bare minimum, they hop on, they contest right here, and they will find clearance here on P2. We'll see what they can do with this setup as Rush has eyes, but that's a beautiful double chow right there. Kahlo doing his best to stop it, but it's not going to be enough. Zantium get P2 locked down once again and are starting to push out for a little bit of map control.
Yeah, Ricey spawning out now, and yeah, those back spawns for Zantium definitely super influential here into this hard point. Could really grow a serious lead. Ricey, though, now trying to find their way through. Kahlo and Rushes with the first couple of kills. Rushes looking for some more. That double is good enough, and Etudes going to close out the conversation as that last 10 seconds will go their way. And even better, they've got a good look at the rotation as well. Zantium have a 2-3 split. Those 3 players that did just die off P2 are now spawning out over by fences. I don't know, though, whether this will catch Ricey off guard, and I think it absolutely has yet. They didn't quite anticipate those spawns happening. They anticipated the back spawns instead. They were technically right. There were a couple of players to deal with, but not that many.
Kahlo and Brinks able to find a couple right there. Utility continues to go over top, and they lock down topside positioning, so that's going to find them the opening once again on the hard point. Kahlo just trying to play his life right here. A couple of operators available for both teams. Fully expecting some investment right here as they look to lock down. There's Etudes. Purifier comes on out, nearly on a Pred, and there it is. A lot of value to be found on this map, especially for those Pred missiles. But for the time being, Ricey continue to lock things in right here as they have not given up topside control. Pred does drop and able to find 2.
That is a big investment coming out from Ricey, by the way. The Predator missile that they had, and I think it was Etudes who was on it, and the Hunter drone as well. Both of them going into this hill. I'm not sure whether you get that much out of that, to be honest, especially considering Zantium walk away with the scrap time. I don't think you actually get too much out of it, but regardless, they're going to have to walk away satisfied or unsatisfied. It doesn't make a difference. The rotation is at hand. Ricey already over here. Annihilator now out for Kahlo. Couple more operators in the back pocket ready to go if Ricey require them, but Kahlo might not need to. He's already picked up a couple of kills, and it's a real issue that they just cannot deal with. Kahlo still going as well. 4 for Kahlo, and he's on the hunt for more.
I don't know if Zantium know what the operators do. They've had 5 charts for the last 30 seconds, and Forget finally pops 1 just to not find any value out of it right there. They need to get back into this hard point. They're allowing this to go completely uncontested. They've got so much utility to work with, and they're just sitting on it. I don't know what we're waiting for. Finally, Ryu's going to pop the equalizer right here. What damage can he do? Finds one to open things up. Will he be able to find a full break onto the hard point? It seems like he's just kind of sitting back. Not the operator you do that with, but finally able to take down Brinks. And it looks like some damage done for Zantium to have an opening.
This is such a close game between these two teams. Even this 6 seconds could be gold dust for what could potentially be a real close closing to this game. Not much separates them at the moment, just 5 points as we go into the second set. Last time around, it was Zantium who drew first blood on this hill. Ricey had a good fight back, though. Hyper competitive so far. Big performances coming out from the likes of Zukers and Carlo. Unsurprising, and Etudes as well at 18. Big performances all around, regardless. Now, Zantium going to be the first ones to touch here. Big kills coming out. Zukers, Aspect combining for 3. Trades definitely going in favor of Zantium. They're feeling pretty good for the first 20.
Sushi not going to be aware of the player in the corner right there. That's an easy kill for Zakurs as they continue to keep topside locked down. Rush doing his best to find a break on through, but not any success for him either. Etudes, beauty of a 3-piece right there. That's the opening, but Ryu's there for the trade once again. Kalu locking down the top side, but Ricey have not done a good job of hopping the objective here on P1, and it's allowed Zantium to stack a little bit of a lead. They finally clear things out, but still nobody in the hard point. And right now it seems more like they're playing a game to control the spawns and set up toward P2. They get one player there early, but one taken down. Sushi's got to find some value here, and he gets shut down immediately. Again,
The story hasn't changed, does it? 6 points. The difference between these two teams is Ricey going to be the first team to touch over by P2. Big money hill opportunity here. Zantium sending all 5 players through one direction. Brute force. Will it work? Trade for the first. Brinks going to find a second. Aspect now looking for more, and unfortunately rushes, I think, car bombs himself out of the play. Bouchon follows up with another one and a second to boot. Looking for the Annihilator kill for number 3. Aspect is going to double up here. Zantium, they managed to hold through the front.
Love that they finally figured out how to use those operators, and Aspect makes it count right there. Please use that more, sir. He earns a Pred missile, and Zantium with an opportunity to blow this one wide open. Hops back up. Teammates should be there to reinforce as Bouchon does run out of ammo, but the Deagle shots connect. Ricey do still find a way to break on in, but that allows an avenue for all 5 players of Zantium to rotate and set up early toward P3 right here.
Big kill for Zantium. One player in the backline for Ricey, a couple of players pushing fences side, forgetting Aspect on open proceedings with a couple of frags. It's just the one player, mind you, around the flank. Carla going to do a little bit of damage, but no more than that. So this becomes one-dimensional now for Ricey. All along the fences here, Etudes decides this is the time to use the Purifier, and to be honest, it's probably a good time. Opens up with one, gives Ricey a real good look at this one. Brinks now finds the double from the fences, and Zantium pushed all the way back towards the spawn. Predator missile comes down. I don't think he actually picked anything up from Aspect, but it does push the players in towards Tin. Ricey, back and forth we go. Now they're under attack.
A lot of investment for both teams right here. No operators remain. And right now it stays contested right here with the amount of smokes going down. With how close the spawns are, I don't know that that's going to change anytime soon. Etudes, big 3-piece right there. Make it 4. He's trying to work on some streaks, and that sends Zantium rotating early. 15 seconds still remain on this hard point, and they don't have much interest in contesting. Aspect will be able to lock down the top side, but maybe some beneficial spawns on the outskirts right here for Ricey to have an opportunity as Brinks able to take down Zakurs, and they will be able to make their way from Lambo. We'll see what type of damage they can do as utility goes out once again.
Ricey, biggest lead we've seen for a team so far, really, in any hard point here. 168 to 140. Zantium know, therefore, that this has to be a big kill for them, and there's not really any utility besides Ryu, who has the equalizers. What damage can he do? He's already picked up the first versus Sushi. Etudes going for a very long flank here, a route that I don't think anybody's going to expect. Does he get some back time against Bouchon? That's really the question for me. And yeah, Bouchon going to take him down. Zakurs on the other side for at least one, but rushes inside the hill with the R9. That thing can be really deadly on a hill such as this. It isn't providing that much value for the squad. Carlo, next one up to try and do something here. This is such an incredibly intense game between these two teams.
It's full investments and not a whole lot to be gained as both teams stay contested for the majority. Ricey finally find a full break right there, and with them controlling spawns toward Lambo, should be able to keep some clearance right here with the R9 on the inside of the hard point, but he gets shut down right there. Sushi in the top side is going to be able to clear one. Zantium do pick up the scrap time right here and should be able to flood top to clear things out on the bottom side, but Brinks is locking things down right here. Nice little wall bang shots out of Bouchon, but he gets traded immediately, and it is non-stop back and forth between these two.
Rushes is just doing so much damage here, not just in the last hill, but in this one as well. Really giving Ricey the lead that they have. Again, 20 points now, the difference between these two teams. Carlo trying to provide some coverage up top. Rushes wants to get right back into it again. Into the mixer he goes. He's been so effective with this R9. Wants to continue to be so. Gets the second kill turn away from him, but not the third. This is great team play coming out from Ricey. The aggression now really starting to feel a little bit unmatched between them and Zantium. Zantium have to meet them at their pace. They have to get some time away from this hill. This last 20 would really be nice. Is A2's going to allow it though? Well, he tries to stop them, isn't able to do so, and now Ricey might be better served here, just keeping an eye on the rotation, but look at number 2.
Looks like they're going to be able to sneak through mid, and that's the kill that you need. Zakurs makes his way on into Lambo. We do see trades go through. Sushi trying to push out spawns right there, and he pushes them way back, but it's not going to matter if Zantium are already on the inside of the hard point. Ricey are still trying to find a way to break on in, and they're going to invest heavily. Multiple operators come out. Rush able to find a few. I believe same for Sushi and Kalo as well. Claw popped. They're sending everything in, and it looks like it's going to pay early right here. They find full control of P2, and only 30 more seconds needed.
Yeah, investment has to come out now from Zantium. It's the War Machine. This thing's been so effective here on Hacienda, specifically on Lamborghini hardpoint, and it isn't going to be so right now. Ricey can still finish it here, but Ryu and Bouchon combined for 3. Zantium now back in towards his hardpoint. The spawns have flipped once more, but Rushes wants a taste of their blood. Not going to get it here on this hill, as we now surely are going to be looking towards next.
2 operators still in their pockets for Bouchon and Aspect. Rush doing his best to make sure that they don't get the rest of this time for free. 2 players still there to contest for both teams. That's a heavy investment for Ricey and not a whole lot to be gained out of it. Zantium are already set up with 2 players over on P3. Big opportunity right here for Rushes. He's able to take down 1. Can he find the final player on the inside? And yes, he does, but can't find the kill. Kalo able to shut down 1. The hard point does not remain contested as he's taken down, and the operators go big for Zantium once again.
Yeah, saw the Predator missile coming out there from Bouchon. Zantium now know where they're spawning. Got to have eyes on up top and around the back of Tin to make sure they don't get anywhere close. This has to be a good team hit. If you're Ricey, you just need 1, to be honest with you, but the close spawn should be in effect for Zantium. Time ticking away now, 2:35 to 2:23. In come the players. Rio and Aspect, what can you do? You're surrounded by players, can't see them because of the obscurity, the smoke, and it is Aspect now all on his lonesome for the moment. He finds a crucial double, make that a triple, and Ricey now still looking for the time.
Big double for Zakurs. Claw comes out. He's able to get the reinforcements. Pred drops for Aspect. They can't win it on this hard point, though. That is a huge investment. Is it going to be worth it? Atudes trying to cut off on the top side. Able to find 1, make it 2. He has no business winning that gunfight, but he does it anyway. Players hop on the hard point. It's absolute chaos, but it's all Ricey right here. It needs to be a big break for Zantium.
Yeah, Grace period over now. Ricey starting to tack up that time. 10 seconds until they get that victory. A 2v3 for the moment. Is the pinch play good? Etudes all on his lonesome. Not enough HP to make it work. Aspect comes through. Can Brinks win the 1v1? It's Sushi also through. Ricey now looking for the time. Sushi goes huge. That's 4 for Sushi now. Just constantly mowing down these players. The close spawns are good for Zantium, but Sushi is better. And Ricey take it all the way home. An incredibly close hardpoint here. 250 to 238. Goodness me. Mate, we're getting everything.
We're getting everything. This is all bangers today. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. My gosh. Going down to the wire, I mean, how many ridiculous P4 finishes have we seen in COD Mobile over the past month and a half? Just non-stop going down to the wire. And big-time plays for Ricey. It was looking dicey for a hot minute right there, but they iced things up toward the end of that one, and quite a closeout for them. Once again, Zantium finally bounced back and figured out how to use those operators, and what they did, the value that they found was phenomenal, but just too much teamwork, too much consistency out of that Ricey squad, and once again, huge credit to Sushi. He's going big those last couple of maps.
Yeah, just insane. It really is just insane. Just like how crazy these maps have been. Honestly, I think we kind of knew, just given the fact that we didn't really know much about the teams and we kind of expected them to be relatively unseasoned. I think going into it, we kind of expected some kind of close games. We didn't expect that. Great performances coming out really from both sides. And as we look back towards that hard point, really, it was just the closing moments, really. Ricey had, I think, about a 20 to 30 point advantage. Xantium, though, came back massively in that last, I think it was the second last hard point right over by fences. They managed to hold on. They managed to make it, really, honestly, much closer than it needed to be. What an incredible finish to that one.
When we were sitting in the back, Bobby, you had said that you were like kind of bummed that you didn't get to cast the really close full 5 match between Kings and Omniscient, but then you get this. I mean, this was, like you had both mentioned, we didn't know what to expect out of these two teams, but they really brought it here up against each other, showing a lot of promise, especially out of some individual players as we see some of those KDs. I mean, the clutch at the end from Sushi was impressive.
Yeah, he had a huge impact across really the last 2 maps. At every point he was making big plays for his team. So it felt like in NA when we were saying like we don't know what to expect from these teams, it was our way of saying like they're probably not that good, but both of these teams really brought it, and I feel like both of them can at least make a run at our top teams. I'm not sure that they can necessarily take a map or a series off of them, but love seeing the improvement here in EU because I think people have been wanting for a long time to see them progress and see more challengers at the top level, and it feels like we're starting to see that.
Definitely an opportunity for some of these newer teams to make a name for themselves in the space, even if at the end of it all, they're still falling to some of those top squads. What we just saw right now, Ton, like you're mentioning, is just, it's massive.
Yeah, and I think, you know, further to both your points there, like a rising tide raises all ships. So if everybody's playing a little bit better, then, you know, you got your 2 teams at the top who have to be better to beat these teams. And then the higher the level of competition, the better everybody gets. We've seen it historically in Europe and Call of Duty Esports, where, you know, things weren't necessarily too great once upon a time, but then, you know, they started going over, they started playing against each other, better competition all the time, and it does raise the level of absolutely everybody. So yeah, absolutely great to see.
And now that means for today, for the first day of EU, we've got 2 non-3-0s. I mean, that's boding well for even better and more gameplay as we get through the first week of our challenge season. We still have 1 more match to go. We're going to close things out with Mont versus Big. Brody, just a quick overview before we go to that break.
Yeah, this, again, just like Omniscient, this is another squad in Mont that it does feel like they can be competitive with the top teams in Europe. Maybe not so much so last season. I think it was like a 5th or a 6th finish for them, but they've made a couple of roster changes. Really, for us now, it's to see how's that improve the squad. You know, is it going to be a better team this time around, and can they take on the big dogs?
Yeah, Mont's definitely a name that we recognize from previous seasons. If you guys have been here before, so it'll be exciting to see what a team with more roster changes can do. So far, a lot of those roster changes for the previous teams that have done them have boded pretty well. But like I said, we still have 1 more break to go before we get into that match 4 action. So don't go anywhere. And when we return, Mont versus Big. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for the final time tonight, because it's time for us to start talking about match number 4, the last match of this first day of competition. I think it could be a pretty fun one. This time we're going to be talking about Mont versus Big. We gave you a little bit of a preview before the break, but let's start talking about this match for real now. Ton, give me your thoughts.
I think, you know, realistically, with how Mont did last season, going up against somebody in a bit of an unknown in Big, if you're Mont, you've been watching these other games and, you know, things have maybe been a little bit tighter than they would have maybe expected. There is very much going to be competition for those top 4 spots, and that's where they're going to want to place themselves. But is it just maybe going to be a little bit more difficult than they thought? Because some of these teams have really come flying out the blocks where we didn't expect them to. So Mont have got a really big task on their hands if they want to find that top 4.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Mont's roster because, like we had mentioned before the break, they might have had a roster swap here, Bobby, and that could really prove to be useful for them.
Yeah, they already had a super solid roster before. Obviously, they gave multiple Stage 5 teams a decent run for their money, and picking up Lydia, who was arguably the strongest player on 31er last season. Definitely super, super solid. Kirby, a little bit younger, a little bit newer to the scene, but equally talented, I would say. This is a super well-rounded roster. They've been putting in a lot of work. And this is one I'm excited to watch because I feel like they have a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder than any of the other teams that we have in EU. And I think they feel like they have something to prove.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a really good point because there's someone we did talk about a lot last season. They were this close to being where they wanted to be. And this might be the season for them to really push their way through those challenge finals. And then on the flip side, like Ton said, we've got Big, a little bit more unknown here. Brody, talk about the roster.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those question marks, I think, for us, right? It's like, look, these are guys are new names for all of us here, I think, for the most part. I think Zaka and Rondo might be the only players that we've heard of, and even that, I think, is outside of SPS. So really, for me, what I'm looking for here is for them to make a name for themselves, right? Prove that, hey, look, you're in SPS now, and you deserve to be here. You deserve a shot at the big boys. They've got to get through Mont to do that, and I think this is honestly a really good starting point for them. It's like, look, you've got a team that, what was it, 5th, 6th last season? That's a good starting point. If you guys want to kind of improve from there, great. But take down Mont first, you'll be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to go up against someone who has experience, but we just saw 2 teams that we didn't know a lot about. I mean, we had a little bit of information from those open finals, but other than that, relatively new rosters that we're talking about, and they put on a show for us. So we'll take a look at these picks and bans as they start to come through, see what our teams have chosen to play on here. Ton, kicking things off with that Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal, that's a nice one, another one to throw me into. I mean, just keep going backwards and forwards here. No, yeah, Arsenal's a really good hardpoint map, got from the Black Ops 4 days, of course, and then it's a takeoff as well. Yeah, should be interesting one. Arsenal's always entertaining, so nice to see that one. Curious on the S&D and control front as well. But yeah, Arsenal, we're always a fan. Always a fan.
We'll get the rest of those coming through here. Is there anything you're hoping for to pop up, Bobby? Just to shake things up at all?
Not in particular. I was really curious if Big were going to allow Arsenal through, and they did. So that should be pretty much a guaranteed map 1 for Mont. That's one that they have looked more comfortable on than the majority of teams that I've seen. No surprise to see firing range, search, and destroy. That's every EU team's favorite. And then some more standoff control, which I'm fairly confident is a Mont pick as well. So heading into this one, looks like a pretty solid setup for Mont. Not sure about the takeoff and the meltdown, but assuming that they can take care of business on the front end of things, not too much to be worried about.
All right. I mean, you sound pretty confident as well there, Bobby, in favor of at least the way this is looking for Mont for now. I'll let you guys get the final walk on over to the other half of the studio and get yourself set up for match number 4 while I talk to Brody about his thoughts on these map picks.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is pretty good for Big. Again, you know, going back to the qualification match, they played Takeoff, they played Fire and Range Search and Destroy. I mean, you know they played Fire and Range Search.
Everybody did.
And they played Standoff Control. So honestly, I'd be pretty comfortable with that if I was Big. But again, it's a big Titan to take down. Mont, even with the roster changes, you cannot underestimate them. I'm really excited to see kind of how Big do here on these maps and kind of see what these guys are made of. It's a really exciting thing to see teams that you just have never seen before play get into the mixer.
And the other side of that coin too, right, is that even when you see these maps that Big might have played on and done okay on, then take into consideration the fact that Mont, if Big's good on them, Mont has to be good on them too. And then are they able to topple somebody like Mont, like you said? If they are, that would be an insane start.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen some crazy things today.
We have. We really have.
No holds barred at this point. You know, if we see some crazy upset here from Big, I mean, look, we were denied it earlier on with Omniscient, right? So come on, guys, you know what we want.
All right. Well, we won't make you at home wait any longer. Match number 4 is about to get underway. So for the last time today, we'll send it on over to Bobby and Tun to close it out.
All right. Looking forward to this one. I think the Big squad is a little bit more recognizable than some of the other teams that we see. Even the most recent match that we watched, Rondo and Starwrecker have at least been probably tier 2 pros for a hot minute. So those are players that most people that have watched EU for a while will likely recognize, and some experience to go around right here. Obviously, the big difference being that Mont are coming into this with challenge season experience from last season, a lot of solid competition up against the top tier teams. So it's a tall task up ahead for Big, but we've seen crazier things today.
Yeah, we've seen some very crazy things today already, so you wouldn't put it past Big to maybe give us a bit of an upset here, but Mont will undoubtedly be the favorites as we head over towards Arsenal for the first time this season here in Europe, and interested to see how this one's going to play out. Is there anything in particular for you that Mont are going to excel at massively, that Big maybe need to counter at, or is it just a case of, well, let's see in this game?
I mean, the big thing for Mont is they've always had super solid ARs, which obviously for Arsenal works wonderfully for them because it's a massive map that, if you have strong ARs, can absolutely dictate the pace of the game. I'm assuming Kenza is Lydia. I'm not 100% positive on that one, but that would be my assumption. But naturally off the start, Mont able to lock down some early hardpoint time. Fahim able to pick up 4 kills off the start of this one. And it looks like they will continue to lock down those backside angles to not allow any easy points of entry for Big.
It's always been about playing these pillars with the ARs when it does come down to P1 and Arsenal. If your AR players can stay alive in and around this area, you're going to pick up a good amount of time. We're going to be heading over towards P2 in just 5 seconds. It looked as if the rotation would be good for Mont, but the push around the outside from Big, they will start to garner some control, but Mont there with the closest spawns. Hunter Killer drone on its way in as well, which is definitely going to help things, but the back spawns for Mont should surely help just that little bit more. Slayer will be back on down. JC trying to find something, gets lit up from the top side, but this is a really nice flank coming in from Etsy. He can clean up there. This should be some good control for Mont.
Unfortunate timing right there. Does not see the player fly right past him, but Ken's going to be able to hop into the objective. And once again, Mont move upwards. Surprisingly slow start for JC. Finally picks up his first kill right there. But now it's going to be Daytel pushing for that overlook control and going to be able to take down another with it. Backs up and once again forces a full reset from Big as obviously, naturally, 30 seconds remaining on a hard point. You usually don't look to rotate, but with how far away P3 is, more than likely we'll start to see a move there, and that's exactly what it's going to be for Big. Players already on rotation, and they're going to give up 20 seconds of free hardpoint time here to Mont. They have absolutely got to capitalize on P3 because this is a lot of early rotation that you're allowing.
It can happen over towards P2, right? Very good rotation comes in from Mont, but now can Big be as resolute in their hold as Mont were over towards P2. First kill is, well, telling you that that might not actually be the question or the answer. Daytel is going to be able to find that first one over towards the backside, though. Slayer and Starek doing very good work. You've got to stay alive towards the back, though. Kenza can get a kill, but it is traded out. These are important kills for both these two teams. And now Mont, with a little bit of control over towards the backside, can start to develop a pinch. You can see, of course, over towards the other side, Kenza is trying to put the pressure on, with the rest of the team now coming up on through. The PDW in hand for Daytel, tries to go through the front door, can't find it, and just about Big continue to hold on with 30 seconds to go here on the hill.
And Mont will finally get those close side spawns they battled for a hot minute right here. JC, I've seen him locking down this position a whole lot of times and being a nightmare for the opposition. Pred missile has been earned, working on the EMP system. Kenza does get shut down right there. 15 seconds of scrap time remain. It looks like Mont should be able to get them. One player left there to be pesky and not gonna get taken down right now. So at the bare minimum, Big are able to keep this contested right there. They're set up beautifully over toward P4, and this is looking a lot better for Big than I anticipated.
Yeah, it's one of those situations with that scrap time. Yeah, okay, you win it and you create that little bit of a problem, and realistically speaking, it's probably not going to be a massive deal in the grand scheme of things when we come down towards the end of the map. But strictly speaking, when a team does stay for that scrap time and weakens themselves with the rotation, the fact that you then take that off them as well, it's always a bit of a kick in the teeth. Looking at these kills though, coming in from Big, a lot of investment coming from the operator side to try and lock this one down. Vat getting something going with the Annihilator here as well. Can he continue? As Big Zaka coming in with 3. And there you go, really good utilization from Big. Can they continue to do so though? Detail with 2.
It looks like they're going to be able to hold for the time being. Vat able to get a big one, cutting off that window entry. And they, at the bare minimum, keep things contested right here. Jace hasn't been able to earn a Pred missile once again. And some operators ready to go. It looks like Mont going to save those for that P5 side. And Fahim pushing all the way across right here as they look to rotate, but they're going to be able to shut down 3, and that is absolutely huge. That does leave players spawning on the close side right here for Mont, and a big gunfight win for Fahim. If he can find one more, they get players reinforced right here, and there's only one player on the inside to defend for Big. That's going to be Slayer.
Spawns kind of all over the place though. Both 2 teams spawning towards the back. Fahim does a really good job to find 2. Etsy is there though, and here we go. This time around, Mont say, yeah, okay, Big, you can pick up a lot of time on the previous hill with your operator kills, and we can do exactly the same here with the Purifier on board with Kenza. It's such a hard push now, and can she find the kills? It's just so easy from this scenario in this hill with this combo. Really well played from the Monk team. And at this stage, you looked at the push that came through from the previous hill. 4 to 5, you want to push through to get the back spawns. They managed to get that. They get that initial control. Big are trying to fight themselves back into this one, have managed it, but Mont get a really, really good chunk of time over towards P5.
And Jace has just been a walking score streak. Hunter Killer does go out right there. Not sure if it was able to initiate quite yet, but Mont able to maintain the lead that they've been able to build so far in this one. Fahim pushes all the way through, trying to lock down P1, and they should have eyes on window, but I don't know if the timing's gonna be there. A couple of kills go through for Big, but Etsy, 2 with the boxing gloves right there. And that keeps things locked down for Mont once again. 1 player pushed on through, that's gonna be Star Ricker. He's shut down, and so many streaks to work with right now for Mont.
And this is one of those P1s, when it does come down to Call of Duty, you typically think they're quite scrappy. They're one of those that you can kind of go 50-50 for the majority of the time, but when it comes down to P1 and Arsenal, if you can get this locked in, it's a hard break. Slayer with a big kill onto Fahim though. It didn't look likely that he would find it. Is that maybe what can open the door here for Big to try and find themselves back into this game? The first 2 hills on the first rotation fully belong to Mont. The lead does, alongside of it, belong to Mont. It's about an 80-90 point difference at this moment in time. If they can lock in P1 and P2, how they did on the first rotation, it's going to be looking like their game to lose. Look at this from Daytel though. The shots are crispy and clean. Can't find the third.
And Mont have been absolutely perfect on their P1 so far, which, so like you said, typically a heavily contested hardpoint, but they have not given an inch to Big. Fahim's on the top side of that tower. He's going to be able to shut down 1, and that's a wide open hardpoint for Kenza to hop on into, and a beautiful place to call in a Sparrow. Able to find maybe 3 right there before he runs out, but as long as he maintains that power position, which he's not able to do, he's going to be in a good spot. Fortunately, teammates there for the trades once again. Very back and forth, but Mont have maintained that position on the inside of the hard point, and Kenza's ability to play her life has been crucial.
35 seconds remaining on this one. I really like that control that was coming in from Mont over towards the platform generator side. You can kind of just look down into the hill and pepper them, which is exactly what Kenza and Co are doing now. They get the hill back. That then does fall after dropping his own Annihilator. Daytel gets his out, finds 2. And this may well be crucial as well, because if you look to where Big are probably going to be spawning, it will be towards the back of P2. They are going to be a long way away from P3. It's a 50-50 foot race heading over towards the next hill. But then if you look at the scoreline, it's a race that Big must win.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Big, players are already in position to get those close spawns for Mont. If they win these opening gunfights, this should be a guaranteed hard point, and the early rotation is all for nothing right here, as Mont have already locked in those spawns. Once again, going to leave Big spawning miles away right there. Slayer not in an angle where he can take out anybody on the hard point with only 20 seconds needed. This should be a guaranteed map win for Mont. One more player trying to hit the flank to see if they can flip those spawns out, but Vat gets shut down. Slayer is gone, and Mont are running away with this one.
Just a really, really solid hardpoint performance. The fundamentals there and the map win by some amount of points is there for Mont as well. Really, really good performance, and it's one of those hardpoint games that fully takes me back to watching like the pros play it over on obviously the main Call of Duty broadcast, that kind of thing, and it is crazy how good they were at holding down those spawns. It's so classic when it comes down to Arsenal. You think of the P2 rotation, you can then get yourself back over towards the generator side, or more so for P4 for you guys at home. If you can lock it down from there, the rotation over towards the next hill, not just does P2 belong to you for your favorable position, the rotation to P3 then becomes a bit of a toss-up, which is great for you. If you're getting the majority of P2 and then you give yourself a chance at P3, you win the gunfight to P3, you end the game. Wonderful play from Mont. Really, really, I want to say probably the cleanest hardpoint we've seen so far in terms of out-rotating and outplaying the opposition. Not even about the gunfights, that one. That was just an all-out outplay coming in from Mont.
And that's one of those things that I'm wondering if we start to see as this season progresses, if teams learn how to ban for their opposition rather than for themselves. Yeah. Because with the way that Mont played that, I don't care what team you are, I don't think any rational team would want to say, hey, I think we should try Arsenal up against Mont. Once again, it does force you to learn other maps and to improve on maps that you're not necessarily as comfortable as. But if this European region wants to have a chance in Masters, if they want to have a chance in Champs, they've got to improve their map pool. And with the way that Mont play Arsenal, they've set themselves up really well for the pick ban process.
Yeah, and as far as the slaying performance, obviously it goes in the favor of Mont, Fahim really being the standout by quite some distance in the end. 35 and 20 out of him, a very, very good game. But ultimately, it really does come down to those rotations. JC was fantastic at it. You can see everybody's kind of chipping in, mainly coming from JC inside of the hill. A really, really good performance from Mont. And I want to say that was like kind of the biggest gap we've probably seen all day long. It very much seen a night and day performance from both these two teams. It seemed like the understanding from Mont was just that level higher than what we've seen from Big, which we said, you know, like we don't really know a huge deal about this Big team, how good they're going to be. We've got a couple of semi-recognizable names on the roster, but a small mountain to climb here, potentially for Big, and that wasn't necessarily a play on words. I might run with it. But here we go on to Fire Range Search and Destroy, and things can change very, very quickly when you're talking about this map.
And I do recall some interesting off-meta choices for this Big squad. So we have an MK2 marksman rifle coming in. Didn't really seem to pay off for him right there from Mirage as he gets shut down early, but Big Zaka finds two. Startericker with another right there. Daytel doing what he can to keep this round alive. And he's going to patrol the mid-map right here, reunite with Etsy, who's able to take down Vat, and just like that into a 2v2.
That grenade is well timed. Stalker will have to back on down. Now the onus is really on Big here to get that bomb back, do something with it. Is there eyes on it though? Is this the problem for Starwrecker? Is he going to be able to find a way through? Yes, he can. Shot's going to start to ring on through, but is his teammate in a position to help him out? Not necessarily. He's there to watch the cut. But you would like to think it's not necessarily the easiest gunfight. So now if you're Starwrecker, what's the plan? Do you go for the plan over towards A? You hope that you get the timing. Well, now you only have one player to deal with. His Daytel will fall. Now Etsy left in a 1 versus 2.
No information for him to work with. Bomb obviously made its way over toward A. And it does look like Bay are going to opt for the plant right here. Got Slayer to overwatch with a sniper in hand. And once again, Etsy has no information until he hears the shot behind. And by that time, it's too late. Big take the opening round right there. And nice little start for a bounce back from a rough hard point on map 1.
And I think, you know, the kill onto Daytel from coming in for a top wood, that probably just really puts it off for the final player for Mont there. You're really not sure what's going on. Could they have rotated back over towards B? Are they still sticking with A? Having a clue. So for Big now, the all-out attack, the all-out assault over towards A is something that worked out very, very nicely for you. What's not going to work out nicely, though, is the sniper that finds your head. Miraglia taking down Slayer's there to answer back for. This is fault.
Mirage, I think you might want to change things up with the weapon. It's not really.
What did I just call him?
Regular or something?
You know what? How am I supposed to know and differentiate between these two?
I mean, that could very well be how it's pronounced. I just went with the first half of the name because it seemed a little bit easier.
That is easier. We'll stick with that.
Daytel looking for info, gets at least some audio cues, able to take down one, and that may have been Etsy taking down the second. Bomb has been dropped. Big Zaka able to trade one right here, but still man advantage for Mont. Tough shots for Fahim right here, but he wants all the smoke. That's okay. Daytel's going to do the damage himself, and that's Mont bouncing back to tie things up.
Good play from Daytel. Hopefully they don't actually pay attention to what I just called Mirage there, so we'll skip on by on that one. Maybe I'm making more of a deal out of it and drawing more attention. Hopefully we never do that again. Here we are though, looking like a big hit that's going to come out from Big. And Big seem very aggressive on their attacking rounds. It's not nice and steady. It's not looking for picks. It is all-out warfare, which we love to see. Daytel has already been doing very, very well. Mirage takes him down though. Great shot comes on through. Zaka is there to find another. Kenza's there to able to answer back. So now it is a 1 versus 4.
Ooh,
and Kenza will fall as well.
Little pinch play right there. He's able to take down the last two, and that's enough for Big to take another round right there. So maybe I spoke a little bit too soon on the MK2, you know? Mirage doing some damage with it right there, and a search and destroy that, based on the hard point we thought might be a blowout, is looking like we might have some competition right here. Slayer locking down the entry toward trailer right there, and looks like maybe a bit of a slower start for Big, but you keep all your players alive and sitting pretty, waiting for those snipers to find the opening picks.
A little bit more steady, as you mentioned. It's not about these all-out pushes over towards one of the sites this time for Big. You choose to slow things down, but I mean, look, you were 2-1 to the good. Do you maybe want to just continue what was working, or do you throw a curveball in and amongst it? Zaka not able to find the shots here over towards the B side. Oh, JC, that's a really good shot on the Starrick. Very, very well played. And all of a sudden, the numbers are against Big. They haven't had that aggressive push. They haven't been able to catch Mont off guard. So what's the plan now? What is plan B?
Kenza makes her way all the way up toward front of Wood right there, gets the information, and keeps these Big players guessing. Fahim, nice play to take down Big Zaka on the flank right there. And he's going to continue to push all the way through, but Jayce's going to pick it up himself. Mirage finds a little piece right there. MK2 in hand, and just like that, the 5v5 is a 2v2. Huge plays out of those two, and the bomb has been retrieved for Slayer right there. He's heading all the way over toward B and should be able to get the plant down. I don't know if they realize that Mirage is still there, and he has an opportunity to close out the round.
Mirage running the show and can just take his time, give his teammate enough time to maybe just try and get this pinch on going, but Etsy changes the angle, expecting the push to come in from the other side. Etsy at the top, Slayer at the bottom. Which way is this one going to go? Slayer on the defense for the bomb. Probably has around 35 seconds or so left. But it's going to be a wrap now from Etsy. And these two players not quite destined to run into each other yet. Etsy now pushing through the middle of the map. Slayer, are you ready for this one? Time is ticking down, 15 seconds to go. Gunfight just about incoming. Slayer is the first one to hit the shots. 3-1 to Big now. And a good attacking round once again from the Big squad. 3-1 to the good. Looking very, very solid here from Big.
Etsy putting himself in a really tough spot, trying to walk from mid-map all the way around jungle with that little time left, and just forced himself into a really tough position. Mirage just full sending it up the middle, and unfortunately for him, Jayce reads it like a book. Beauty of a two-piece right there is Mont looking to bounce back right here. Zaka, will he be able to find the kill? Had to hit the reload instead. Nades connect over the top, and just like that, it's all down to Starricker. Etsy, Daytel still alive, info given away. I swear that trigger discipline is just non-existent for the entire day today. And he gives away that remaining information, so maybe an opportunity for a wrap back toward A. But it looks like there should be one player inside Wood to greet him.
We've already seen some 1v3s on firearm range today. Will we get to see another? Has he actually slipped the net here? How on earth has he found the timing to get out here? because you can see on the minimap in the bottom left corner, Monto like, oh yeah, okay, he's definitely over towards A. Yeah, psych. He's found a way out. So unfortunately for Mont, they maybe get a little bit of bad timing on one of the crosses. And you can already see Kenza is spinning around, but here we go. They start to line up for him, and I wonder if a bomb plant there would have probably just been suffice. And now all of a sudden, 35 seconds to go, running into mid-map. I don't know if this is the play.
It's just non-stop indecision right now. Starricker doesn't know where he wants to go, doesn't know what he wants to do. Daytel should get the audio cue off of that, and that should be enough to go ahead and end the round right here. I think maybe like a 360 hipfire spray out of the sky or something, but Mont once again closed the gap. And this is a series that they would absolutely like to win 3-0. You do have to give credit to Slayer. I believe played champs in 2020 or 2021, so has some level of experience, but last time we saw him in opens wasn't super consistent. He's bringing his A game, and so is Mirage. That should open up a free plant right here. Is nobody on the inside of American, and a beautiful opening for Big.
And I think, you know, for me, when we look over towards that previous round, that's just the kind of moment where if you're Starrick, you want to get that bomb down, so you're inviting them in to you, right? You don't have to go searching for them. In that scenario, just a little bit more experience. Mirage has been an absolute demon. Over towards this side of the map. It really has been his playground, but now the numbers just about in the favor of Mont. Bat and Starricker are now in the position of trying to plant that bomb. They were going for that there, but jump off. And now 2 versus 3 still in the favor of Mont.
Well, Kenza's got a nice flank set up right here. No easy avenue for Big to get this bomb down with the way that Mont are positioned. The question is, will they have the patience to let them make their way out of trailer, or will they over-aggress? Fahim able to punish Starricker right there. That leaves that all alone. Bit of a fish in a barrel situation right there. Etsy gonna go ahead and close out the round, and that's enough for Mont to tie things up.
I'll tie things up at the halfway point. So all even as you now head on towards the attack yourselves.
Defend the objective.
Is Mont's attack just that little bit more squeaky clean? You can see the big hit over already coming towards the A site. There's only one player here on the side of Vad who's going to try and slow this down, but all the utility is out, and this bomb may well go down quickly. They will have the position, they will have the control. Daytel going to go for that straight away. Now, if you are Big, is there a flank coming through? Because that's going to be probably one of your only routes to try and get away back into this one. Mirage will find a kill over towards the flank side. It's now a 2 versus 4, though. Things turn around very, very quickly for him, and Daytel locking this one in. 4v2. This should be Mont's round.
A little bit of a rough spot, and as Big Zaka wins that one, that equalizes. Etsy's going to be able to take down 1 to give the advantage back to Mont, and now all down to Slayer. He's been good for them so far, but maybe not 1v3 good with that positioning right there. Mont, I believe 3 straight rounds now, and definitely starting to build some momentum as maybe that lead that Big had built had been on a little bit of a flow state run for Slayer. Obviously 9 kills early, but has slowed down significantly. He and Mirage doing the bulk of the work, and Vat still on a goose egg. He has got to pick things up. Etsy picking them apart, nearly had a 2-piece with the Deagle right there. Big Zaka able to trade, but there's Kenza trading right back.
Nicely done. Made sure to pick them off whilst they were still weak. This bomb is down, now in a 3v3 situation. Kills being traded though. Mirage was able to find one, now a 3 versus 2. This is going to be a big kill though if Vat can find it, and then all of a sudden there's a potential flank on the cards. This is a huge kill. Mirage, is he not going to wait for his teammate? No, he is not. Fahim just goes for the easy kill, and Vat's in no man's land with 20 seconds to go. Fahim's got eyes on. You can already see the push coming around from Kenza. They know exactly what's going on. I just don't see a world where Vat wins this one. Big put themselves in a good position, that 2v2, and it just felt like Mirage is like pushing the issue whilst his teammates still trying to find himself in a position where he can help him out. Maybe a little bit haphazard from one player, maybe a little bit too aggressive from the other. 5-3 now for Mont, 2 rounds away from going 2-0 up.
Yeah, they've bounced back really well. Their offense has been much more decisive, and it looks like they're going to get aggressive over toward A right here. And Mirage, are we going to watch trailer at all? Looks like he's actually, I don't know what's happening. Okay, so Mirage does find the pick right there. A little back and forth between the 2 teams right here. Kenza able to find 1. And it looks like with the bomb down, Daytel should be able to retrieve it.
4 versus 3. Maybe just a problem with one of the OBS cameras there in that instance. We're back up and running. It's looking like Mont may well get this bomb down. Now looking over towards what Big have got left to kind of fight with yet. You've got Vat here, you've got Mirage here. Mirage could do with finding the head on one of the players if he possibly could. It's not going to happen though, and Vat is going to take down Daytel. JC takes down Vat, and now this is an important kill. Kenza finding that under Starricker may well just be the final nail. But Mirage makes it a 1 versus 2.
Kenza has done a phenomenal job of just playing out of position and constantly keeping these big players guessing. Mirage doing his best to clutch up in an impossible situation, but not going to happen there once again. And now Mont, 5 rounds in a row right here as they look to close out the map and take the 2-0 lead. Vat finally getting going a little bit, but it's got to be all hands on deck. Slayer's been stuck at 9 kills for, I believe, the last 5 rounds. It feels like Kenza gets aggressive right here, able to take down Vat. Daytel has the damage onto Slayer, and it is all Mont over on this bomb site. Jay pick on a Mirage, and all down to Starricker in a bomb planted 1v4 right here. Eyes onto Jay, but not enough to get the kill, and that should be enough for Mont to close out the round and take the lead.
Scary start for Mont, but ultimately they show their pedigree, a 7-3 win. And I mean, that's 6 rounds in a row, right? I mean, the attacking rounds from Big at the start of the game looked very, very solid, but it felt like they maybe only had one plan, and that was just send it towards the site and see if it works. And ultimately, when you come up against some decent opposition, they start to figure out exactly what you're doing. They reassess, they revalue it, they reposition, and they punish you. And that's exactly what happened over and over again. As soon as Mont got a taste for that blood, they did not relent. I mean, look, I do want to say, from Mirage, a couple of nice clips going on here, some nice shots coming in through, but it definitely feels like, and I don't want to pin it on anybody in particular, but you think about that round where Starricker had the chance to plant. Okay, look, still in the 1 versus 3, still in a really bad position, but it's that kind of experience to know, just plant the bomb. Just get that bomb down and give yourself an opportunity instead of looking for the kills. You know, it's all very easy for us to sometimes say when you're in the casting position and you can see exactly where everybody is, but those small decisions may not have actually won you that round, but it shows the, I want to say, the caliber of the player who is not quite at the level of players on that Mont side.
Yeah, and it was the fact that Mont had an actual game plan heading into each individual round as contrasted with Big, who were basically just banking on Slayer and Mirage hitting big shots and that opening up opportunities. It is a very different game plan that obviously had very different results. And when the shots were hitting, yes, Big were able to find a few rounds, but it's just not really a consistent game plan that you can hope to have success with at the top level of the competition. So obviously room for improvement for Big, and not down and out of this one yet, but heading into the control once again. We've started to see a little bit of a gap between these teams, especially as far as consistency goes. Maybe not the best map for a 3 AR setup, which is what we had seen Mont running on Arsenal, so maybe a little bit of change there, but I know that this is one that they're very comfortable with once again.
Yeah, it's looking like a kind of series where we maybe expected a little bit more of today. You know, we've had some really, really close games between some teams that we didn't necessarily expect. I think that second game really being the cherry on top of the cake in what has been a really, really fun day 1 here in Europe. But are we heading into potentially the very final map of this series? Well, if it's anything to go by in maps 1 and 2, Mont should make light work of this one. Big, do they have an answer on control? Can they swing this series around? It's a good start for Mont in this one. Big on the attack. Can Mont lock this defensive side down and get things rolling nicely?
3 straight for Jay as he was looking to try to build streaks early. Does get shut down by Mirage. He's going to be set up top blue, and Big do fight back early in this one. Definitely a solid start for them as they're able to get onto that B objective early, and if they can get control there, or at the bare minimum keep this squad distracted, they'll set themselves up really well. Big Zaka, 1 mid-street right there. Fahim doing his best to contest, and they do manage to clear off B. 1 ticket progression locked in right there. Slayer is there to reinforce as well. And I love this approach that we're seeing out of Big to get things started.
Nice and aggressive. It's one of those, though, you put the onus on the other team to try and do something about what you are trying to do. Mon have to actually get something going here in this round. For all that, Big haven't made necessarily a huge dent on the objective side of things. Live's not necessarily looking the best. Team staying alive in the middle of the map, sitting on 2 kills. Oh my word, the snap for the third. Vat doesn't even see him. Great shots coming in from Kenza as well. Well played from her and the rest of the Big side. Start to fall, 22 seconds. If you're Big, you've got to get something going now.
It's the teamwork for Mont is just on a completely different level. You can see the difference. Trade so consistent. Kenza constantly a thorn in their side, hitting different flanks, finding different angles to catch him off guard. But even with all that, Big have done a great job of keeping the lives even, but only 9 seconds remain. If you're Mont, all you have to do is sit back and not give away too much. But right now, only 5 lives remain. Like, you've got to give up A for free. There's no reason for you to throw any more lives at this than you need to. And it looks like they'll finally do that as Jayce backs up, and another move from Kenza right here, able to find 1, make it 2, and that should be enough as they keep A contested right here, and with no time remaining, they do find the final kill and Mont take the round.
There's a chaotic end, and I think you were very right in what you were saying there, though. Mont were in such a good position in terms of the objective side of things, time well on your side. And it was like, no, we're just gonna send it.
If it works,
yeah, well, I suppose don't fix it if it ain't broke. But one of those situations where against the bigger teams you'd be punished for certain things like that. Mont maybe need to tighten things up, but maybe they're saying to themselves, we're 2-0 up, we're absolutely cruising, let's just run through these boys as quickly as we possibly can. Kenza on the way in, can't get the job done. Up against that, up towards the tractor, that's where a lot of damage is potentially going to go down from the Mont side. Looking as if it is going to be a potential A hit, but Mont's still trying to pick some players apart from the Big side to make the right decision on which way they want to go on this one.
Kenza wraps the tank. She's been a nightmare for this Big squad. Sitting on 12 kills right now as Etsy trying to get out of spawn. Slayer doing a really good job of making sure that they can't escape in an easy way. Jayce looking to spawn trap on the opposite side as well. It's just a question of who can do it better. Jayce is going to be able to pick up at least 1. Mont have broken all the way out of the spawn trap. And Kenza trying to lock down the bottom side. Vat keeps the spawn trap clear as well. And Big still keep that life advantage. We start to see some of these operators come on in. Star Ricker, War Machine, Slayer, Equalizer, shut down. Only 1 kill found out of that. We'll see what they can make of it as the lives get closer and closer.
A lot closer. Mont now down to 12, but there hasn't really been a lot of objective action going on. But have they finally broken free? But you can already see Slayer, he has been the one that has been a constant thorn in the side. He's going to find the kill on Etsy. Now he's going to have some backup as well off the top of the roof. Fantastic work from Big to try and keep this one going. Slayer with another kill. He's now up to 17 in the game. Needs the rest of his team to help alongside of it. Now only 3 lives separate the side of Mont and Big, but Mont are the ones that have to actually start making the move here. Just stopping the time. If you Kenza can't find the kill, what's going on over towards A? They need to get something going. It's now a 5 versus 9, achievable. 4 versus 9 gets a little bit harder.
We have no lives remaining. What are we doing trying to set up a spawn trap right there? Get on the objective. There's 5 seconds on the clock. Get something captured. And that was a 9v5 that finished 8v0. That could have gone very, very differently, but hyper-focused on setting up that spawn trap rather than playing the control game mode. And that's something that they probably wish could have gone a little bit differently. Vat's going to pull out the Annihilator off spawn right here and see what type of pressure they can apply. He finds 1 onto Jayce to open things up, and it is all Big to get things started.
But what can they do with these 3 kills? Make it 4 and 5. Everybody wiped out from the side of Mont and Big. Maybe just starting to get something going here. Jayce managed to find a kill, but there's a couple of operators being here used left, right, and center, and I don't think either team is really benefiting from them. Starwrecker over towards the B side, going to try and keep himself alive. The Predator missile in to defend himself as well. Starwrecker, can he keep this one going? Not quite going to happen. That will be there to pick up 2, so the pressure is still on over towards this B side. And look at the kill difference. How much is being invested from Big in comparison to Mont is a question you can answer yourselves, but that is a huge lead for the side of Big to kick things off. Yeah, they may well take the lead. It's looking like they should.
That is a nightmare of a spawn trap. Starraker timing does not go his way. Somehow stays alive and gets the kill. Will Jayce be there for the trade? It looks like, based on the feed, no, and they get hopped onto Beef to finish this capture. So they've got 2 minutes to capture 2 ticks of progress. We have seen some of these lives disappear. What goes from a 13-life lead now down to 8, but a couple careful plays and should be able to get 1 stack onto the objective and make something out of it. But time and time again, Monter finding the kills. I can't remember the last time I saw some yellow in the feed. Finally, there it is. But a little bit closer than you would like for it to be, and Kenza with an operator if she wants it.
Now, do Mont invest maybe a little bit more than they had considered in this round? Now it's a 5-4 versus 13. You don't invest anything now.
No.
You don't invest anything at all. This has been a very one-sided round of Control. Big are here to play eventually. Out with the kill onto Kenza. That should be all she wrote. It's a 1 versus 12 for JSA. As talented as he is, I don't think that one was ever on the cards. 2-1 now for the side of Big, showing some signs of life. It feels like these teams are playing TDM.
In combo Control, that's what it is. A lot. And it very much turns into Spawn Trap Simulator in a lot of these situations. We'll see if Mont can maybe break that habit a little bit and get some more focus on the objective. Not a whole lot of success off the start for either team. 1-for-1, trades back and forth. Kenza does get pushed up toward tank, and if you can get onto this B objective, maybe keep that big squad distracted. Slayer's trying to spawn trap, but once again, only 1 kill off the equalizer before he's taken down, and Kenza has not been dealt with. There it is, the flashbang to take her down, but Fahim's there to reinforce, and he's going to be able to zone with that Sparrow to hopefully secure at least 1 more tick of progression.
They could do with getting rid of Slayer. That's a few kills that go their way, as well as B Control. It's looking really good. And now if you are Big, you have to retreat over towards A. You got to give that B side up. But JC over towards that A side, going to try and get something going. It's Daytel alongside. JC over towards B. Daytel does get dealt with. But Etsy now, equalizer in hand, is going to try and get some pressure over towards the spawn side. You can see already that Big have managed to make this wrap back over towards the A side. They're looking to try and get a spawn trap up and running. It's not working out too badly. Slayer's able to find 1. This next flurry of kills, very important with how this game is going to go down. A little bit of control now for Mont over towards the A side. Kills starting to fall their way as well. Inside of the point, they're getting the objective rolling.
1 player on already. Daytel doesn't see the player that he's passed, though. That's Slayer. Once again, Thorn in their side. 26 kills on the board, and he's able to find 2 and goes untraded, make it a 3rd right there. He's building streaks and making sure that Mont cannot escape the spawn right now. That allows Mirage to get pushed up with the claw in hand. He has an opportunity to find even more kills. Daytel finally able to do the damage to take down Slayer, but Etsy drops the pred, and that might be the opening that Mont need. He finally gets on the objective. Vat's got to be dealt with in that top side, and who else but Slayer to hit the flank once again.
And the thing that actually helped Mont so much there was the fact that they had 2 players in the mid-map who didn't get dealt with. All those kills that were coming through for Big were basically on 3 different players that they had spawn trapped. There was players out. As we can see, Kenza has found her way out as well. 7 versus 6, 6 versus 6 though. Big turn this one round, and it may well just slow down, but it doesn't. Continuously from Slayer, he's been in the spawn, causing issue. 5v4, 4v3, it's turning on its head every single time. Starwick getting everything out to potentially stop this one. 1 versus 3.
Daytel, you have no respawns. Use your operator. Kenza, you have a purifier, but I don't anticipate we'll see a push. We do, but it's not gonna matter. Big find a way to take the control right here, and what looked like a pretty hopeless match, they bounce back big time, and they take the control.
It was just such an odd game of control. It was very bizarre. It almost felt like, you know, Big were concentrating on that spawn trap so often, and Slayer was just going crazy. Absolutely crazy, which is them putting Montu, or maybe trying to play the objective a little bit more, in a bad situation because of the fact that they just don't have as many lives to play with. They can't make these risky plays. But then on occasion, it feels like some players just so, I want to say haphazard with their life. They're just throwing them away consistently. And that really doesn't help. Sometimes in control, you've got to know when to slow down. I don't think either one of these teams do when to slow down.
And once again, showing maybe a little bit of the weakness of having basically a 3-man AR focus type team is you get into a tiny map like Standoff and you're running 5v5 and the SMGs in the opposite team just go absolutely crazy. And that's exactly what Slayer did, 33 and 17. Quite a stat line to put up for him. And naturally, the ARs for Mont struggle significantly right there. Jay 16 and 27, Fahim 18 and 24. Not the stat lines that we're expecting to see out of those guys. And they're definitely going to look to turn things around once again as we get ready to head back into hardpoint.
And you can see where the SMG players lie on. You can see Kenza is there, actually, very much pulling her weight and getting the job done. But there wasn't necessarily any other help from that scenario. You need an SMG player to be there with you. And maybe that's just one of those maps that Monda look at and think, probably not again. yeah, maybe not, because that for me, there was a couple of definite mistakes during that game in terms of the decision-making, that kind of thing. I don't want to be overly critical of teams, but at the same time, there was so many other opportunities that they could have went for instead of just, throwing it away, hitting everything at the same time. Communication has to be there. And it will have to be here as we head into map number 4. We're heading back into hardpoint. Which way this one goes, I mean, I still feel as if Mont should close this one out, but Big have given us something to think about here.
Yeah, and I think the biggest reason that you're critical of Mont after a map like that is because of how decisively they won the first two maps, looking like much more the better team. But Big come out with a hot start here once again, and they do get that early time in the hard point. Zaka not going to find anyone on the way up the stairs. Mirage forced back. But they're very content to sit on the inside of the hard point, and Big Zaka still spraying across the map. Mirage, probably a gunfight that you should have won, but Daytel makes him pay, and they remain on the hard point regardless.
I mean, Slayer has just continued where he left off. 4 kills already to kick off map number 4. And alongside it, 30 points and rising for Big. So we go into another map number 5, I wonder. 31 and rising. Big looking very, very good, heading over towards P1. Now looking over towards where we're going next. Who's going to be in the better position for that with 10 seconds. But, I mean, this is just the kind of start you don't want if you're Mont. Kenza yet to find a kill, and you look at the kills that are coming through from Big. It's consistent. There's flurries of it continuously happening, but Mont have set themselves up well for P2. They're looking to try and get some on the board here, but not the start that they wanted if you're Mont here, Bobby.
Yeah, and I do feel like Mont are maybe a little bit more of a traditional team based on their setups, and it's more of a fluid play style for Big that I feel like, especially around P1, worked wonders for them. We'll see if it works here heading into P2 as well. Etsy able to shut down one and keep things contested right here. Not going to afford any time to Big, or at least not any more than he has to. Finally, Mont going to be able to push across the top side. One more to be dealt with. Slayer finally gets shut down, and they finally get a chance to sack some hard point time. Looking to flip out the spawn, still spawning close side toward P2. They will get one player pushed out in Jay, but he gets shut down as well, and they will still be spawning on that far side. Not where they want to be heading into P3.
Some good time for Mont. Over towards P2. Looks like Big are just going to try and punish them as best as they can on that scrap time, and do so. Big are going to be the first ones here over towards P3, as you point out. Hunter Killer drone is now sent out as well, but you are miles away. It's a hard gauntlet to run here for Mont now. And it's felt like they've been on the back foot from the word go. It really has. I wonder if that control has just messed with them a little bit. And now they need to find a route through. Mirage, just 2 easy kills. And the setup here over towards P3, well, it's not quite locked in here for Big. It's a 20-point lead. It's a small one, but this is going to help. Investment coming through in the form of the operators, and this is going to be a really, really hard break for Mont to now try and find.
I mean, Star Wrecker doing a phenomenal job of zoning right there. Jay knows now he can't contest. He's going to be hunted down by Slayer anyway. 8 kills on the board for him, and Big continue to build on this lead. Right now, looking like absolutely clinical hardpoint, completely different from what we saw in the Arsenal. And maybe another point back to teams learning how to ban based on who they're playing against rather than for themselves, as Mont don't really seem too terribly comfortable on this map. Still plenty of time for them to turn it around, but if you look at the kill count, it just looks like night and day.
And I think for me, they're the only caveat I would say for Mont in that scenario. Big have locked down nearly every single second of that third hill, but they invested 4 different operators into that one. So for Mont, you now have your operators of your own. Can you do something with it to try and turn the tide of this game? Because you absolutely need to. inside of P4 now with 45 seconds or so to go. They can pretty much tie the game up if they can continue to lock this one down. And for all that, it sounds like we're counting them down and out. It's just been such a good electric start from Big, but we've seen it in the search and destroy, and things started to change very, very quickly. Kenza now, Purifier in hand, sitting inside the point. This is just not going to be something you want to push if you're Slayer and co. Slayer gets dropped very, very quickly, but now Kenza all of a sudden left on her own. 20 seconds to go, and there's the break from Big. Mont don't make it count when they needed to.
Definitely need much closer to a full 60 than what they got right there. Etsy gonna do his best to break on in. Shots don't quite connect enough, and they'll just stay tucked in the corners. They look to regen right there. Vat finds 3 big-time plays out of big-time players. Etsy doing his best to play his life right here, but not gonna be enough. Constantly getting hunted by those Fenix in hand for Big. And they maintain the lead right here, only up 30 this time around, so Mont do a good job. And that time the pred drops for Kenza. That's going to clear out some real estate and finally give them an opportunity on P1 where they did not see any hard point time the first time around.
Yeah, for all that, it feels like it has been a bad half or a bad rotation of hills here for Mont. It's only a 20-point game, right? This can change very, very quickly. Let's see if they can start to finally pick up some kills. It's felt like they've been on the back front and the slaying front massively, but I don't know if Big have punished them enough. They're starting to find some of the kills. Vat is sitting on 27 after a rotation of hills, and the lead is only now 50.
And Mont are definitely starting to pick up pace with finding those kills as well. So maybe it was a little bit of shakiness based off what we saw in that control. You know, they didn't anticipate this was a team that they were going to have to take seriously, but seems like they're starting to lock in right now, and especially with Fahim in prime position, all players for Big rotating directly toward him, more opportunity to build on these streaks. Etsy gets 3 straight right there, and now Big can't find any room to breathe. That around the corner, gonna be able to finally win that one. He hits the 30 kill mark, but the rest of the squad has slowed down substantially. And right there, Etsy actually takes himself out with the Hunter Killer, but clears out the area. And once again, Mont in position to at least contest on the bottom side, but a big gunfight down below. And they're going to invest heavily. 2 operators come out right here.
Feels like Big have got to make every single time that they get this opportunity, they have to make it count. Mont very much back into this game now, and as said, the slaying performance from Big, you cannot fault whatsoever. Vat is having a hell of a game now. Currently has the Annihilator out, sitting at 32 kills. Daytelder will find 2 of his own. Kenza with another. And these kills start to just fly on through for Mont at the wrong time for Big. It was a huge investment from them, and they haven't really found a great deal for it. Okay, yes, they still have 3 of the operators available, but Mont are taking a lead. They did so over towards P1. They continue to be in the lead as they were going to leave P2. But heading over towards P3 now, the kills are starting to flow for Mont. It feels like they're starting to get into their rhythm just a little bit. And now can they find the break? Looking over towards what is available from the operator side. 3-piece from both 2 teams. Are Mont going to invest this to get themselves inside of P3 and try to take some time?
One Mont player waiting in the backside, trying to flood through Secret. Will be able to find the kill there. That's going to be Etsy, and now an opportunity to push through with the equalizer. Can he find any value? Fahim goes big. Sparrow in hand to take down that, and right now a lot of operators out, but not a lot of kills to be found. There it is. Jayce with the War Machine does the damage, and that's 5 man down for Big. Mont have found their way on into the hard point. Zaka doing everything he can to stay alive right here, and fortunately for Big, they do get close spawns. So able to keep things tight right here with the amount that was invested for Mont. Not really a whole lot to be gained.
I think Big actually probably put 2 in themselves there, though. We did see over towards the left-hand side, they had stuff available, and I think they rebuffed it with their own operators coming on through. Slayer finding 2, Zaka finding 1 of his own as well. Really good performance, resolute from Big. 150 and rising for them, a slight lead now to the side of Big, but can Mont now turn this round again? Jayce does have that operator available. Is it going to be something he's thinking about using shortly? So we're heading over towards the next hill. It is going to be Big in control momentarily. The spawns are there for them as well, but these next couple of kills are absolutely crucial. Can't find the shots. Daytel and Co are going to have to find a route through. Big are starting to run into the lead at 1 small.
Cheeky little spot for Vat. Fahim actually sneaks his way all the way up through the top side and might be able to play through. Shuts down 1 right there. Vat's just going to enter straight through the front side. Able to find 1, instantly traded out, and Mont back in control of this hard point. Bad timing, but Jayce is there to keep things clear. Mont trying to play their best through the flashes, through the smokes. And for the time being, they'll stay alive. They pick up the kills. J-Stay with the cutoff right there. Couple trades back the other way, but Mont have done the damage. They've taken the lead right here, and not much reason for Big to continue pushing as they get shut down. The battle back toward P1 once again. Fahim looking to shut down Starricker on the top side. He does exactly that, and Mont look to continue to push toward the outskirts.
So Vat picking up nearly 30 kills on the first rotation, only picks up 12 on the second. Is that maybe the difference maker now as Mont starting to extend into a lead? Operator is out now for that. Looking to try and invest quite a lot into a P1 hill. That can be quite scrappy, but you're really starting to think about those P2 rotations already with 45 seconds remaining. It's something you want to think about. But Vat has invested this. They have thrown quite a lot at it Big for zero control so far.
Definitely looking like a reactionary operator there is. They do finally find a breakthrough right there, and Slayer just beaming with an SMG from the low ground. Kenza doing everything she can, and just so crafty on the objective. Now 120 seconds already gained by her. Does get taken down from the top side. That's going to be Slayer doing the damage once again. Maybe a little bit of a slow start to the game, but he's starting to pick things up as Big try to find their way into a map number 5. One operator's been earned, but there's 4 over on the side of Mont, and you know that they're going to try to make the most of P2 right here. Kenza pushes through the bottom side, able to find one right there. Should be able to read Big Zaka, but timing does not go her way, and he's able to take his Purifier up into the top side. Doesn't look to challenge Etsy, and very content to wait in the corner while Big continue to stack time.
Just needs to stay alive. Upstairs with the Purifier is going to be so good. He is going to be able to find one more, but Etsy is there to take him down with a Hunter Killer. Now Daytel can start to go to town with the Annihilator. It's 2 kills to come in from him. Mont break the 200-point mark, but then things going backwards and forwards. So much being invested by both two teams, but here we go with the equalizer from Etsy. Can he do anything to stop so many points going over towards Big? There's still 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P2, and it's an absolute massacre on the point, back and forth. Nobody in control, but eventually it looks like Mont get a spawn towards the back. They find some control. 15 seconds to play with here is absolutely massive. Starricker will find 2. Big looking to tie this one up. It's all about this race over towards P3. P2 is done. You got to get going. The team that is there, though, is Big, but the team in the league, crucially, is Mont.
Mont, terrible spawns right here. They've got a long way to go, and Mirage is cutting them off on rotation. J-Say able to find one right there, but they get the close spawns. Only one player there, both shut down. They got to flood through the backside. A secret, you cannot lose control right here. Players back onto the objective, but one in the corner. Slayer goes Big, equalizer in hand, tries to take down Kenza. He's going to have to use all these bullets, and doesn't manage to do it anyway, but she takes herself down with her own Hunter Killer as he shoots it out. Mont remaining in control regardless.
And the thing is there with the equalizer use, you don't get a lot for it. He went chasing the kill onto Kenza and gets killed by the Hunter Killer drone. 3 kills now starting to come through from Mont. It's been a much better performance from Big in this hard point, but is it going to be enough? 10 seconds away now for Mont in complete control. There needs to be something from Big, but we're just seeing a kill feed lighting up yellow. Mont will get the job done in 4 unless Starricker can get himself inside. 2 seconds away, eventually get it done. Mont will close us out here in day number 1 in Europe with a 3-1 win. That got a little bit stressful though.
Yep.
The start was not great, and Big came out with such a great sign performance, but just didn't make it count in the right moments.
No, and they even had the early rotations toward P3 on that last setup, but they did not win a single gunfight for the players that were already there, and that was the difference in the game. Mont make it count. And those boys made some big time plays. Once again, very, very slow start from them. Looked sluggish, lost a control that realistically should have, at the bare minimum, been winnable for them, but they looked lost the entire way through. They bounce back, they take the hard point, and they earned their first win here in Snapdragon Pro Series Masters Europe.
Good job, guys.
Thanks.
Good job. Way to close out the day. I mean, a little bit of a showing there from Big, even just taking a map off of Mont, and I think we were talking about this a little bit in the back, Brody. It's just showing how level the playing field is in general in the region.
Yeah, it is at the moment. And again, I think we went in with pretty low expectations. I think we were saying that we kind of expected this one to be a 3-0 for good reason, because Mont, again, were a consistent performer last season. You described them as always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I think that's a really good description for Mont. Coming out here, feels like they might have their wedding day soon. They're looking pretty good, but I am impressed with Big. I really am. I think Big looked really, really good. The fact they were able to take the control, they seemed like they had control of the map for what was round number 3 offense, I think managed to take away. They look pretty good.
I mean, the only complaint I would maybe have for Big is like the slaying ability is clearly them, but look, I mean, Vat just dropped 54 kills and they lost the game. Like
that hurts.
That's going to be, it's one that's going to hurt for him, but at the same time, they then have to look at that and say, right, okay, well, are we doing enough with these kills? It's the same thing when it came down to control. I think they won it because it was a complete slaying battle. Everyone was just going at each other, but ultimately, I think what really told for me to show how good Mont are in comparison was map number 1. Like, the slaying department, it didn't even matter. They just out-rotated them, outplayed them, and I think that showed the level between these two teams. I think Big have the ability, but maybe just need to tighten up on a few fundamentals, really.
And honestly, that was a really good learning experience, I feel like, for Big to at least start off this challenge season, because now they went up against, like you guys had mentioned before we even went into that match, they went up against a team that is a really good test for where they need to be ability-wise, and they can definitely use that and apply that to tomorrow, because today was only day 1 of this week's worth of challenge season competition for EU. We still have 4 more matches tomorrow to go, so they're not done yet. They still have to get some sleep, reset for tomorrow. Tell me what you're looking forward to for tomorrow.
Ooh, I'm not too sure what the matches are yet. I haven't had a chance to look. But again, I think today has been a real surprise, right? I think just to see all of the teams be as competitive they are, even in that last match where we did not expect that. I think regardless of what tomorrow's matches looks like, it could throw a real curveball. We could finally see the upset. We were so close to seeing that upset today with like the second series. I really do feel like we're going to see a serious shake-up here in Europe, and I expect that tomorrow, and here is actually that schedule. So really excited to see some of these matches.
You ask and you shall receive. You've got the whole thing laid out here. Bobby, what is your match of the day?
Looking at this, oh, that's a tough question. I think Mont versus Nexus is going to be good, especially given the showing that Nexus made up against Exclusive. Obviously, that was our only 3-0, but it was a tight 3-0. I think that can absolutely be a competitive one. I mean, yeah, that's the only one that really sticks out to me.
All right, I like it. And if any of these teams are fan favorites for all of you watching in chat, make sure you mark down when those times are so you can be here in the stream tomorrow to catch those matches and see how things play out. Because then we'll end up with a leaderboard at the end of the week to see which teams start off at the top of the table, which teams start down at the bottom and need to do a little bit of a pickup from there. And I think that top 4 is going to be really even ton.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, from some of the games we've seen already today, you know, we had our expectations coming into this, thinking, right, okay, we know the top 2 teams, who else is there with them? But now we're like, is that really the case still? Like, we do seem to have some teams in there who are going to be in and around the mix. It may well still be the normal 2 teams that we do see towards the top side, but realistically speaking, there was definitely some competition there today. It's very much up in the air for me. No idea.
You know, I like that because we also do have Ricey going up against Exclusive too.
Yeah.
And I think people will make assumptions about what the expected outcome of that should be, but we also saw Team Ricey do some pretty decent work in 3-1 against Xantium. So that could be another one that if they can catch Exclusive on the back foot, maybe underestimating them, an opportunity for Ricey to do something cool too, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the really fun thing about Europe, and part of the reason I'm glad that we get 2 days of Europe is because, like in NA, I feel like it's pretty clear-cut top 4, and in Europe, I don't know who top 2 are, I don't know who bottom 2 are, I don't know who the middle 4 are. Like, it's very much up in the air right now, and all the teams gave us super solid competition today. So I think tomorrow's going to be fun, and I'm definitely looking forward to that 3rd matchup.
All right, well, that's all we've got here for today because day 1 of SPS is done and dusted for EU when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. But make sure that you are back here tomorrow when we are, because the first week will not be done until those last 4 matches are played. And with how our matches went today, I think we might be in store for a few more surprises you're definitely not going to want to miss it. Of course, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for making this whole thing possible. And thank you to everybody in chat for hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.